It's the start of a new day here at Battlegrounds Mobile India Pro Series 2023. But also the last opportunity for these teams in group number blue to actually get those much awaited bonus points. Ladies and gentlemen, my name is Salty and I'm going to be your host and caster for the day. And joining alongside is going to be Johnny. Johnny, let's just address the elephant in the room right now. The bonus points.
Yes.
And who's going to get it.
I can't tell you how excited I am for this. I have been saying the same sentence since day one, that when the bonus points are allotted to these teams, you're going to see a new turn in this tournament. And this is going to be very exciting for not just the teams that will get those bonus points today, but even better for the teams from Group Red who start their journey of the Pro Series tomorrow.
Absolutely. But you still did not answer my question. Who are you thinking? All right, fine. We'll actually come back to that a little later, of course. I mean, 2 days of mind-blowing action, mind-blowing BGMI action is what we have seen so far. Multiple teams have performed, and at the very top, we've got Team Together Esports, who are probably in contention to get those 25 points. I think they must have the highest chance. What do you think, sir?
Yeah, I do agree with you, but they are being closely followed by Team Soul, Team Hydra is there on their tails as well. So the competition for the 25 bonus points at the end of the day, it is definitely going to be tough, but it is also going to be entertaining. Because when we started our journey for this Pro Series, who would have thought that a new team, Team Together Esports, will potentially have the opportunity to secure the 25 bonus points in week 1 itself?
Absolutely. Nobody thought about that, but nobody also thought about the fact that there's going to be a massive 1 crore prize pool for this particular event itself. It is BMPS. It is a Pro Series, ladies and gentlemen. And of course, that is one of the reasons why the champions take away a lion's share, 40 lakh rupees for that #1 spot.
Oh my god, I mean, we always talk about how deadly this time's Pro Series is, and the only point of comparison we have the Season 1 that happened in 2022. But this time around, things are even more tougher. The prize pool is definitely quite enticing for all of the teams playing, but you only get to compete for that 1 crore rupees once you make it to the grand finals. So out of the 96 teams that are competing, only top 16 teams get to move forward. But once you eventually get there to the finals, even if you finish last, you walk away with a lakh.
You know, let me just give you a little bit of a math out there. You talked about 96 teams, right? Which means there are going to be 384 players, out of which only one is going to be named the MVP of the BGIS. So it's going to be even tougher. But speaking of tough, right? What exactly is tough? Getting those points every single time when you step onto the battlegrounds. The points distribution, of course, ladies and gentlemen, hasn't really changed so far, Johnny. We have been talking about it. You get those 15 points from getting that chicken dinner itself. And I think that is the most important thing. We've seen this strat over and over again, where teams are playing inside of BMPS 2023 to survive till the very end.
For sure. I mean, we've seen the survival instincts kick in for a lot of these teams, and it was important that they be consistent, because every week you only get 5 games. And if you do well in those 5 games, then you get to hold a massive advantage on the overall ranking, all thanks to this, the bonus points. Imagine sitting on the first page, first position of the leaderboard, and just for being there, you get 25 extra points. The advantage that you have has been made bigger.
Absolutely. Now 25 points over there, then you drop down to 20, 15, 10 and respectively. Of course, for 25th to 48th position teams, there's nothing. There's absolute zero. And I think this is sort of the danger zone that teams would like to avoid, to try and get yourself that extra points at the end of the week itself. Because to try and get these points, I think it's about maintaining that consistency. Out of the 5 games, you will have to try and get yourself the best 3 games that you can.
Exactly. I would say if you are in the top 16, that is okay. Getting 6 points, it is fine. But 4 points, it's not that much. 2 points, basically nothing. And then 25 to 48, as you mentioned, that is literally nothing right there. So these teams that are there on our screens right now will have to give everything that they have, especially Group 1. They only have 1 match left in the day.
They only have 1 match. That is true, right? I mean, there's been a massive comeback. If you speak of the teams, of course, I'm specifically talking about Gladiators. They had 9 points from the first 2 games, and in the second 2 games, they have close to about 50 points, which is absolutely mammoth. You've got Megastars as well, and you've also mentioned about TTE, who is right at the very top.
Exactly. That is that one team. When you talk about Group 1, only one name will come to mind. Team Together Esports. Because sitting on that first position, especially with the performance that they had yesterday, was just absolutely phenomenal. A flawless run throughout the day, securing that podium. But, as we mentioned, the competition, it is fierce. Because from Group 2, we have Team Seoul, who are doing very well for themselves. They have been very consistent. For the first 2 days, they are the only team who have held on to their position.
Exactly, and I think the only thing which kind of works in favor for Team Seoul is that they have been able to predict the circles. They have been able to wind down where the circle is going to form. Big Brother has been very aggressive, very, very consistent as well. As we transition into group number 3, right, you've got the likes of Team X Park. Now, this is a new look Team X Park. People have been talking about it. The fans are talking about it. And I think the performances kind of speak for itself. They're still in that 9th spot on the overall standings, but I would want to know from you if they might be able to jump into the first page.
Oh, I think they can. I think they very well can. I mean, they have 2 matches left and they're going to start off the day as well. But anyways, we move forward to Group 4, where we have a team that people expected a lot from, and they have kind of delivered. I'm talking about Blind Esports. They're on that 8th position, not too far away. Plus, they have, I believe, 2 games left that are going to be they will be playing today. So, opportunity is there. First position, it's going to be a little too difficult for them to pull off, but maybe they can find a way to wiggle inside the top 4.
Maybe they can. There are multiple other contenders as well. Teams who haven't really shown their true potential. I'm talking about God's Reign. I'm talking about Blood Rose Esports. Autobots, as a matter of fact, as well. All of these teams are sort of on the wrong end of the spectrum, and I'm not really sure what sort of a surgery do they need to kind of come back on the top once again. But it seems like they need a proper reset, which might actually happen on the second week.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, we can expect the resets to come in from week 2 onwards, because the teams will have data to take and figure out how they want to play their matches. But as we move on to the last group, from Group Brew, it's going to be Group 6. We have Medal, Wingod, TMZ, BR Titans, UK07, GWL, and Fly. Yesterday, we saw a lot of moments of brilliance from GWL. Medal, of course, we all know it's a good team. Not good, they are very good at what they do. I mean, they have been very consistent throughout. It's just a little bit of a struggle that they're facing because of the sizes and how quick the lobbies change, that they're finding it difficult to adapt. But I expect Medal to consistently be inside the top 16 one way or the other.
Consistently be inside the top 16 inside of these 5 games that we have for ourselves on this day, ladies and gentlemen. We are going to be going back into the same sort of a routine that we have every single day. You guys know it, right? It's going to be 2 Rangil, it's going to be Miramar, Sandhawk, and then of course it's going to be Vikendi. Now, we've seen what Sandhawk and Vikendi sort of bring onto the table, especially I was left screaming on that map of Sandhawk. I think you and Arca were also kind of starstruck on the map of Vikendi as well.
Yes.
I think those are going to be the 2 maps where a lot of shifts on the overall standings can happen.
Yesterday was one of the best days to witness BGMI action. I mean, the matches were just absolutely amazing with how they went, how they started, how they came to an end. And it was a day dominated by IGLs making the big brain moves. We saw a lot of unorthodox plays and a lot of unexpected endings to the match. You talk about Sanok, the nade from Manya securing the win. A miracle win, because no one thought Manya or Blind Esports was going to be able to secure that chicken dinner. We move on to the map of Vikendi, where it was a very risky play coming in from the side of Big Brothers, making I believe it was Sarvit or Saif who was forced to switch, run inside the circle, and Uzumaki was able to handle the pressure for his team for 2 different players. So it was quite an incredible day for IGLs.
Absolutely. Quite good for the ideals, and I think quite good for the teams as well.
Yeah.
But how do you gauge how good the performance was? By looking at the cumulative standings, ladies and gentlemen. This is what we were talking about. At the number 1 spot, you've got Team Together Esports, who have stitched together some amazing gameplay. I'm not just talking about Para BTC or Sevi plays. Even Saikat, as a matter of fact, has been absolutely brilliant. That is why you see them add aloft every 1 egg. 63 points is massive for this team.
Saikat just has been absolutely flawless. The man can make no mistakes, or at least it felt like that yesterday. And we will be hopeful that the team continues with that momentum today as well. But as we move on to the second page, we have X-Park away on the 9th position. We did talk about them. And as we mentioned, X-Park, their group is starting the day off, and they play their last 2 matches right off the bat, Game 1 and Game 2.
Game 1 and Game 2. See, 2 matches still remain, but they're still trailing TTE by 20 points.
Yeah.
Now, will they be able to cover that gap and possibly even outshine them? That is something the question, of course. You've got Blood Rose Esports in that 16th spot, but I personally expect a lot more. Seven Show, one of their players has been absolutely wrecking balls. I'm talking about Goat, but the team and its overall performance is still a little shabby.
Yeah, but looking at this page, I think a lot of expectations are there from one, in fact, two names in particular. God's Reign sitting on that 22nd position, and of course, Gen X FM as well. Both these teams very good in terms of aggression, very brilliant in terms of how they take fights, but over here in this time's Pro Series, it seems like things have taken a turn and not for the better for both of these sides. God's Reign, the aggression is still there, but they're not surviving a lot in those matches.
Exactly. I mean, 6 position points and 17 finish points just goes to show that how different the two facets of their gameplay has been and how disbalanced this team has felt, especially after the departure of Robin from their lineup. But we still transition from the 25th spot to the 32nd spot. Now, this is the danger zone that I was talking about, Johnny. This is where you do not want to be if you are one of the big names, if you are Wingod, if you are Enigma, if you are WSB, or anybody else, for a matter of fact.
No one wants to be there. You get absolutely nothing at the end of the day if you are 25 to 46. It is going to be very tough decision to survive, but let's see. I mean, as we move to the second last page of the rankings, again, a few surprises as we keep moving forward, because Claw was a team that people had a lot of expectations from what we saw from their side in the recently concluded BGIS. Then there's Team Empire. They have new additions, Jadoo and Rockstar added to the roster, and still the performance is just not there in the team.
Exactly. You know, to be honest, you just completely can't count them out. Of course, we are going to be talking about them. You've got teams from 41st to the 48th spot, the last page of the overall standings, ladies and gentlemen. And especially for teams on this particular page, I think it's all about getting back into that mental reset, getting back into the mental state.
I have a question. How do you get back from playing 4 matches and having secured no placement points?
Possibly just trying to focus on placement points maybe in the next game that you play, just trying to survive, at least get yourself off the mark.
It needs to be all about survival. It needs to be all about survival up until you see yourself in the 6th stage of the game. That is when you start taking those fights, because you notice all of these teams that are doing very well for themselves. We talk about Team Soul, we talk about Big Brothers is an exception, because Big Brothers do have a tendency of overexerting themselves during mid-game. If they realize, all right, we might not make it to the late game stages, they'll start taking fights very early on. Whereas you see the other teams, Gladiators, Team Soul, all of these teams just pace themselves, hold back as long as possible, and then in the extreme late game is where the finish points are collected. And hopefully all of the teams at the bottom do see or figure out a way to make these adaptations.
Absolutely. Making adaptations is going to be the key. But of course, speaking of making adaptations, I think it's got to start right now, because the two groups that are going to be playing each other, Group number 3 and Group number 5. This is going to be very interesting, because we were talking about Team X-Park. Team X-Park is playing their game. Lucknow Giants have been surprisingly good in the matches that they've played. Not so much in terms of how it represents on the overall standings, but the gameplay speaks for itself.
But you know, as we've talked about X-Park, Lucknow Giants, there are two more teams for whom this game is very important. ORB and Hydra, who are competing for the podium finishes, the podium spots on the first page of the leaderboard. Especially Hydra. We saw them take that first position on day 1 itself. They tried their level best to hold on to it in the midst of day 2, but it was Team Together Esports who turned out to be the better team on day number 2. Now it's Hydra's opportunity. You start the day, you have 2 matches back to back. Be consistent. If they can finish in the top 3 in both the games, I think the first position should be theirs.
I think the most important conclusion which I can derive from your statement is that the beacon of hope is still alive for a majority of the teams out there. Because, see, if one team can do it, I think the others can follow suit as well. Gladiators have been the living example of how you can make a comeback in a tournament like this, especially in the early stages. So, if you've got two more games remaining, which majority of the teams have still, they only have played 3 games, I think they can mount that big comeback. But then again, it kind of comes down to the combination situation you were talking about.
Yeah.
How do you pace yourself throughout this particular game? But speaking of a pace, right? Today is the last day. Today is a day where Group Blue ends their journey in week number 1. How do you think the pace of the game is going to be throughout?
Oh, I think the teams that are sitting at the bottom of the rankings might just give us a few exciting moments, because if you are still in the single digits with 2 matches left or with 1 match left, you can't really do much, right? Might as well drop clash a team at the top, see if you can wipe them out. If they can cause some trouble for them in the early stage of the tournament, they can possibly create an opportunity for a comeback for next week.
Yeah.
That is something that teams can think, but again, it's like you are thinking way ahead of yourself. It can backfire upon you. So it's all just theory as of now. You have to be careful when you step into the game.
Of course, I mean, I would want to spill the beans in terms of what's happening, ladies and gentlemen. It seems like the Big Bird has actually taken off and currently is in the skies, prepared for the first match of today's day. It's going to be the map of Erangel, and we do have the flight path in front of our screens, Pilot Johnny.
It is going to be an exciting game, ladies and gentlemen, because we have a pretty short and tilted flight path. This one is leaning towards the western side of the map, Salty. It starts from Severny, goes all the way to Primos, and we know the eastern side has been favored by a lot of these teams in the recent days. I mean, we talk about Yasnaya clusters, we talk about the Milta farm clusters that usually form, but right off the bat, the early exiters are there. We see God's Reign heading towards their home ground of Yasnaya, Reckoning Esports taking the Stalber Kamishki Hill, and Lucknow Giants. I believe they're going to split between the Northern Georgia city and Zarki. I don't know if they're going to head to Zarki, to be honest.
Even I'm kind of very surprised to actually find out. We will eventually find out when the circle does pop. But speaking of the usual circles that we have seen so far, has sort of been towards on the right-hand side, favoring Mansion, favoring Prison, the Lipovka side of things. So I think majority of the teams will try and glide towards on that part of the map itself. And I think that is kind of visible from that match graphic as well. Look at the parachutes, right? Trying to glide on top of Pochinki, on top of School, and trying to be on the other side of the map. And once again, here we go. A rather default circle to start things off, Johnny.
Oh, while coming up to the studio, we were having this conversation. Today is going to be a slow day. This is going to be one of the slowest circles you could ask for on the map of Erangel, ladies and gentlemen. But just because it is a slow circle doesn't mean the teams are going to take it slow, because we have a first fight, first drop clash breaking out in the city of Yasnaya Poliana. It's going to be God's Reign taking on the players of 5 Filter Esports. God's Reign, they're used to this situation. They know how to take on Yasnaya drop clashes.
They certainly do, right? And it kind of comes down to how they want to play this out, especially with them not being in a comfortable position on the overall standings. I think had this team been a little higher, possibly in the first or the second page, they would have had the option of taking an early fight. But right now, I think securing that exit strategy is really important, and that is exactly what happened over there.
Did you see that roof?
That was a flex.
Yeah.
I think I've got to start my side. No. Yeah, not being default for sure, and also some sort of a side hustle so that I can actually afford these vehicles in real life, so that I can also flex while coming into the studio.
All right. We're going to leave it at that, not taking that any further. But bringing it back to the game, I mean, as we're talking about this Yasnaya situation, 5 Filter Esports and God's Reign, we know, I mean, as we were talking about it, they have this one strategy, the players of God's Reign. They will try and force the opposing side to just one edge of the city and then make sure that control. It's always the western half that God's Reign like to control. And they have made sure, or in fact have a history of making it work quite well for themselves in the past. But we just noticed a few seconds ago, 7 Shore Esports, they were on our screens. We saw the players of X-Park quite close to them. X-Park heading towards that military base. That is where they're going to start the game from. Although I think they expected the island to be completely empty, considering Metal is not there, Gladiators aren't there either. So a lot of those military-based teams, especially the big contenders, weren't really going to be present in this lobby, but still 7 Show Esports. Now, that is a question that you have to ask yourself. Do you take the risk of that bridge fight?
It's going to be interesting. I think only time can tell, especially because even for X-Park, right, I think Erangel is going to be one of their strongest suits in their arsenal. We've seen them pull off that chicken dinner, and I think for that to happen, Team X-Park will have to have a slow early game, get themselves that inventory, get themselves the loot done as well. They just arrived here at military base, so it definitely is going to take them some time. And considering the fact that there is no contestation towards at Nova Rupner as well, so I think that bridge is also going to be available for them.
It is going to be available for them. But the tricky part about Nova Rupner Bridge is the fact that while not a lot of times you won't see a ferry pier team push the military bridge, a lot of the times they're going to go along their merry way. The teams in Milta have this tendency to just gatekeep the teams crossing from that Nova Rupner Bridge, especially a team like Hydra. I believe they are going to look for that early game fight.
Exactly, and I think for Team Hydra as well, they will be looking for those early battles because their number one spot was taken away from them.
Exactly.
This is a hungry outfit right now, especially in prime form. Players like Dora OP, I still remember, of course, it was sort of snatched away from him, the fight against ORB on the map of Sanhok, what I'm talking about. 3 players. Man had not a lot of cover to work with. He had a DBS to work with as well. 3 players arming down in front of him, and he just shoots them, executes them one by one. So he is extremely skilled. And in terms of attacking gameplay, I think Hydra has sort of rewritten the book. So for them to kind of contest that Nova Rupner Bridge, it certainly is a possibility. Team Xpark will have to find out, but another team who's sort of also taken up attacking boots is going to be Team Reckoning. I mean, we still remember that fight against Autobots where on the map of Miramar, they just absolutely dished them out in an open circle.
Yeah, it was impressive. I mean, Reckoning Esports have been quite phenomenal, and especially the one thing that makes Reckoning special is they know how to play on the back foot. They know how to play defensive. They know how to play with the man disadvantage. Because every single time we see Reckoning Esports, majority of the times it's just with 3 players or 2 players, but they still manage to make it to the late stages of the game, and that is one of the reasons why this team has been impressive. But it is also thanks to the fact that Reckoning Esports, the players individually, have a lot of experience under their belt.
Very history, a lot of history for these players from Reckoning, and I think that legacy sort of carries on, especially when you are attached to such a brand. But having said that, I think the main agenda for the day, or the main motive for every single team out here, is to try and outperform, especially for the teams in the first page. They're going to be looking at war right now to get those 25 extra points, right? What do you do in that situation when you know you're just inches away from it? It's like chasing a small target in cricket where you know that the target isn't really high, but it just leads you to confusion. Do you go aggressive? Do you go defensive? And in an attempt to do that, your pace just absolutely goes shambles and you fall down and go off track very quickly.
I'm actually quite surprised no one's actually thought about the fact that if Hydra ends up finishing on the first position and they get those 25 extra points, then due to the bonus points aspect, it will be extremely difficult for the rest of the teams to catch up to them in the following week. I understand the reshuffles are going to be there, but still in the overall rankings is where you need to be in the top 16. It's not going to matter which group you're a part of, as long as you're in the top 16 on the overall leaderboard. That is the only scenario where you make it to the final. So Hydra and ORB right now are allowed, or are being allowed, next level freedom, and these all of the rest of the competition, all the other 13 teams, 14 teams inside of the lobby right now, I think are going to be thinking of taking on these teams, but maybe those early drop clashes are too risky for them to make it work.
You know, I think the only strategy for teams like possibly Team Together Esports or somebody else at the very top, be it Team Soul, right? The only way they can stop Team Hydra right now currently is by being extremely aggressive, because Hydra still have those 2 games in hand and the point difference is not high. They only are trailing TTE by 13 points, which they can cover in just 1 game in itself. Easily. So having said that, they also have the added advantage of not only preparing themselves a buffer, but also gaining that additional 25 points. And also the fact that week 1 standings is basically the overall standing. So this is the ideal platform for Hydra to be like, all right, fine, we have 1 step inside that grand finals top 16.
It's basically the overall standing still now, till week 1. Once we move on to week 2, then the points are going to be added again to the overall rankings, and lots of maths basically is going to happen, more maths. But talking about making calculations, and we have Xpark who made the calculation that the military bridge is going to be empty right now. But you see on the map, the players of ECE are closing in from that eastern edge, and Xpark, they're going to be so lucky with that rotation. The circle does not move too far away from them. It's just a central shift, but still salty. I think I'm going to take my words back. This is going to be an exciting game of Erangel because look at the cluster of teams moving towards the center of the zone right now.
You know, I think I completely agree with you. Team X-Park, they don't really fear the worst. They sort of had the premonition that there might be somebody in those compounds, and Dreams, knowing the kind of player he is, he will try and venture out. But look at this particular fight. It's a 1v1. Pasha with the shotgun is going to find the connection.
My chest hurt just looking at that shot. But still, Blood Rose Esports, they're going to be very happy about this. The first finish of the game going into the hands of Team BR. And it was Pasha OP who was able to pin down that one individual from the side of 5 Filter Esports in that corner room, finishing him off in a brutal manner. But Blood Rose Esports, they also realize that they are surrounded. Look at the radar. There are 2 teams circling them like vultures.
Circling them like vultures. But will they be hunting them down like eagles? That's the question, because Blood Rose Esports, I think this team is prepared, especially with the kind of armory they have. I mean, look at that. An M249 to work with, almost about 300 bullets on that weapon. You've got level 3 armor, level 2 helmet as well, and a lot of throwables to kind of work with. So I think Autobots, for them, the right decision would be to try and fall back. But look at this entire cluster. It seems like the entire map in itself has had a lot of traffic issues right now, because so many teams in vehicles right now coming in close contestation. We saw Team X-Park come under close contestation against Execute Esports, and now Autobots as well. They also have Redemption Clue pretty close by, so anything can potentially happen, Johnny.
Anything can happen. Anything can go wrong, because it seems like majority of the teams in the lobby had the same thought running through their head. Play with the center. There's no one gatekeeping anyone. There's no one playing on the edge apart from X-Park, and that was because they were forced to be there. But talk about situations of being forced upon you, and Redemption Crew right now is just forcing teams to abandon this potato hill, which they have in their control and they want to be here for a long time. It's a nice high ground advantage that they have, and they can do a lot from this position.
You know, Redemption Crew kind of, I still remember that debacle where it happened to Baymax, right? Falling short on that rotation and just falling short from the team as well. But this time,
they're early. Now they're early.
Exactly, right? They've made amendments, and this is exactly the point which I was talking about. Making these micro adjustments, fixing your small errors will help you in your way. But look at this, Team Claw, PMW, IGL, in the middle of nowhere, honestly. And he had an idea that there was another team, THW, rotating right underneath his noses, but the natural hilltop, the natural cliff, just not really offering any line of sight.
Exactly, so hilarious. You hear the commotion of the vehicles, the engines firing, the vehicles passing you by, but you don't really see them. They're on the other side of the ridge. Claw, they tried the level best. Shots were fired, but no one went down. But as Claw, they tried to rotate. They find themselves running into a trap. And it's going to be IGL. They're going to take a massive hit upon themselves. Smokes fails to find a knock, but Insidious from the flank. He's still looking to make it work. Just one bullet on the body, and that will be it, but it doesn't really connect. The red dot, not really the best scope Insidious hoped he was going to have at that time.
I mean, the tracking was nice, but look at this circle, the hard shift. Oh my god, every single team right now has been thrown off guard, the swarm of vehicles, but it's Team X-Park. As a matter of fact, this team is going to find an easy entry, possibly the first one to make that entry and find a good spot.
Salty, the entire city of Pochinki is empty, there's no one there. You can take whichever building you want, and yes, you were right. The X-Park is going to be the first one there, but the question is, where do they choose to make their stronghold? It seems like they're choosing the center, they're sticking to the center. And how will this decision turn out to be? I'm a little bit concerned about this because there's not a lot of cover to work with. You have just 1 or 2 small buildings out in the open. Not a lot of escape options as well. And we see the players of Redemption Crew actually pushing in their direction. So it's going to be a fight right off the bat. Alright, it's not Redemption Crew, it's Gen X FM. And it's going to be Sarang lobbing a few nades inside of that building. None of them connect though. Sarang still being ever so patient. Ever so concerned about his own safety as well. The smoke's laid out in the back as a backup option in case he needs to fall back and rejoin his teammates. But still, he hasn't given up. And now, there's 3 nades left. Damage was dished out with the last one, but has to be a little bit concerned about managing his utility as well.
Managing his utility as well as managing the number of teams who can converge upon Team X-Park, because these barn houses, I'm not really sure if they are the safest havens. I mean, just like you said, they had the entirety of Pochinki empty, but they chose not to actually try and find those positions. But Sarang, In fact, actually will find a player on top of the hill. Shots won't be connected. Team Xbox have come very close to multiple teams so far, but haven't really been able to find that first hit. It's still 63 players who are still alive. And all of a sudden, it seems like Pochinki right now is being flooded. Team Xbox right now are being flooded with multiple teams, considering the fact that they had the center. But Johnny, to be honest, I'll tell you one thing. I have been researching a lot on the circle so far, and I wouldn't be surprised if there's another hard shift going on towards the right.
Yeah, I think that is going to happen. But one more thing that is going to happen is the demon in the game, ladies and gentlemen, is about to be slayed. And this time it's going to be the GOAT himself who does the job for his team, 7 Show Esports, finding their second finish of this match. And they were struggling for a little bit in the early stages of this game, but now it seems they have found that stable footing they were looking for. And again, 7 Shore playing from that southeastern shoreline. But we'll talk about that in a bit, because Reckoning is...
Oh, head-on collision. They're going to be kicking themselves. But as soon as that happened, but the spray comes in from Mr. Spray, does a little bit of a damage on the vehicle, but nothing on the player. But look at the hit back, Mr. Spray, almost 40% HP.
Yeah, just slamming your vehicle in your own teammate is never an advisable option for anyone. And Autobots, because of that, allowed the opportunity for Reckoning Esports to take the shots, the retaliation shots, which in fact did connect. And are going to force Autobots in a corner, because now look at what Reckoning has done. Reckoning, they've inched inside the circle. They're going to try and gatekeep the opposition that was just trying to finish them off mid-rotation. And they won't be too happy with the fact that Autobots are going to try and force their way into the zone from the eastern edge itself. Look at that. Look at what this team is up to. And they're not alone. Even Hydra is pushing for that Potato Hill, Salty.
Yeah, they certainly are pushing for that Potato Hill. But so far, will they be pushed off from that location is going to be the question. Coming back into these barn houses. Seems like an invisible peace treaty being signed between players from Team Xbox and Genix FM. They've sort of mutually decided that, all right, it's fine. I mean, for sure, you know that I'm here. I know that you're there as well. We don't really want to lose players. But speaking of losing players, what's happened? It's an entire bloodbath. And ORB, they are sort of breathing, not really breathing so far.
Yeah, only one man left breathing. It's going to be Vish. Oh my god, his body was visible. Viper barely dodging the damage of the nade. Is barely going to manage to survive, but the last man is going to be there with a sliver of HP. It's not going to happen. Swatting flies mid-air. Vision with an amazing vision. Fails to see the Viper that was there to strike. And what an amazing moment. He won that duel with 10 HP upon him. Such a risky moment for Blood Rose Esports, almost on the verge of getting wiped out.
Exactly. I mean, it was a 1v1 in the end. Every single player, all the 6 players were knocked out, but we'll talk about that a little while later. It seems like Immortal is not in the best of positions. Out in the middle of nowhere and from the back lines, it's going to be Hydra. Sparshopi does find the knock, but he has been finished off, executed from planet Erangel.
Look at this nade. The Aurora. Hoping to see if he can find the pick with that nade. Fails to do so, but Punk has taken a lot of damage. But it's going to be the nade from the side of Autobots. That secures the knock. Rico still not giving up. Sirvio on the flank. Reckoning Esports, this is going to be their end. This is going to be their reckoning. Is they going to be wiped from the game? Autobots from one end. There's another team waiting for them on the other side of the Potato Hill. There's no escape from this. Hunters, he's trying to save Punk. It's going to be a difficult job for him. Hydra on the other side having escaped the fight against Reckoning. They run into the players of Claw. Spray God still alive. Healthy and well left there with a shotgun, a DBS in his hand. Sees the players inside the building. Is going to try and line up the shots, but needs to be careful as well. He is outnumbered. Outgunned. Has a lot of utility to work with, but the moment he tries to go for the cook, he's going to be in trouble. But the team making a lot of mistakes. Claw, they're going to be very upset with themselves. Spray God, he has been giving a second chance at life. A second chance in this fight. The shots from the DBS do connect, and a lot of damage has been listed out to the opposition, but still Spray God, he's very resistant. Sees him prone down, waiting for another shot. Fails to connect and overpeak. He overpeaked, thought he was gonna run indoors into that corner room to win that fight, but Saga outplayed him. He outsmarted Spray God in that one play.
That fight just did not really make sense in my head. That was so unorthodox, so chaotic. And the micro decisions, of course, it's just a lot of emotions that the players were feeling in that situation. Nobody was able to withstand the risk. But speaking about withstanding risk, it seems like Blood Rose Esports, they still have a little bit of authority, a lot of real estate to control. It seems like Lucknow Giants, they definitely have spotted them, and it seems like they have spotted gaps in that little bit of a fortress. How will they find that entry point on the circle?
This is history in the making, Salty. We have seen this X-Pac do this before. They are again in a very wonderful position inside the circle of Erangel. The last time they did this, the chicken dinner was there. They dominated that game, and this time there's just one team standing in their way. It is going to be the side of Gen X FM. But as we look at the players of Lucknow Giants, Ghosty seems like he is aware about the position of Blood Rose Esports and is connecting shots every now and then. But Blood Rose, they have just a slight advantage. You know what? They were playing with a 2-2 split.
Yeah, they certainly were playing with that 2-2 split, but they will have to have the entire armory inside the circle itself. Seven Shore from the backlines, they were extremely empty, extremely out in the open, and it seems like Team X-Pac will be punishing them for that. But God's Reign, how did this team manage to find themselves in another debacle? Ninja Jord, their last beacon of hope, once again, just the lone survivor for the team itself. And from the backlines, it's going to be Goat who finds his third frag for his team.
I was just wondering, where is this man shooting from? But Goat, he's just absolutely phenomenal. A sliver of HP, running for the trenches with a tire that's not really there. Oh, should have stuck in the first one, my man. Should have stayed back. But no, just a moment of desperation coming in from the players of Seven Shore. Goat is going to be finished off for sure, but X-Pac, they're seeing the players of Redemption Crew running into those trenches, and Redemption Crew are there to take on the players of Seven Shore. Oh, I thought it was going to go all the way.
It's going to be an absolute gang fight. Redemption Crew, they enter like absolute beasts and find redemption by completely finishing off Team Seven Shore. But on the other side, it seems like an explosion has sort of happened.
It was such a letdown because we thought Trios was going to fly his car to like just beyond the trench, go to the other side. It was going to be a cool moment, and then it just dropped.
No, so it's like you fly your car, you get mid-air, then you disembark, right? Gives you that little bit of a heroic entry feel while the car still flies and you're shooting.
Yeah, but that didn't happen. It just went like 1 feet.
It's fine, man. It's the topography of the map and the vehicles are not that fast.
Hey, they have 8 points, alright. We'll give them the points to style. 8 points is good.
Yeah, I mean, 8 points is certainly good, and they are inside the top 7 also.
That is true.
I'm not really sure if they are going to be happy about it, but they're under Team X-Pac's crosshair, so that is something which they have to worry about completely out in the open.
I've been wondering, I mean, we've been talking about X-Pac so much, but they have 0 finishes till now. They've had a lot of teams fighting it out, taking each other out, securing points among themselves all around them. But X-Pac, while they have the information, while they have the line of fire available, up until now have just refused to be a part of the action.
Exactly. I think the house around them has sort of crumbled, but they're the only ones. They're in that safe. They're in that safe where there's nothing happening inside of those barn houses.
It's a panic room.
It's a panic room.
You lock yourself in and don't let anyone in.
In times of apocalypse. And it seems like this is apocalypse happening in the rice fields of Puchinki right here. Gen X FM just completely clutched in that small little corner. But look at Phoenix, right? I mean, he knows exactly his position has been marked. Gen X FM will bombard him with throwables as well. So no smokes is going to save him whatsoever.
Yeah, they know exactly where he is. They know there's a rock behind the smokes that's there to deflect the nades. Phoenix has taken a lot of damage already, and just one last nade or even a Molotov from one of the players from the side of Gen X FM would have done the trick, but they run back indoors because they realize that their safety is also compromised at this point. And this was just an absolute debacle. The Blood Rose Lucknow Giants fight that happened. They just ran in and sacrificed themselves.
You know, I've always been talking about there's a flip switch in Blood Rose Esports, and that was another moment. But speaking of moments itself, it seems like Team X-Pac will be challenged for the first time in this game itself, and a big challenge in the form of Redemption Crew. Nades and throwables to kind of flush them out, but so far, no movement whatsoever. And Sarang goes down.
Sparks flying with that. The players themselves, Sarang getting knocked out with his own grenade. A massive blunder from the players of X-Pac and Redemption Crew. They have an opportunity to redeem themselves. Reams hiding in a corner, looking to survive. Will he make it though? Barely a few pixels on that floor. Just barely outside the damage radius of that Molotov.
Spray God?
But it's not even
Nice!
Spray God running downstairs from the first floor, and Redemption Crew got completely off guard. Dude, are they not wearing earphones?
Exactly right. I felt like Spray God was going to be that X factor of an addition in this fight itself. And now look at this. Trios, a drop shot. It takes down Sarang. Beautiful execution. But once again, the man, the myth, the legend, Spray God. A new addition to the team. Carrying the flag, carrying the beetle once again. Team X-Pac, they have survived the Hurricane, but another one is on its way in the form of Genix FM.
This game, I have to say, is filled with hilarious team fights. Things you would not normally expect, mistakes that aren't supposed to be made. Alan just blows up his own teammate. Yeah, something else is going on right now within these teams, but Genix FM, they don't really care. They're still looking for points. 6 secured already. Dreams down on his knees. Spray God yet again the last player surviving from the side of X-Park, and we all know he's going to be pushed with the DBS. And the players from Genix FM, they are climbing up.
What?
Spray God, a 1v2 on the staircase. What an amazing moment. 9 rounds left in the bag. Again, a Clutchmeister being born in front of our eyes.
Spray God, this man, I don't know what he's had for breakfast, but I think right now he has Genix FM to have for lunch or possibly even dinner. But man, this is an awkward silence.
That
Troybull's
was
being
an
utilized
awkward
as well.
name.
But look at Spray God. He doesn't even flinch. He's still on that revive. He knows that Genix FM will not have the balls to try and push up against him, considering the performance that we've just seen. But I just wonder, how did those two players could not really connect the shots?
Because Spray God took lessons from Muhammad Ali. Move like a butterfly, sting like a bee. And this time, the bee, well, it's the DBS itself. But Genix FM, they made a brilliant move. They went downstairs. They wanted to go through the windows and put some pressure on the players of X-Park with the utility that they had, force them on the staircase, and then bring the shotguns in play. X-Park did not allow them the opportunity. Spray God and Dreams still present in this match, hoping for the win, hoping to bring themselves from that night to the top 3. The smoke is going to allow him a little space to move with. In the meanwhile, Genix FM, they're looking to wrap things up with the players of Blood Rose, who are still outside the zone.
I'm not really sure if that is a good idea, to be honest, because Genix FM, now the attention has been diverted, and we know what Spray God can do. This man is in prime form right now. 2 barn houses and 2 teams, of course. It's a 3v2 between Team X-Park and Genix FM, and Viper OP from the backlines finds a knock. This is amazing stuff. It seems like Team X-Park, they have it written in their stars.
It has been written in the stars for X-Park to have a good game this time around, but the win is still a question mark. Now look at where Dreams is. He's trying to hold the outside flank, making sure that Genix FM have no escape options available. But one thing that neither of these teams have taken into account is the presence of... Wow. That is just you being lucky, Crypto. How many people have avoided Molotovs this way? I mean, and we remember Dream standing in just, like, literally just a corner. I think it was just 1 square footage of space that he was standing in. And as I was saying earlier, Viper, his position, they're completely unaware of this. And this man is going to be the game changer. Because if he takes down one from the side of X-Park, that guarantees the win to Genix FM. If he takes down a player from the side of Genix FM, he evens the playing field for the players of X-Park, who are hiding behind the smokes. Sprays connect again. It's going to be the DBS in the hands of Spray God. Yet again, the man goes big. One man finished off, 2 down low. Spray God, he's down to 30% HP, but the energy boosters are there. But Viper has 2 nades left, and he's not afraid to lob them towards the players of Genix FM. Mox, look at that. He is already down to around 50 HP. He's looking to climb back indoors, and back in the barn houses, Genix FM go. The fearless Marathas aren't so fearless anymore.
They certainly aren't, because the situation has forced them to be in this situation right now. I mean, Genix FM, they know the blue circle is pushing them. The circle will force them out of that barn house eventually. They know Blood Rose has their position marked. They know Team X-Park has their position marked. And from a situation where it felt it was going to be a cakewalk, it seems like it's going to be an impossible task for Genix FM, but they do find that knock and finish onto Viper, so it's going to be interesting. It's a 2v2 right now, but Dreams and Spray God, they still manage to disguise their presence inside the smoke, and through the smoke itself, this man finds a knock, finds a connection. Spray God is invincible.
They had 7 smokes, Genix FM, but they don't have the opportunity to use them now. Moksha in a 1v2. And he can't even fall back to go for the revive. Hitmarker is there. Spray God looking around the finish, and he finds it. What an amazing game. What a finish from the players of X-Park, and especially Spray God. I mean, the man has gotten the name, played like an absolute god of BGMI. Although we saw the sprays in the very end, it was the magic weapon, the DBS, that gave us the highlight moments from this match.
I mean, to be honest, I don't even know. I can't even digest the fact that how did Spray God manage to keep X-Pac in this game, because they had no business being alive for so long, let alone getting the chicken dinner. But this man just clinched Team X-Pac by their neck, and you're like, all right, fine, you're gonna get the chicken dinner. I'll make sure that happens.
I'll just say this out frontly, Salty. I'm just confused what went down in that game. There were so many team fights that were botched. Teams not really getting information before going for the push. We saw the trenches fiasco that happened. 4 teams went down there, by the way. Then we had X-Pac holding on to that barn house for so long with no eliminations being secured for all of that control. But I don't know what I can say all about all of this. I'm gonna have to rewatch the games.
Exactly. I think your mouth is shut, my mouth is shut as well. All of our speeches have been stopped. But I'm pretty sure there's something else which also kind of will take away your speech away from you. That is going to be a new web series which is coming up from side of Crofton. One of our closest friends, Mr. Ocean Sharma, is still inside of it. So it's going to be interesting. I mean, he is one of the cast. He's one of the actors. I didn't know he actually acts. Actually.
Yeah, he did theatre for like a good 10, 12 years. But anyways, let's have a look at what Mr. Sharma has been up to with Crofton. Bolti Bun, ladies and gentlemen. Here's the promo. Let's have a look.
BGMI, it's not an easy game.
Hi guys.
Chico! Mummy? गाड़ी लेकर आ गया और वो भी बाइक. हाँ? इधर क्या भेलपूरी चाटपूरी खाने को जा रहे क्या रे? वैसे तूने गेम तो प्रैक्टिस किया है ना?
वो ना स्टोरेज फुल हो गया है.
BGMI, it's not just a game, it's an emotion. तुम लोग गिड़गुड़ कर करके चैंप्स बन गए और मैं नुबड़ा का नुबड़ा ही रह गया ना.
Well, that was Bolti Band presented to you by Crofton India Esports. I'm pretty sure it's going to be fun because from the trailer itself, it looks pretty interesting.
We're going to watch it, Salty.
We're going to watch it because I got specifically intrigued by the... I think it's going to be out on YouTube.
Yes.
Very soon. It
Esports,
says coming soon, but I got intrigued by the fact that they had a Ouija board in there right in the first scene, right, to try and get the attention. I think they've definitely hooked my attention as well. But speaking of attention, I think the first game that we have had today, this was the D-Day for Group Blue, and the first game in itself has hooked all our attention, not just Johnny and me, but I also think that your attention, who you were watching it back at home as well, I think your attention has also been hooked. This was a fabulous game.
It was a fabulous game indeed, and from a lot of these teams, we are going to have a look at the highlights of the match in a few seconds, and I mean, you are all going to witness this all over again, ladies and gentlemen. Let's have a look at the highlights of the previous game, because the match was just so amazing. I mean, from the right of the bat, we talked about the intense control displayed by the players of God's Reign and Yasna. Blood Rose Esports was having a pretty fun time for themselves, racking up finishes, running after teams like they owned the entire map.
Absolutely right. And
one more, look at this.
It was Viper and Vision, right? Two players who have been absolutely brilliant in clutch situations. And then this was another moment where I felt like a lot of that 1v1 hesitation remained in Hydra's mind, and that sort of resulted in their demise.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of 1v1 hesitations within a lot of players. It just felt like all of the players that were praised for their individual brilliance, their mechanical prowess in the last 2 days, today for some reason were just too scared to take those fights. Because you talk about that Hydra moment, right?
Yeah.
You see a player lying on the floor.
Exactly.
He's mid-animation while he's coming up. Why aren't you pushing?
Exactly, he had so much vision from that TPP, but this is the moment which sort of changed Team X-Pac and their fate as well. I think, if I'm not mistaken, Spray God, I did not really count, he must have done a 1v3 or a 1v4 in this situation, and this was another moment, right? I kind of felt Redemption Crew, they had, or rather, I think it was Redemption Crew, right? They had such a nice moment in that situation. Two players speaking out from the staircase itself and Spray God being the only target. How could they not connect?
So I'll tell you this, at this point, if I was one of the players from the side of Gen X FM, I would be afraid to come across Spray God in any of the upcoming games. Anytime, anywhere. Because this man destroyed the entire team not once, but twice in the same match, all by himself.
I'll tell you one thing, right? For Spray God, I think majority of his finishes in this game came through
Genesis
his
FM.
came through his intuition, right? Man did not really have a vision
Yeah.
on majority of the finishes. He was inside of the smoke, playing the smoke criminal. Now, he had the vision when he got the finish on top of the barn house. He had the vision first time. The second time, he just felt his gut. He was like, all right, fine, I'm going to go for the pre-fire.
Yeah.
The second finish, where he just absolutely went bonkers, he went with the hit marker. This is the sign of an experienced player.
I mean, this is a sign of experienced player, and if you want to see an inhuman moment, something that normally would not be possible, it was that fight on the first floor of the barn house where two players from the side of Gen X FM were just unloading clips towards Spray God, and he basically went Neo from the Matrix, just dodging every single shot left and right, jiggling in and out, and then shooting in tandem with his DBS, and he took down both of them. I don't know how many times he got hit.
I mean, you know what, Johnny? I think I kind of feel the fear of missing out looking at Spray God and his skills, but I hope that when I equip something as beautiful and something as pretty as the Fool's Blessing skin, maybe I just have those skill sets. I don't know, man. I'm just trying. I'm just trying my level best to upgrade my game.
I mean, you can upgrade your game if you get the Fool's Blessing on basically anything else from the kit, Salty. You know you can get other items as well.
Yeah, the Mocky Monochrome DP28.
Yeah.
I think that is one of my favorites as well.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, there's a lot to be gained, and it's very easy. Like, I asked Salty where we can watch the Bolti Band. You guys can follow us on our socials, Crafton India Esports, and that is where all the updates are going to come from. For this, it's very simple. Go inside the game, reward section. It's right there.
And just spin the wheel. It's not even difficult. Just spin the wheel. I think Team X-Park also kind of spin the wheel, and today it was the day of luck.
Yeah,
and
that was definitely
that luck, Lady Luck, just blessed them so much. I think Spray God for sure. You've got to give it to skill as well. You can't take it away, take the entire performance away on the basis of luck itself. But it's not just about Team X-Park as well. So many other teams. You've also got to talk about Gen X FM. You've got to talk about Blood Rose Esports. And the entire game in totality was such a chaotic wrangle to start things off.
Yeah, that is, again, as I said, as soon as the game ended, I'm very confused with how the fights went in this game. Because in terms of rotations as well, as we were talking about at stage 2 onwards, such a massive cluster towards the center. And then the western shift happens. Teams start running towards the west. It moves down south. So teams are trying to deal with those challenges by playing the center, but then again, if everyone starts playing the center, then there's no space left. You will be running into early ambushes, early fights, and that will cause your mid-game stages, your late-game stages to take a nasty, nasty impact.
One of the key things which I sort of witnessed was that there were very hasty fights, right? Teams just charging in, ambushing into different compounds with their vehicles, trying to get those squad fights. They did not really have the time to think. We had a lot of dead space in the initial moments of the game. If you remember, it was a very slow game at the very start, but when the team started fighting, I think there was very less time to think, and teams have had to scramble for points. But speaking of points itself, I think one player has sort of outshined the rest. He's the MVP. No surprises. It has to be Spray God from Team X-Park. Be it in terms of stats, be it in terms of impact. I think this is the most amount of impact a new player, a transfer player can actually add to the team. This is the value because of which he has been gotten into the team itself.
Yeah, exactly. He has been so amazing today. I mean, and we're just getting started with the day itself. I hope X-Park and Spray God are consistent. The next game they play, it's going to be their last game of not just the day, but this week entirely. That match will decide how many bonus points X-Park get at the end of today, and it's going to be very important for them. Now that they have the momentum, they can build upon it. Same goes for Blood Rose Esports, but Blood Rose Esports was struggling in terms of the overall ranking, so for them, it's a little bit more important to perform today.
I think Blood Rose Esports also had that opportunity of kind of mounting that comeback from the second page to the first page. But we talk about the point standings in Team X-Park, of course, with 8 finishes and 15 position points, 23 points in totality. They have that number 1 spot. Gen X FM and Blood Rose, this has been a fantastic game for these two teams. And I have been constantly talking about them, and I say that they had that little bit of a switch up in their playstyle when one of their games they just go absolutely bonkers. Few games they lack in terms of consistency. This was one of their brilliant games, but I'll find out if they can follow it up with another good performance.
But also look at the other teams inside of the top 8. We have Claw, we have Redemption Crew, we have Version 9 who have stepped up quite nicely. We talked about teams on the last page playing for survival. They were there in the top 4. Version 9 was there in the top 4, and they did quite phenomenal. Top 5, my apologies. They did 3 finishes for themselves, 9 points in total. Had they done this since the start of day 1, they would have been inside of the top 16, I think.
I'm just observing this is so scrambled. I mean, Seven Shore had 7 elimination points and 1 position point. Redemption Crew had 10 elimination points and just 2 placement points as well. So it's just absolutely weird how scrambled it has been. And on the second page, majority of it's binary. It's zeros and ones, Johnny. Only a couple of numbers in 2s and 3s, of course. You've got Autobots in terms of 4. God's Reign, as a matter of fact, with 3 points.
I mean, you are talking about God's Reign, 3 points, right? At least God's Reign will have an opportunity to bring themselves back later on in the day. But ORB, Hydra, the next game is going to be their last one, and they have no points from this match. You never know. Maybe the bonus points you were hoping for, they're going to be recalculated, and they might not be as much as you would have hoped for.
You know, I was just following the script, man. I was just following the fact that, all right, fine, Hydra had performed all the way. Who would have thought that on the last day of Group Blue, we would have actually had such a massive shift, to be honest. I did not expect this coming. Team X-Pac right now have a massive opportunity. I think the gap that we were talking about, that they were trailing by about 20 points, and they have that right here, right now itself. Now they have one more game to go, and they have the opportunity to build a buffer, get those 25 points for themselves. I think the audience over there, they're feeling this spark. I think I'm feeling the spark as well, especially when you talk about this beautiful Avalanche X suit, which is coming very soon. Does suit on me, I think is going to suit on you as well. So maybe just gear up inside your game, get this for yourself, and do not be default. You know, this allows you proper flex on your friends. That is important.
Yeah, if you have an X suit, trust me, your friends are going to be very, very envious of how lucky you are to get it. I mean, it is something that everyone thrives to have inside the game. And of course, it's quite lovely to look at when you jump into a match with that outfit. Now, we keep talking about X-Pac, X-Suit.
Yeah.
I mean, can we make it happen?
Maybe we can make it happen, or maybe when you get that X suit, you possibly play as good as X-Pac as well. But you know, we've had enough of fun and games. I think this is time for business, and time for business, especially in the camps of ORB and Hydra we were talking about. I hope they're not in a state of panic.
I hope too, buddy, but it's going to be their last game of this week. As I mentioned, the deciding game for teams like ORB, Hydra, and X-Pac. And of course, the other teams from their groups have stepped up quite nicely. But now we have a switch up. Group 2 versus Group 3, and it's going to be the last game for Group 2 as well. So 2 groups playing their final matches of this week. Anything goes. In this one, anything goes.
Anything goes, absolutely. I think there are going to be a lot of contenders, to be honest. You've got Hydra, of course. One opportunity for them to kind of reclaim that territory, reclaim that throne for themselves. You've got Team X-Pac, who is on a massive momentum, to be honest. The last 2 Erangels that they've played, they've gotten a chicken dinner for themselves. Big Brothers on the other side, they've had enough finish points to work with. I think they have more than 30 finish points. Team Soul has been on a run, a chicken dinner on the first game of BMPS 2023. The storyline is massive in this one. You can't even forget Team Entity and their performance. I think Gamla Boy has been absolutely phenomenal. But speaking of being phenomenal, I think I've had a phenomenal person join me on the panel with me right now. It's Mr. Arka, who's looking so dashing. Oh my god, Arka, why do you look so handsome?
I guess it's my parents who made me.
You're dressed up so well. I absolutely love the blazer, by the way. But, you know, talking about the game in hand right now, right?
Yeah.
We've got multiple big teams contesting, possibly for their last game inside of Group Blue. I want to know your thoughts. What were you feeling, especially when you're watching game number 1 from the backseat and now coming inside of game number 2? How are you feeling right now?
I'm pretty excited if you ask me. Before this, I was just thinking that odds, the permutation and the combination which we keep speaking about, that is all I was thinking. But when I saw Blood Rose perform like that, and let me give you a small icebreaker. They had 30 points before this game. And 20 points in this, 50 points, they'll be getting the 4th position in the overall standing where Hydra was standing. And Hydra going down with 0 points, I think Blood Rose just did a switcheroo with Hydra.
Oh my god, I think that might just be a case. To be honest, I think so, right? Blood Rose Esports, they have sort of been inconsistent, but on the games that they have played well, they've gotten a lot of points for themselves. I still remember that first Miramar that they played, they had a lot of points to work with. This game that they've played, they've had a lot of points to work with. It's sort of like when they last until the very end on any map, they make sure that they have a good balance between finishes as well as position points. But now, of course, I would love to ask your prediction. Who do you think? Because you've been the only man on the English desk who sort of managed to break the trends. I want to know from you on the map of Miramar, who is going to get the winner chicken dinner?
It's going to be hard for me to predict this, but somewhere I feel it's going to be Entity or Big Brothers.
Entity?
Because Entity is also one of those consistent teams who have been performing. And one thing is for sure. See, those teams who did the hard work from day one are now reaping benefits for whatever they have done.
Yeah.
Team X Park were able to let loose of themselves because they've worked hard before. They've got position points in their hands. Finish points is something which they were lacking. So obviously they told their assaulters, you know what? You've done the job halfway. It's your chance now. Try to pick up as many finishes as possible. And once they did, you can see the results on the overall standing.
Exactly. I think Team X Park will be contesting for the 25 bonus points. Of course, bonus points will be the big criteria over here because as much as everybody wants to contest for the first page, wants to be inside the top 16, I think the only way you can ensure that you are in the top 16 is by getting those bonus points. Because you know, right, every single time at the end of every single week, the groups are going to be reshuffled. So your placement in that number 1 spot isn't going to help you unless and until you get those 25 bonus points. Speaking of bonus points itself, I think Team Entity is also pretty close by. You said they might be getting the winner chicken dinner. Gamla Boy has been in top form. What are your thoughts about him and the way he's carried forward? Because Entity before this tournament, they weren't looking the outfit they are looking right now.
You have to give credits to the youngsters of this group as well, or the youngsters of this team as well. Secret. Troy on the other side. Let's speak about Secret as of now. He's been supporting Gamla Boy every single time the fight is there, and I do believe that Gamla Boy from here on, in case gets restricted, then Entity's chicken dinner is going to be way far away.
Yeah, absolutely. I think it has to be sort of a team effort and Somraj leading them along the way as well. I think Somraj has been a phenomenal leader. He's sort of had multiple trophies decorating his cupboard as well. So I think he wants to add sort of this one in his bag. But to go there is a long journey, of course. And the long journey, the next step is going to be the map of Miramar. Now, speaking of the map of Miramar, right, we've had an Erangel which was very chaotic, open circles on the side of Puchinki. On the map of Miramar, it's going to be different. I think it's going to be a slow all the way, but teams have to find proper positions. We've seen Miramar circles being very dicey, Arka.
I hope to see the dicey zones even at this time, but at the same time, I need to add another team in my list. That has to be Team X Park. Because they've got Spray God. And since he is in his top form today, we expect him to do much more better. Those mid-range battles you saw, he just got the info about the player inside the window and then he came forward to finish him off.
Absolutely. But ladies and gentlemen, with that being said, it seems like match number 2 is going to be live. And this is the map of Miramar. I'm going to be a pilot for the day, and it seems like our journey does start from the side of Monte Nuevo and ends towards Campo Militar. It's going to be extremely important for us to find out if this flight path will facilitate the teams on towards the southern part of the map, right? For them, for whom the drop locations will involve Los Leones, Puerto Paraso, maybe Impala as well. So those are the locations where I think teams are going to be struggling a little bit.
I somewhere feel that they can somehow reach to those drop locations if they know the spawn locations perfectly.
Yeah.
And we have been seeing lately in the map of Miramar, those who choose to stay in the sky for a long time eventually get taken on by the teams to hit the ground first. So I'll be looking forward to see which are those teams to hit the ground first, pick up those guns, come out in the open and take those early birds down, because 1 or 2 finish points in the beginning is the perfect start for you to get on in the map of Miramar.
Perfect start for you to get in the map of Miramar. Now, speaking of a perfect start, it does start off from, of course, getting yourself good loot, right? Usually when we are on camera, there is a graphic, of course, which will tell you land, loot, and survive. It seems like Team Entity, who are the prime favorites, they are not going to be surviving for long, because Team Metal Wings, they were hot on their tails. Amijot spotted Somraj mid-air, and he was almost about to shoot the bird in the skies.
You can't just poke the bear and let it be. Metal Wings did that just now. They hit the leader himself. Now Somraj is going to gear up, tell his teammates, I want revenge, and they're going to rush in and finish off the side of Metal Wings, and I hope Metal Wings are getting themselves prepared. The best part about this is this: Somraj was in the air, the gunshots were coming in from one corner. That means they know the exact location of that person shooting towards Somraj.
Exactly. I think even Team Entity has sort of witnessed Team Metal Wings drop inside of El Pozo as well. They're on the other side, but the difference isn't massive. And considering what you said, right,
Yeah.
revenge will be in their mind, and Team Entity will be sort of looking forward to little bit of more finish points in their arsenal. I think there is a possibility for them to kind of get this fight, take this particular fight and get those finish points on board. But as we speak, Arka, there is a massive cluster on that left-hand side. I mean, you look at that, Road to Glory and Team Lucknow joins towards that Chumasara region. You've got 2 teams in El Pozo. You've got multiple teams in the central part towards Hacienda del Patron as well. So there are small little clusters scattered all around the map. Do you think these fights are going to break out, or do you think they're going to disengage as we proceed through the game?
I think they're going to just stay silent, because
Yeah.
all those pointers which you gave out, or all those places, are present within the circle.
Yeah.
So they're going to concentrate on farming first, getting the right kind of ammunition, the guns, the loadouts, and then concentrate on, getting those fights through. But before we move further, you can see the difference when it comes to Hydra's gameplay. Previously, they were concentrating on going to the center of the circle, somewhere in that region, try to get those early fights if possible. Since they're badly hurt in the previous map, now they're going to the corners, and they picked up a vehicle now.
Yeah, I mean, for Team Hydra, I think they got weirdly taken down on the map of Erangel. So I think it's sort of like a confidence head back, and considering their case, right, they are on a spot on the overall standings where one game can sort of make it and break it. We talked about, even before the broadcast, right, we were talking about how Hydra was sort of one of those teams who can get 25 bonus points. I think even in their back room as well, Hydra knew that they had the chance of getting 25 25 bonus points. And now that they have had a disaster of a map of Erangel, it does make sense that they're starting slow on the map of Miramar, does it?
I don't know. It's a pretty hard question to answer.
Mm-hmm.
But, one thought which is not going off my head is as to how Big Brothers Esports are going to be playing this. It's going to be a very crucial one. They
Yeah.
are the only team to have a consistent play from the day one. So I'm looking forward to see whether they'll continue their assault in the final circles, pick up that chicken dinner, and aim for the 25-pointer when it comes to the bonus points.
Yeah, one team that we have missed in all of this discussion is going to be Team Soul. Now, Team Soul, of course, even they have been a massive stakeholder in that cumulative scorecard that we get to see. They are in that first page. They've had a fantastic start to the tournament itself as well. And for Team Soul, I think they just had to carry on that momentum. They've got multiple things going their way. I think Omega as an IGL has sort of figured out the figured out the code to kind of break down circles. He knows exactly where the circles are going to form. Akshat and Goblin, you've been constantly mentioning, Arka, they are in their prime form right now. It's just about finding that consistency, and might happen right now. But for Team Soul, this is also their last game. It kind of feels like whoever gets the winner chicken dinner in this one, I think they will be walking away with the 25 bonus points.
I don't know about the bonus points, but I'm just loving the rotation coming in from the side of Team Soul. What they're aiming is the big mountains of Picado. And if you're holding that high ground for yourself, you can rake up as many finishes as possible, no matter where the circle is. The rotation clashes, it's going to go your way. It's going to be those finishes or the third party scenario which comes in. Those finishes also is going to be coming your way. At the same time, the Hacienda del Patron region, I've never seen Gamla Boy even think of dropping to that location. And the way he chose to go to that region, which is completely uncontested right now, is going to be rewarding him the center of the circle. I'll be hoping to see the similar outcome as that of Erangel in this game as well.
Possibly. And I think for Team Entity as well, they're not going to be facing challenges in those hills of Crater Fields, because neither do we have Blind Esports, nor do we have God's Reign. We have nobody to sort of challenge them on that location. Big Brothers certainly are in the vicinity, but again, it's sort of like ifs and buts. It might happen, it might not happen. Knowing Big Brothers, I don't think they will be prioritizing the Highlands, but speaking of Highlands, it seems like Team Soul have found themselves one. You were talking about the Picado Hills. A very nice high ground advantage for them to start things off with. But In terms of armory, in terms of inventory, I think Team Soul is still yet to sort of get themselves the absolute best. I mean, a couple of their players only have Tommy guns to work with, level 1 vests as well. I think they're yet to kind of get themselves a little more loot and then possibly prioritize the high grounds for themselves.
I don't know. I can see the 2 players are on the top already, where the rest of the others are trying to go in and get those loot as well. But look at what's happening on our screens right now. Entity versus X-Park. That's the last thing I wanted to witness in the beginning. But Gamla Boy sticks to his persistency, will be rewarded with 1 finish. Pukar has to go behind those ridges, but I don't think so. That opportunity is going to be given as Gamla Boy registered the first finish of this game. I don't know how Team X-Park got into the crosshairs, but you wouldn't want to be in the crosshairs of Entity, especially in this map.
You know, this is the beauty of Miramar. I think this is the brilliance of Miramar. The desert lands might not be the most pleasant atmosphere to actually play in, but it's the most challenging, and it tests your play. It tests you as a player. Team X-Park had no information that Entity were there, but this is what the game is all about, right? Trying to predict, having that premonition of where your opposition can be. And when a player like Gamla Boy, who is in peak form, just, you know, prones down and sprays you down like that, there's nothing that you can do. Team X-Park, who had the winner chicken dinner in the first game, now have to suffer the brunt of Gamla Boy. Their IGL is down and out. What can they come back from this particular game? What can they find from this game is still going to be a question. A massive dent in that journey for 25 bonus points once again. This is what I'm going to be talking about, by the way, throughout the day so far.
I would say that Dreams not sticking with Pukar was the big mistake which Pukar did. In the previous games, we were able to see the 2-man split was always working out for the side of Team X-Park. But this time, since Pukar thought that we've already done the job when it comes to the overall standing, let's try to experiment something and see, but failed horribly. And I would love to see them come back right now, stick together as a 3-man squad, and then continue their fight in the next circles to come.
And I think it's also because of the recent trends of prioritizing the center of the circle a little bit more, because usually in normal circles, Pukar in that situation would have had a lot more space, would have had a lot more wiggle room to go out, scout out different locations and get information. Since there are so many teams clustering around that central spot, it seems like there are multiple lines of sight open. But talk about the circle shift. I mean, it does appear to us that Entity as well as Big Brothers are sort of in that advantageous spot. Both of them have that high ground, by the way.
Yeah, I predicted these 2 names and I'm not shocked to them be present at the center
neither
of the
am I,
circle.
to be honest.
And also have a high ground for themselves, and not fighting with one another is going to be their top priority right now. Make sure that you clear off the rest of the players who are trying to come close to you so it becomes easier for you. Whereas Team Soul, the Picardo Hills seems to have backfired for them, and now they've come down from that high ground and making it inside the circle. The most important thing for any team to do in the map of Miramar while rotating has to be this: do not take shots while you have to make it inside the circle.
Yeah, I think that will be the mantra for Team Soul as well, but it seems like they cannot avoid taking shots right now because Team THW is staring them dead on the face right now, especially with the kind of position that they were holding. Team Soul were on the right side of the circle. They kind of knew that they had the opportunity to gatekeep them, so the shots were fired. But again, right, we were talking about inventory, we were talking about what sort of a weaponry Team Soul does possess, and it feels like they kind of lack a little bit in that department. But in terms of information, they do have a lot of information, and they plan on to stay away from the aggression as long as possible. This has been the pattern of Team Soul and their gameplay that we have seen so far. But look at this! What is happening? Team Soul Omega, he almost had a panic attack in that moment. Anxiety-inducing moments here in BMPS 2023. Gujarat Tigers rotating right underneath the noses of Team Soul, and Omega will have the opportunity to disembark from his vehicle and spray down, but not a lot of damage being dealt, Arka.
Team Soul, a clever move over here if you ask me, because there was another team not far away in the name of THW will now come in to take down the side of GG. And I was expecting this to take place. Team Soul running away from this place will not only be getting better placement points, but again, a very good fighting chance. TG, deep troubles as AJ. Another grenade is going to be lobbed perfectly to him. He's going to get finished off as well. Hellgod bleeding out. And GT with a snap of a finger might have said goodbye from the lobby.
Might have said goodbye from the lobby, but Team THW, they've had 3 finishes. thanks to Sakiro and his services in this one. Now, this is going to be pretty interesting because now they've found a cliff for themselves. They've found the start and they know that there is another team, Team Seoul, extremely nearby. Team THW can let them pass or try and charge up, secure more points along the way. It's going to be difficult decision making for this team, but I'm going to be excited to find out which one do they plan on doing, and it seems like they actually go on the offense. It's not Team THW, it's ORB from the backlines, and Lynch is going to find the spray. The connection was precise, it was accurate, it was distinctive, and this time around it seems like Omega, he has got no support whatsoever. Team Seoul, have they been hit from where they cannot come back, Arka?
At least Omega has been hit in a place where he shouldn't be revived right now. If you ask me, there's got to be a GT not far away or THW not far away. They're going to have an eye on this knocked out player as well. As you said, ORB is going to be those mad horses in this game who would want to just rush in because it's their last game. Either the name or it's the fame. So they want that proper name to be placed when it comes to a lobby like this. So let's see, they'll force themselves to come out of that hard cover, pick up those finishes and then make it inside the circle. But speaking about the circle, we have Big Brothers and Entity prioritizing the circle and getting this high ground for themselves. Let's see whether that pays off.
You know, apart from Big Brothers and Entity as well, there are two teams. Team Claw and Version 9 are also in the mix of things. Now, one thing which is very surprising is the fact that Team Claw suffered early on in the map of Erangel, but this time around their rotation was absolutely perfect. They kind of predicted the circle and its northern shift, and they had an easy entry. Now, what will they be able to do from this position on? That definitely will be the question, of course, but just like you mentioned, Big Brothers and Entity will be prioritizing these high grounds. They do have that line of sight on towards Version 9, and shots will be fine. I'm pretty sure Uzumaki and Saf, they are in red-hot form right now, especially if you look at their stats. Their finish points are actually more than their position points. So this team is clearly prioritizing on those triggers and on those weapons. It's just a matter of time before they converge upon Version 9.
They're going to wait.
Yeah.
Because the patience is going to be the key in the map of Miramar. As I said, no matter how close you are, you're still going to be far away in the final circles. And those throwables is what you need to retain so that you'll be able to, you know, get some knocks and finishes as well. There's going to be another chase happening over here.
God.
I don't know whether they'll be able to register it, as Hellgod now realizes that burning his resources is not going to be that great, as they'll be trying to make it inside the circle. Look at the way they're tracking the opponents and making sure they're right next to the blue, so that given a chance, they're going to be welcoming that team with a pour of bullet, and 1 or 2 knocks can be easily converted into finishes.
1 or 2 knocks can be converted because this is stage 3. The damage of the zone is not something which you can neglect. So I think the other team will be sort of concerned, but it seems like they've sort of left on the chase. Team Road to Glory, they are happy to sort of take the damage from the blue, avoid Team THW, and then finally enter the circle at peace. But on the other side, we do have a sandwich situation. I mean, things not looking good for Team Hydra. All players pinned down in one small little room. This is very crampy, and one single grenade will be just enough to completely extinguish the entire team itself.
Hydra trying to be one with the nature, if you ask me, or the slithering snakes of this lobby. I don't think so it's going to be easy for them to pull that off. If you see, it's going to be V9 very close to them. Then you have the side of FFES as well. We have Team X-Park not far away from that distance. So the next circle forming in towards them, it's going to be forcing the other teams to push in towards them. Just like the side of Claw, LG, OGs, all of them coming from the northeastern side is immediately going to slam into these compounds and try to get those hard compounds for themselves. But the big question is, can Big Brother Esports crack the code to make it to the center of the circle, because they need that chicken dinner to retain the top spots?
It's going to be very difficult, especially with Entity, ORB, Team Seoul and Team Empire, all of them already contesting for that central location, Arka. Look at this, there is a fight breaking out. It seems like Team ORB were just wiped off in front of our eyes. We'll still have to double check, but it seems like Team Entity, they've done a good job in getting these 3 frags initially, but after that, they've been under heavy fire. Team ORB, they still have those 2 players left, as we can see from that status bar itself. But I don't really understand why didn't the other team just go in for the finishes?
With all these things, with all these teams out there, I'm able to see that, very silently, Entity took the drop for themselves and fell back. that could be a little bit of an added advantage. But as of now, Claw, they have to be prepared because LGs are rushing in towards them. It's going to be Flock trying to enter the vicinity and try to get that first knock. It's not going to be easy. As Finks is now going to heal himself. The sound cue is going to be enough for Ghosty and his teammate.
No.
There it is. They come out from the window, get a knock, and the conversion to finish is not far away.
Flock has been brilliant. He was connecting the dots in terms of hearing the sound cues and figuring out where exactly the player was, and he was absolutely precise. But now look at this, right? The entry point has sort of been turned into a choke point right now. Molotovs and vehicles will prevent Team Lucknow Giants from progressing forward, and that allows a little bit of space for the other team to resurrect back into this fight, reset back in this fight. Even, look at this, Team Claw, they've successfully managed to kind of discourage Team Lucknow Giants from getting back into this game. Flock will still try his level best from inside the vehicle to find the connection on the spray, but it's not gonna happen. Multiple teams just hot on their tails. Look at the radar, so many colors popping. It seems like Lucknow Giants have a task in hand to find an empty spot. Constantly under fire is going to be Sagar as well.
Oh, Spray God, he's got to be persistent yet again. He can register a knock, but Claw will have to thank their stars. But what's more important for the side of Claws is to watch out for the side of Lucknow Giants, who are also walking in the same path as theirs. There could be another fight take place. TWH versus Hydra. This is what I'd already predicted.
Absolutely, but there's just one player who is still surviving, and Team Hydra will be able to clean the floor with Team THW. It wasn't even a difficult job for them. Starboy definitely was knocked out, but the problem arises right now. This compound is not big enough to house 4 players, which means that majority of these angles will be left open, and there are so many teams out there just looking to third party. Team Hydra might have won one fight, but at what cost is going to be the question. But on the other side, speaking of cost, it seems like ORB, having lost 2 players, are going to be bearing the cost right now. Another one goes down. Vision, who has been the last man standing for ORB in multiple occasions, will be suffering. And now Lynch will have to bring that animal once again. A pre-nade to actually stop the ambush, but that's not going to help him. A jump shot from the other side. And Version Eye Popeye is going to make a mockery of his opposition.
Obviously, right, when there's a person rushing in towards you, and you dare open a grenade and show your location, he's eventually going to come and put an end to you. V9, they're performing really well if you ask me. The circle slowly favoring the side of Hydras. This is something which I did not expect. Entity still inside the circle. Now the big question arises, how Big Brother Esports are going to take their rotation into the circle, how Team Soul could be restricted by the side of Metal Wings, by the side of Team Empire, and RTG coming in from behind to backstab them. If Team Soul becomes successful in coming inside the circle, they could grab this winner chicken dinner by its throat.
Possibly. There is definitely a high chance, but look at how the teams are stacking up right now. You've got Team OGs, you've got Team X-Park as well, who has just made an entry. Even without their IGL, they still look very strong, a very solid outfit. But on the other side, it's going to be Tokia all by himself inside this shack. In smoke, in fire, this shack has been set up to be an absolute death trap. And Team Soul, they're going to be executing him without any problems whatsoever. They've found 3 finishes, but they're still yet to enter the circle. And you were talking about this. Team Soul might actually be struggling to find that entry point. On the other side of the map, of course, you have a plethora of teams in front of our eyes. Just look at that radar right now. Arshkot will definitely spot out a couple of players, but shots won't connect Arka. This is going to be an absolute chaotic ending circle.
FFE, now they've got an opportunity to end the side of Hydras. I would love to see them execute some assaults like this as Team X-Park, placing themselves to the high ridges. Will now have a view of both these teams. Probably they will be chiming in as well as Hydra finds that first knot against them. Team X-Park are going to join their hands to put down the side of Claw. Spray God all in the front, getting that first knock for his team as well.
Absolutely, the frontliner for the team itself, but it seems like both the frontliners will be taken down. Dreams, of course, from the backlines will try and get a confirmation for himself. He finds a second knock. This man is an absolute mad lad, but he only has to worry about one thing, that is to protect his backs from the bullets itself. Survives by a sliver of HP, but the nade, the Molotov, the shots from the third party situation were just too much for him to actually deal with. Dawn over there in that situation. What a play! Look at that in the backlines. Inside the smoke, it seems like nobody spotted the fact that he disembarked from the vehicle. Big Brothers on the other side. Hyoya is going to be taken down, and Sarhit and Seth will be the only 2 players surviving.
This is the last teams I wanted to see fight. The big bulls have locked horns as some grenades are going to be tossed in from the side of Team Entity to perfection. There's another player who gets taken down. The last man standing is going to be Sarvit. Can he pull off a 1v4 over here? I'm not telling it's impossible, but somewhere I feel since the location is known, Entity have 4 men standing. If they're Russian right now, they could do the damage and send Big Brothers back home.
The entire circle Arca is in chaos. It's not just Big Brothers. Like I said during the match of Erangel as well, it's apocalypse, and I'm not really sure if the land of Miramar is going to survive this. There is so much action happening every single direction. Look at this. Even Team Empire are struggling. Big Brothers have finally managed to take an exit. I think it was Metal Wings who found that knock, but Team Soul, even they are struggling as of now, right? All of their players in just one small little spot, and they have been choked inside it. Mobility has been blocked as well, and there are so many teams left. 7 teams and 24 players to be exact. Amijord in the front lines has been knocked out. Meanwhile, Team Entity is just going on the prowl. Once again, your prediction might just come true, Arca.
I don't know whether that's going to be the case. All of a sudden, I'm able to see that players are stepping out of cover and giving up their lives, where Metal Wings now have a great opportunity. Zor on fire is not only just the circle, but also the fire, which is going to be putting him down. Somewhere, healing yourself outside the blue could be the biggest mistake he has done, and eventually, he has healed on time. But what's more important for him is to make it inside the circle and try to play for placement points, but the jaws of death are going to crush him down as Entity get another finish, making it a total of 7.
The jaws of death and the Entity of Paragon will find him. This was a perfect outing for Somraj and his boys, but it seems like it now turns into an impossible task because the land in front of them is absolutely out in the open. Somraj managed to survive majority of the shot, but finally he has been taken down. Troy does have the flank angle, and up front is going to be Team Soul. Goblin will be knocked out. Omega has been knocked out. It's just Akshat and his clutch prowess which can save Team Soul and once again give them some points to actually work with. Relentless on that spray, and it seems like Troy will only breathe when he has eaten Team Soul alive.
Akshat is gonna get finished off as well, ladies and gentlemen. It's Team Soul who has right now gone home. Hydra on the other side, trying to finish off the side of Claw. We are left out with just 4 teams. V9 has been the only team watching all this take place. Troy stepping out of cover is gonna be punished and sent home as well. And out of nowhere, all the fan favorite teams out of this game. Hydra wants 15 more finishes. They want 5 more finishes as they've got 14 already in their pocket. Let's see what's gonna happen, as it's gonna be one player from the side of Claw going in for a heal battle, now making it inside the circle. He's got to be showcasing himself. Let's see which crosshair puts him down.
I'm not sure how Sagar has been allowed so much space. This man has no first aid kits, no throwables whatsoever in terms of grenades and smokes. He only has a Molotov and that stun grenade. That little pixel of HP he had has been finished off as well, which brings us, ladies and gentlemen, to the Mexican standoff on the land of Miramar. It's gonna be version 9 versus Team Hydra. On one side, you sort of have an underdog. On the other side, it's gonna be an absolute wolves in the making. Team Hydra with almost 15 finishes, just like you said, Arca. Who do you think have the upper hand?
Hydra for sure. Look at the way they place themselves inside the circle. The complete topography is in their favor. They've already made sure there's a flanker to the complete right. And I do believe that if they can just wait for the side of V9 to come out in the open and then take down those vehicles which Alan right now wants to push forward with, if they do that first knock, then it becomes much more easier. He's creating that hard cover for the team, and eventually he's got to be caught off guard. He's almost down to 1 or 2 HP. Then there comes the shot from Spurge. He'll be getting one as well. Sindhu, all he's doing is watching from upstairs where he could have done the damage, and finally picks it up. Does the damage against the opponents, but I think it's way too late for them as grenades are going to be tossed in from the side of Hydra.
It possibly is way too late, of course, especially because Hydra, they have the upper hand in terms of the circle itself. And now the blue zone will force Team version 9 to make a change. It's not just the blue zone, it's a nade coming in from Spray God as well. On the map of Erangel, it was the Spray God from X-Park. On the map of Miramar, it's Spray God from Team Hydra. It seems like it's a day where the Spray Gods will reign supreme, but what a game coming in from Team Hydra officials. 18 freaking finishes, Arca. This is not normal. you know, I've said it. I've said it. This was the last day for Group Blue. I said that this was going to be a change. It's going to be an absolute blockbuster, and it seems like it is following according to the script. But I want to know from you, I mean, what was that game? 18 finishes?
I mean, I'm not shocked actually. Because as I said, all the teams on the top of the table have already done the job, and they're going to be like, you know what, this day is going to be about getting as many finishes as possible. The IGL is going to place you at the right spot. Just make sure that you go all gun blazing.
Yeah.
And that is what Hydra has also done. Let's not forget, Entity might have gone out, but they have got some finishes as well. And we had Team Soul gone out, even they have got some of finishes in their name as well. So the overall standing after this is going to look pretty interesting, because they're going to be close to one another, but still far away from the bonus points.
Absolutely. I think they certainly are going to be close to one another. It's extremely cutthroat competition, ladies and gentlemen. But Hydra official, they were having the blessings of the circle in this final map of Miramar. But I hope that you guys also have some blessings as well. I'm talking about the Flool's Blessing, the new collection which is out in BGMI. Just watch a promo. I mean, wow. That skin, that cosmetic, and that entire attire, I think, is one of the best collections that I've seen so far inside of the game. Possibly might even be better than your blazer, which I absolutely love, by the way. But I think the Fool's Blessing set is actually better. But ladies and gentlemen, I mean, if you guys also want to get yourself the Fool's Blessing set, not just the cosmetic, but also the skins and the weapons itself, just go inside your rewards section. You are going to find a spin the wheel. Just go spin the wheel. And if you're lucky, you might be able to do so, because we aren't lucky enough. I am certainly not. I hope Arca is, but we haven't been able to find it. So if you do make sure that you actually tag us so that we know that somebody has been able to get their hands on that set itself. But Arca, coming back in the day itself, the game was absolutely fabulous. We'll have to watch the highlights once again to sort of digest all the action that has happened, haven't it?
Obviously, right? Because ORB getting eliminated early on, that was a bit of a shocker for me. But the way Team TE rotated throughout the map was also phenomenally great. But yes, the damage initially was done against the side of Team Xpark thanks to Entity's Gamla Boy, and after which they couldn't perform that well. But later on, Hydra's position inside the circle kind of awarded them to be as aggressive as possible. 18 finishes, probably the highest so far in this tournament if I'm not wrong, but the overall points when it comes, especially for this game, we'll be able to determine whether they are the team walking away with the highest number of points.
I mean, to be honest, it kind of came to me as a surprise, because Hydra did not really get a lot of screen time in between the game itself, and all of a sudden when they were back in the final circle, they had about 14 finishes, and I was almost starstruck, as a matter of fact. But this was one very good moment, to be honest. Dreams in the backlines, protecting his team from Lucknow Giants, trying his level best to survive in that situation, getting 2 knocks, 1 or 2 finishes to be exact as well. Just could not keep up to the pressure.
Now, there's one other team which couldn't hold the pressure. That has to be Big Brothers.
Yeah.
The way they rushed into the nearest hot compound rather than, trying to prioritize the center of the circle kind of backfired. They did not expect a strong team like Entity to be present over there. And later, again, the way Team Entity performed over here, especially that youngster trying to stay behind that vehicle, Troy, and getting so many damages. Look at that. The moment he peeks and the 4x sprays are so perfect. The recoil is also held so perfectly. I thought that he's going to take away all those finishes, but he was lucky enough to take 3 as Claw from the other side stole 1.
Exactly. I mean, there will be finishes stolen away from you, especially in such chaotic circles. But this last fight from Version, right? It was a very hard-fought victory for Hydra, of course. But this nade, which was prior thrown by Spray God, right?
Yeah.
That sort of completely shifted that entire momentum. Now, Version 9 never really had a fighting chance in this fight, right? They were outside the circle. They were being forced by the Blue Zone as well. The only thing which was working in for them was they had a knock for a knock, right? It was a 3v3 battle, but then Spray God just completely changed that thing for himself and his team.
see, this is what I said. Utility usage in the final circle is going to matter a lot. The smokes grenade, which they deployed, it was, the vision was blocked for them, but not the opponents. And then Hydra understood that now if I step forward, they might be coming into my projectile of grenades, and they started posting it. But again, the second thing what happened was Sandhu was the person who was on the top. He had 5 grenades with him himself, and he's not even taking those shots. He's just relaying information. When you have a bird's eye view, it's better you are the person who's going to be, taking those knocks, because eventually, even if you get knocked out, you can just step back and then still give relaying information. So I somewhere feel that, they felt a little short stepping away from the textbook basics, but Hydra did everything right. Use those smokes for their advantage, came in a bit more closer, used those rocks, the hard covers inside, and then they threw the grenades.
Absolutely. I mean, it's also insane how Hydra kind of managed to change their fate from just one single room to getting a mammoth chicken dinner as well. And I'm hoping that you guys can also find a change, maybe from your simple Scarels that you have equipped right now. Maybe transition into something which is not so default. I'm talking about the Fool's Blessing. Just go inside your rewards section and check it out. But of course, Team Hydra, for them, I think the journey has finished. They were supposed to play 2 games. They have played 2 games, one of which they got 0 points. But they made sure that they make amends in the other one, because 18 finishes and a chicken dinner, 33 points. It's not easy to pull that off in one game.
Oh, yes. And there are other teams who have still yet to play 2 more games. Now, since the bar is set way so high, it's going to be hard for them to somehow cope up and aim for that first place. So what they'll try to do is, now the average which they were aiming becomes more, building up the pressure, and they might crumble because of the pressure up their shoulder.
A lot of teams will crumble. We've seen teams crumble already, and it seems like there will be a lot more who are going to crumble. But speaking of the bonus points, Arka, I mean, we have been mentioning why is it so important, because right, as the tournament progresses, you need these bonus points to kind of qualify for the grand finals. Hydra have sort of taken that one step to get themselves a 25 bonus points right inside of first week. Of course, it's just predictions, but speaking of predictions, I don't really need to predict who is going to be the MVP of the game. It's already in front of your screens. It's evident it's going to be Sparsh OP from Hydra officials. 7 finishes, but only 38.8% finish contribution. How does that make sense, Arka? Just break it down to me.
Obviously, right, the overall points which has been raked by the side of Hydras is so high that no matter how many numbers you have, you're still going to be having lesser contribution. But look at those sprays coming in from the side of Hydra.
Wow.
I mean, the projectile of the grenade was so perfect. He was gaining information regularly by jumping over the horizon and gaining information, and whenever given a chance, put them down. There are 2 players specifically with 7 finishes from the side of Hydra. You have Duo also coming down, but Entity Kamla Boy yet again stepping up for his team. Claw Bloodshot is a bit of a shocker for me, but Entity Somraj right behind him shows that Entity also got maximum amount of finishes.
Entity definitely have been a very prominent threat, especially on the map of Miramar. We saw how beautifully they kind of stopped Team Soul dead on their tracks, and consistently enough, they have been better in terms of getting their finishes right. But as we talk about how Entity did things right, it just goes to show how many points did they acquire. I mean, 9 finish points and 8 position points, 17 points in total. Not bad. Of course, when you compare that something to a monstrous performance which Hydra performed, I think it's going to be falling short. 18 finishes and 15 position points, 33 points. Hydra, what was this game for them?
I think that's the benchmark which they're put right now in the Pro Series. To gain so many points amongst the pros is not going to be an easy job. But coming back to what we were speaking, Team Soul, a decent average of 10 points yet again. Claw and V9, I know it's a little late for them to wake up now, but still they have done a decent job not to be at the bottom of the table itself.
Team X-Pac and Lucknow Giants, 2 very important contenders for those 25 bonus points. They could only get 5 and 4 points respectively. I think that might just be a massive difference maker. We'll have to find out in the overall standings where they are. But speaking of the second page of the point standings, nothing much to talk about. It's just binary, like I usually say. Big Brothers had a fighting chance in this game, but could not live up. Just like you said, could not live up to the pressure. ORB, Gujarat Tigers. For ORB, it's been back-to-back bad performances. 2 nils that they have recorded, both in the map of Erangel and in the map of Miramar. something certainly is not going right for ORB today.
I believe it's the rotation which they're trying to take, and also those fights in between those rotations.
Yeah.
You have to make sure that, one, you prioritize the circle in the beginning itself. Try to find yourself the hardest cover possible in the map of Miramar, especially with a circle like that. And then you have to start your assault. If you taunt somebody and try to make it inside the circle, they're going to make sure that they backstab you or take away 1 or 2 finishes. And eventually, once you're injured, it's not easy for you to walk into the circle.
It's not easy for you to walk inside the circle. I mean, it's not easy for you to take such a big hit as well. ORB, we were considering to be one of the contenders as well. They had 2 games to go, and they were in that first page, right? Possibly a contender for those 25 bonus points that we have always glorified. But having secured 0 and 1 points respectively, I think it hasn't really worked in their favor. But we talked about how difficult it is to walk inside of the battlegrounds. I'll also tell you it's very difficult to walk inside one of these X-suits. That is the Avalanche X-suit that is visible right in front of you. It is one of the rarest items, but if you have it, just gives you the ultimate pride, the ultimate crown. So if you are watching this back at home, why not just get yourself something as special as this? Because I'm pretty sure, Arka, even you've tried to get your hands at this, but none of us have actually managed to do so.
Oh yes, it's coming soon, so hopefully we'll be able to put our hands on it. But at the same time, the best part about the suit has to be that spear in his hand. I mean, there's a thunder with it as well, so I'm hoping to have that at least, and so that it becomes much more easier. The confidence boost basically, which helps me to push forward, is going to be great.
And as we actually say that, our producer is like, alright, fine, you're not going to get it. It's not really in your luck. Lady Luck is not going to bless you. But speaking of Lady Luck right now, I think there's still 3 more games to go, and there are multiple teams who are still yet to play 1 or 2 games respectively. There is a lot of change on the overall standings, which we might get to see. But I'm still considering Team Hydra and Team X-Park for that number 1 and number 2. But I want to know from you, which teams do you think right now have a chance to be at the very top?
Speaking about chances, it has to be the side of Gladiators. They have another game to come.
Yeah.
So they might be registering another chicken dinner for themselves. If they do, then it becomes much more easier for them. But apart from that, most of the consistent teams have already finished their job. So let's see which amongst them will actually have that placement point to gain the 25 pointer, which is on our screen right now when it comes to the bonus points. I understand from 4 to 8 you're going to have 10 points, but that's again 15 points buffer between yourself and the team on the top.
Exactly, right? And the best part about these bonus points is that once the week is over, right, your entire points table is reset. So it's your last opportunity to sort of add a cherry on top of a cake right now, and you would try everything in your arsenal to try and get your hands in one of these 25 points or 20 pointer whatsoever. So I think Hydra official valiant effort from them, but for the teams inside of that danger zone right now, Arka, let's just talk about them for a second right now. 25th to 48th spot, you do not get any point whatsoever, and since you're already in the second half of the overall standings, I assume that your points is also not that high, and week 1 hasn't really been working for you. How do you make sure that you come back in week 2 and still have that confidence in you where you can get to the grand finals?
You need one good game, and that's gonna
Makes
boost
sense.
your confidence as well. Gladiator Esports, for example, they had played the first day with 2 games,
Exactly.
and 9 points is what they had. Yesterday, they were able to put up 40 points in 2 games, making it 49 points in total, and out of nowhere, they are into the top 10. Now, in case they get a chicken dinner with good number of points, finish points over here, probably we'll be able to see them on top of the table. So, thrive for that first game, which can give you that chicken dinner, and build over that confidence which you're going to gain, and eventually get on the top of the table.
Absolutely. I mean, getting on top of the table is what everybody wants. This is what being the best of the best is all about inside of the Pro Series 2023. But ladies and gentlemen, we have had enough of conversation. It is about time we move towards the map of Sanhok, the third game of the day, where group number 1 and group number 6 are going to be duking out. But before I actually take a break, I'm going to give you my prediction. It's going to be Gladiators who's going to get a winner chicken dinner.
Oh, let's see whether that's going to be the case. But yes, ladies and gentlemen, since Gladiators are coming in, they are going to be accompanied with Megastars, WSB, GR8, T75, DOD, TTE as well. And let me remind you this, TTE are the top table toppers as of the stats of yesterday. But again, since this is their last game, we can expect them to perform equally well. Whereas Group 6 is still going to continue. We have the side of Medley Esports, Wins, TMZ, BR Fly, GWL, UK7 and UP50. Before I speak further, there's going to be a new voice you guys are going to hear, and trying to learn from you a lot lately. I have a question for you. Megastars are going to be playing their final game. So what are your expectations with them?
I mean, considering the last 2 days haven't been that great for them, and especially for a team that was hailed as the most aggressive lineup in the entire country, today is going to be a YOLO moment coming in from Megastars. And I believe at this point, they just have 2 matches left. This is the second last game, and then the last wrangle is what they're going to play. Considering it is Sanhok, a map that favors that aggressive play style, I expect Megastars to have a big game in this one.
Now, I know that Sanhok is more about the aggression, but if you see the format in which the teams have acquired that chicken dinners lately has been when they've prioritized the circle and hidden away from the action. So I would want to see where teams like Megastars, Team Together Esports, or both of these teams are playing their final game over here. I do believe that somewhere these two teams might like to take it a little slow, or they might start off with a banger.
I mean, it's going to be quite interesting how they play things out, right? I mean, as we mentioned, last few matches remaining for Group 6. They have the last game left on the day. Group 1 is going to play their last game. And talking about Group 1, teams like Medal Esports, now that is a massive point of concern. Because Medal, it has been a shaky ride so far. We have seen moments of brilliance. We have seen absolute blunders from their side as well. Stuff that will make you just go, what is this team up to? But today, considering last game, I think Medal Esports, they need to go all out.
22 points is what they have in the overall standing. That's not even half of the team which is on the top. So that shows the blunders have been bigger than all their success. And if they need something to happen and be there in the top 10 bracket, they'll have to do another chicken dinner with 18 points, just like how Hydra did the map of Miramar. Speaking about the map of Miramar, before we jump into the game, we have 20 seconds down this. What did you feel about the map of Miramar?
Oh, I mean, it was just dominated by Hydra, wasn't it? Cut off one head and 2 more will follow. And that was exactly the case. It was just that the players were being brought back. The revives is what I was talking about. Hydra was phenomenal. And I have to see what will the end result be for them, because that game was phenomenal. Now, what will happen on Sanhok? It is time to find that out, ladies and gentlemen, because match number 3 of the day, match number 13 overall, is going to be live on our screens. And this is going to be a very interesting game, because right off the bat, look at this, Arka. We have a flight path leaning towards the northern side of the map.
I'm not shocked, to be frank. I'll tell you this. Because this flight path has been the same, almost like this is the 3rd time I'm seeing a flight path like this in the map of Sanhok. And again, for those teams to travel towards the south like Cave, Camp Charlie, Same and Docks, the long journey which they have up in front of them might be a little bit problematic now, because those teams dropping at Ruins will be waiting to put those birds down.
That is true. That is actually true. I mean, teams that are moving towards the southern side of the map are going to have a challenge. They're going to have to be patient in the early stages of Sanhok. You can't really go running around with your weapons firing, giving away information, and of course, risking losing your own players. But as we were talking about Medal, Arka, look at what Medal has done. They've moved towards that Camp Bravo position, towards the extreme eastern edge of the map, but they fail to realize that they aren't the only ones who are going to be headed there. They are joined by the players of Team DOD, and we have the players of Team Together Esports. We know are going to play from Kampong, Docks, split position. Maybe, I think, considering it's just a northern circle towards the eastern side, they're not going to go as far as Docks. Just move up north and take the match. But talking about taking fights in the early stages of Sanhok and Fainan, the city ruled by the players from the side of Megastars Gaming, find themselves against the lineup of UK07.
Megastars, they wanted a perfect start like this. They were more about the aggression. And I do believe that when you have a team like UK7 just walk into your doorsteps, they're just going to grab by their throat and finish them off. Because, you know, this is the kind of map where you can show your aggression, as you rightly said. So let us see whether Team Megastars will actually look forward for something like that. But what's more important right now is to have that controlled aggression. They've already done the damage. I understand about that. But finding the corners like this is much more important, as Thunder strikes right now. It's going to be his teammate. Look at how quickly they're finishing stuff over here. Thunder is just going to get that knock and his teammate is going to finish things off as quickly as possible.
Yeah, before the wounds could heal, Team Megastars Gaming, they chime in, just scratching, clawing away at the wounds of Team UK07. And now what was a 3-man lineup has been reduced to just the last 2 players remaining. Half of the firepower from UK07 vanishing as soon as the game begins. But Megastars Gaming, they still have the opportunity to wipe out the entire team, but they're holding themselves back. They don't want to take the unnecessary risk of overexerting just for 2 extra points.
Somewhere I feel those 2 points are going to be very crucial for a team like Megastars.
Yeah, they can be.
Because they are not in the overall standings like they expected to be from day one.
True.
But UK07, a clever one. It's about them gaining those possession points. They understand the man disadvantage is not going to favor them. Try to get as many first states as possible, going for the heal battle, at least come into the top 3 and be in that bracket of getting 10 bonus points at least.
But this is something that I wanted to talk about. The players of BR Titans present so close to both these teams, and there's a perfect opportunity for BR Titans to go for a third party. Shots were fired, but UP50, they're making a run for it, and oh no! K-Flex tried to see if he could go for a swim, but KSR in the perfect spots finds the trade, and now UP50, they have the perfect opportunity to secure a few extra points for themselves. But while these 2 teams are taking this fight, let's not forget that there is Megastars Gaming in the distance, and of course the last 2 players remaining of UK07 on the other side of this bridge. Pahari has been dropped from the side of BR Titans as well, but this is a recent opportunity for BR Titans. UP50 can't really overexert. Well, I was wrong, Adnan. He's cooking. And it's not going to be perfect. It's a little too overshot.
Now Adnan knows that he has got an opportunity. He'll try to strike that corner and make sure that place is going to be visible to his other teammate so that he can push in from the eastern side and finish things off. And guess what? The team play is becoming so perfect that they might burn the opponents to a crisp.
There's a gap in the Molotovs that have made sure that BR Titans were away or safe for a few seconds, but God plays a misplay coming in. Steps into the Molotov, takes unnecessary damage, and now BR Titans, even the revive that just happened, Pahari wasn't allowed the opportunity to bring his HP back. UP50, they've closed in on the distance. Pahari finally healing up. Both the players on 75 HP.
KSR, no helmet. But BR on the other side, no first aids whatsoever. They've got that deadly DBS. The helmet and vest are almost intact, so they can still take this frontal battle, try to do the damage against the side of UP, and then somehow push them back and get themselves a little bit of a topography to work with.
Even K-Flex has been brought back into the game. Now, that is very impressive. I thought it was going to be an easy finish for UP50 to secure, but by a miracle, by the skin of their teeth, BR Titans bring their teammate back.
I don't know how UP50 was so reckless when it comes to not converting those knocks into finishes. Why teams like NTT and Xpark have got so many finishes is because their filters are working things perfectly. Now UP50 are falling back, trying to take advantage of the high ground and find some off angles to which they can execute this knocks yet again. But I don't think so. It's going to be going in their favor anytime soon.
Yeah, but somewhere else on the map, ladies and gentlemen, when I say somewhere else, I mean the Camp Alpha Island is where this fight is happening. It's Troublemakers taking on Fly Esports. Now, there have been trades from either sides. It was Troublemakers, as we saw on the finish feed, start things off. They were the ones who found the first pick, but Fly Esports were very quick on retaliation. Optimus, he's looking for the second knock if he can find one. And if he does, actually, that will be an advantageous position for TMZ because the players of Fly Esports are a little too far away from each other.
The map of Sanhok, no matter how far you are, you're still close to one another. It's just that you do not need to be so close to your enemy that a grenade can knock you down.
Yeah.
So I just hope that Fly understands this and they have the right kind of cover fire for any grenadier coming through. But this is what I was speaking about, right? If you hit the ground first, especially to that ruins region, you'll have a great opportunity to bring down the birds, and we are almost becoming successful in getting one bird down.
That would have been quite unfortunate for Troublemakers, to be honest. Optimus has been quite a key player for the team in the past, but had he gone down, you never know, maybe BR Titans as well could have done better in that fight. UP50, they had the opportunity to secure 2 finishes, but they just failed miserably, overexerting themselves, just pushing for absolutely no reason. They could have finished off K-Flex first and then focused on the other 3 remaining players from the side of BR Titans.
I mean, they put down Pahadi, right? And that is when they
too.
had an opportunity. They could have just rushed in towards the, bridges. It was KR7, the lone man, who got 2 knocks. The rest of the teams could have just rotated around the topography and got a perfect footing for themselves. And from that angle, they could have gone to do the damage. But look at what's happening over here. Exerting too much pressure on a single player might be the, wrong decision which you're doing right now as Surya. Burning off all his resources. They have to understand one thing from far away. There's going to be another player putting up a grenade, and it's going to be Hellboy who shows the way of hell for the Surya. And now his teammate is still going to be there. Into the waters he jumps so that he gets revived. But the push from the opponents is going to be inevitable.
Yeah, it is going to be inevitable, and T7S, they're just waiting for the perfect opportunity. A little bit more information about where the other players from the side of GWL are, because they did see Shubayu along with his teammate Surya lob a lot of utility, but they were missing info on the other 2 lads. Because we do see Nick and Zod, they're hiding in a corner. And they're waiting for their teammates to come a little bit close so that Surya can be brought back into the game. And then GWL, once they're together as a 4-man lineup, they might look to climb that hill again, try and reapproach the fight. But before anything can happen, Hellboy realizes what is going on in the waters, saw a few pixels, tried to land the spray, but unfortunately Surya was a little bit smarter, went back in, and then just kept on swimming.
Now, T7S, they had some smokes in front of them. They could have used it to their advantage and come in from the western side of that, hill and then try to attack the opponents. But still, they are more concerned about not being shot from different angles, and that's why they want to stay inside that hard cover.
Look at how far Nick is.
Yeah. And also, one other thing is that, it's that circle which they need to stay inside. It's that position points they need to concentrate on.
That is very true.
We have been speaking about this as well. Position points, maximum chunk.
I 100% agree with you. I mean, you're going to prioritize position points. And as we notice the positions of these teams, GWL, T7S, and there's another team in the distance that you see, Fly Esports, all 3 of them are inside the zone, in a comfortable distance as well. So there's no incentive to force a fight. You don't necessarily need to take anything away from the opposition. If you can find an alternative spot, an alternative form of cover, you can make it work.
I hope that they do so. Because ultimately the next circle which is going to be coming on our screens, in case it doesn't favor them, that is when the concerns will rise.
Oh yeah.
But at the same time, I don't want to blame these teams because the points system is designed in such a way that it forces you to go into those position points first and then the finish points.
We did see the man, the legend from yesterday, Saikat. It seems like he has been left to his own vices as of now, but he is along with his teammates. We are going to wait to see what Team Together Esports will bring to the table today. And just hoping for the glimpses of yesterday. It was phenomenal. But look at this. The next shift of the circle, quite a simple one for a lot of these teams. Almost everyone is inside the zone. The 2 teams that are outside right now are right on the edge. We see the players of Do or Die towards that eastern edge, and they went for a 2-2 split. They're going to have an easy entry. There's no one there blocking their way. BR Titans, I don't think they're going to face a lot of resistance from Team Megastars Gaming. But look at that, a fight breaking out. It's going to be the players of WSB trying to nade check the opposition, which I believe are going to be the players of UP50. And yes, it is UP50, but WSB, they realize they are the ones out in the open. They need to find a better spot, a height advantage, or at least some concrete cover to work with. But somewhere else on the map, it's going to be 4 troublemakers running into a world of trouble. They find themselves against the players of Metal Esports, Encore and Siam with a high ground, Paradox in the back lines. And it's going to be down to Siam to find the openings, but Encore chimes in, finds the first pick of this fight as Rage is going to be dropped, but with the trade. What a trade with the nade, in fact, as Encore is going to be dropped to the floor. It's 4 troublemakers in a world of hurt, still managing to survive. Top Dog needs to be careful, take some damage. Has the DBS at close ranges, can be brutal, but from the flank is where the damage is coming from. 4 troublemakers still in this fight, but not for long. They're down to the last man.
Oh, there it is, the perfect grenade coming in from the side of Suk. Now, it's important for him to hold this position, but once he runs out of bullet, that is when the players are going to be rushing in as Paradox walks in. The patience was the key. They knew that this man has lost his patience, and that is when they came inside. But not far away, there's another fight taking place. BR versus Team M. And another set of teams, another set of finishes walking into the path of Team Megastars.
BR Titans, we saw them take an early hit in the game, but they did recover quite nicely from that. But this time around, it is not the players of Fly Esports they're up against. It is the legends from Megastars Gaming, Thunder, Seeing if he can create at least some movement space for his teammates. As Cypher was trying to cross over towards his teammate Thunder, but was spotted out in the distance. The spray from God's Plays was close to perfect. He almost secured the knock.
They have the circle, so they can be a little patient over here. The Molotov is perfect. It's going to be restricting the opponents from pushing in a bit more closer. Blacks, he's going to be the eye for the team. He's going to make sure that he gives out complete information as to where the players are going to be rushing in from. Legit. The right flank, the perfect flank coming in from his side.
Oh, it is the classic Megastars Gaming strat, Arka. Once again, look at them. They're forcing the players of BR Titans into a corner. And once the players are going to be cornered, once the opposition has nowhere left to run, that is when Megastars Gaming show their true form. They just run in with those shotguns blazing, leading the front lines, and the ARs in the back. A quick 1-2 knockout for the opposition. But BR Titans, the spread can be brutal upon them. They have to be careful.
They need another person to support Blacks at this point of time, because that's the most important thing for them. If Pahadi rushes in and his teammate from inside the building, then the story can be different. There it is, Blacks slowly getting cornered as God Plays is going to be cooking up a grenade. He's got to be caught off guard. Blacks does it perfectly. Now that is where Skeleton will have to come in from the inside, but this stun grenade is going to allow him to just say blank. Blacks now tells his teammates coming from the other side. Almost gets that knock against Pahadi. It's not going to be easy, but a throwable is more important right now.
Ooh, what a shot connected from K-Flex. Gets the trade, almost finds a second as well. But Skeleton, he needs to step up and he fails. It's going to be Thunder who finds the pick for his team. Pahadi is going to be the last man surviving in the corner. No utility, no heals available. All he has to work with is going to be his weapon. The UMP sprays it blind, stunned by the flash. And that is the end. That's the story of BR Titans in this game. Extinct at the hands of Megastars Gaming. What a phenomenal fight, but Megastars, they have to be careful. That got too chaotic in the middle.
I would still say the usage of the topography was the best part from the side of team Megastars.
Yeah.
Because the way they sent that man with the vehicle around, you know, that became an added advantage. The fear got struck in the opponents and they were like, you know what, you watch this window, you watch this window. And that one man trying to cook up a grenade, least did he realize the footpath was actually walking in towards him. And Blacks out of nowhere comes out and is like, you hold a grenade, I'm going to put you down.
And especially Blacks' position, as you mentioned. Normally, you would not see a player extended this far up in a team fight unless he had another man backing him up. Blacks was there all alone. It felt like he was just trying to fake the opposition into thinking, oh, all four of us are here. That vehicle moving around, that's not ours. Maybe that's another team. We are looking for a third party. And that might have caused panic in the hearts of BR Titans. You never know.
The Blacks, one other thing which he did was he used a Molotov to restrict them from pushing in, and that is when his teammates found that angles.
Yeah.
And at the same time, Blacks did not do too much movement to give away his, sound cues, and that's how you play this game. But somewhere far away, we have the side of TMZ. This is where the shots are going to be missed, and that's what Vibro would want at this point of time, due to which the opponents are going to ask him, why, bro?
Yeah, and well, troublemakers, you got to stop playing with your food, guys. I mean, they just toyed with him around that box. Just an execution put on display by the side of troublemakers. And as we talk about Fly Esports, I believe they're down to their last player. Not a lot of hope for Fly Esports in the overall rankings as well. They weren't doing too well for themselves. Not enough points on the leaderboard. And I think they're just going to be hopeful that Asur finds a way to survive to the top 3, secures that double digit for the team in this matchup.
One team who's got that lady luck kissing their forehead has to be the side of Gladiators. They drop location to Paradise Resort, and from there on getting that ample amount of loot, not being engaged in any kind of fights out there. They're just waiting for the rest circle to form up. They know information about all the other teams, so let's see when they'll start their assault.
The only thing I'm concerned about for the Gladiators is that they went for a 2-2 split. But we'll come back to that when we look at the Gladiators for now. This fight was absolutely... It was very exciting to witness. This shot from Thunder was absolutely phenomenal, but Thunder in the past has also showcased what he's made of. I feel bad for Pahadi the way they took him out. A stun to the face. He was completely blinded. Did not even see what hit him. It was like a deer in front of headlights.
I mean, I would say this. Megastars is the only team who uses stun so perfectly.
Yes.
Blacks as well. When he knew that he can't do much, he puts a stun inside to make sure the opponents don't have a clue where he's changed his position. Even for Pahadi as well. They put up a stun inside and then they come in from the window. So no footsteps heard. He's completely blank. All he can do is just keep spraying, blankly, and then eventually gets finished off.
Talk about getting finished off. I think it's time for UK07 to get finished off in this game as troublemakers. They come knocking at One Shot's door. He was lost. One Shot was just lost, thinking what he needs to do. 4 footsteps around him and he doesn't know what he can do to bring himself out. Just freezes in the corner. And troublemakers, they are also kind enough to put him out of his misery as quickly as possible. But look at that, Gladiators yet again in the center. And this is what I want to talk about, Arka. Look at that 2-2 split from Gladiators. 2 players inside the Paradise Resort, 2 players holding the outer compounds. But WSB too close to them and they can cause a lot of trouble for GDR. But then again, let's refocus. Let's talk about GWL for a minute, because it seems like they have a massive advantage to work with in this fight.
4 men standing, but no finishes is going to be making sure that they push to get those finishes as quickly as possible. The damage has already been done.
Oh, no.
But for all these teams like GWL, GR8, I have one suggestion for them. Do not show your backs to the opponents when you're running back.
Yeah.
You have to make sure that you find a hard cover if you're falling back, or be one with the nature and then slowly crawl back. Every single time they show their back, they get knocked out, the pressure builds up, and the opponents are just going to rush in towards you and finish things off, not only for you, but also for your team.
It's going to be extremely tough if you're unaware of where the shots came from. Especially, for GWL, as we were talking about them, the shots came from the flank. It was great esports from the distance that was dishing out the damage onto Shubhayu, but now GWL, they have a reset, and slowly and steadily they found an entry of sorts into the Paradise Resort from the northwestern edge of the compounds, but will that be enough? We'll find that out. But for now, GWL taking the fight against the players of T7S. They have the opening yet again. It's Nick going for the push with the DBS. And he catches the opposition off guard. Nade was being cooked, but that's not the right call. Nick, he needs to be careful now. It's a reset from both the sides, but Nick still finds the opening. T7S again back to 2 players and both of them in the corner. GWL have the high ground advantage to work with, and also they are inside the zone. T7S, there is no room for error, no escape as well available for the opposition. This is a fight that's going to be a clean win for this GWL side.
Now GR8 is not far away. They're going to be pushing in as well. They might steal away some finishes from the opponents, but still, they're looking forward for some more fights.
Yeah.
Since they've got nobody to backstab them, now they look forward to make it to the center of the circle. But you have to watch out for how Team Megastars are going to be playing this. They've done the job so far. Now they're coming in from a corner where they're going to be more than one team. TTE as well in deep troubles, as they'll have to retain their top spot when it comes to the overall standings.
Well, they are in a world of hurt, and they're going to be in more trouble because Metal Esports come knocking at their doors. It's not going to be an easy fight for Team Together Esports to take on. Sevi plays on the other side of the smoke. He's going to try and see if he can hear Siam's footsteps and try and line up a spray if possible. Siam with an nade is still looking for the opening, but as soon as he was trying to cook, Para BTC realizes it was his opening to go around the corner, look through the gap of the door, and take those shots with the DBS. An easy knock secured by Team Together Esports.
And the position change as well. Para BTS now got an opportunity. He's just got a smoke, and that's the big disadvantage. He can't lure out Encore, who's so close to him. Whereas Siam now goes to the center of the building. Look at the angles being held over here. In case he comes out from the door, it's got to be Talk Dog putting him down. In case he comes in from the other side, he's got Encore covering him. Siam can easily heal himself. Now re-strategize. Now they can enter inside the building and start their assault.
Well, let's see. The Q is definitely going to be there, but no knock secured still. Metal Esports, they don't want to run into a trap with 2 players. A crossfire with the shotguns, but Encore has already taken a lot of damage in Metal Esports. This might not work out for them, but they still recover. Siam, an impressive push coming in. Team Together Esports have lost 1 man already. Still 3 players remaining in this fight. There's still an opportunity for them to recover, bring themselves back. But Sevi, Saikat and Krunal, they have to make sure it's a miraculous play.
Now Savi on the other side. Look at the amount of Molotovs being tossed in over here from the side of Metal. A perfect gameplay planned out by them. They waited for the opponents to burn out their resources, and when the time was right, that is when they throw in those Molotovs. How many of them will they see them burning? It's got to be Sevi players completely burnt out. Now Metal having that hard cover with a perfect circle placed over here. Let's see how much more can they put on the table.
I think Team Together Esports, they might just be done in this game. Nowhere left to run, nowhere left to hide. Metal Esports, they know exactly where they are. And even if you try and enter the circle as Team Together Esports look towards the southern side, there's do or die waiting for you to step out in the open as well. And Do or Die also has the information because Sykat was just taking a few shots upon the opposition.
This is the perfect time for Gladiators to come to the center of the circle. WSB all busy taking down the side of GR8. Once they're done with that, they'll concentrate on UP50, whereas GDR can come from behind, backstab this team, and get control of that complete western side. Let's see whether that's going to be the case, but as of now, the defenders of the top of the table now trying to push their luck too much. They're going to be deploying smokes, trying to pick up those vehicles and try to make it inside the circle under the noses of Metal Esports. And I don't think so it's going to be easy.
Yeah, it's not going to be easy for sure. They have already committed a lot in the fight that was extended at this point. But Do or Die, they're losing 2 players knocked out. It's down to Avnish. And in fact, Avnish alone as he went for a run. A desperate run to save his life, to save his team and secure some points. They have no points on the board as of now, and Avinash is going to go down with absolutely nothing in the bag as well, as it was Gladiators from the high ground who see the pixels, land the shots and secure the points for themselves. Now they have an opportunity to gatekeep the other teams that are trying to breach the zone. Metal Esports is going to be one of them. The other ones are going to be the players from the side of Wingod.
The circle is now gonna decide the fate of all these teams, because everybody are at the corners of the circle and one team might get kissed by the Lady Luck on their forehead. I'm waiting to see which team that is. Gladiators, knowledge is power. They've got the knowledge, and guess what? The circle is gonna betray everybody and go to a corner in the open fields where nobody might have a fighting chance. Metal Encore in the crosshairs of Wind. And I do believe that Godmax Grenade is going to give the right kind of opening. As he gets knocked out, his teammate Siam will be the last man standing.
Final 5 teams remaining, but we still know the top contenders of this match. Gladiator Esports doing phenomenal in this game of Sanhok. Nade after nade and artillery strike being brought upon the players of Metal Esports. It is going to be Vingod who get the wind knocked out of them, and it's the last player from the side of Metal who actually secured that knock. Gladiators, they reset, refocus. Wingod stuck in a corner, still trying to move out. Last player left standing, not for long though, as things are going to be wrapped up quickly. Wingod knocked out. Metal Esports, they take an exit, but look at that, Arka. We saw Sykat in the backlines, in the blue. He's going for a heal battle, finally gets shut down.
Gladiator Esports, the perfect rotation so far. Now they can take the topography for themselves. Whereas it's got to be a 4v4 fight. WSB all sticking together might be the biggest mistake they've done so far. Shogun has come and held the Hoff angle. All he has to do is put some grenades out there. But guess what? Gladiators, none of the players have got any throwables.
No utility left. It's going to be so tough if you are Gladiator Esports to create those openings, to create those angles, movement spaces for yourselves to finish off the players of WSB. And it's going to be WSB who kick things off. Justin knocked out with the help of a nade. It's down to Shogun and Delta. Will they be able to secure the win for their team? Damage is down to the opposition. Delta under heavy fire. Does not really have a lot of HP. Switches over to the DBS and is going to be finished off. And that is it. WSB, a phenomenal chicken and a phenomenal 4v4 secured. And Gladiators though, that split coming in the end, it's the only mistake they made in the entire game.
Not only that, throwables, the way they wasted all those throwables towards the side of Metal was so far away. And let's not forget, even on the side of TMZ, if I'm not wrong, I don't understand why they were doing that.
See, I did not want to mention the throwables because I felt they just wanted the finishes for themselves and maybe the nades that made it easy. But I do agree with you. After you've tossed 3 or 4 nades in the exact same spot and you realize like, all right, we haven't converted a knock, we haven't really seen anything happen on the finish feed, you have to reset and try to figure another way to pull the move off.
Yeah, it Wingard, you know, who were trying to hold that position. Once they understood the grenades are not working, that is when they started firing.
Yeah.
But it has to be the other way around. This is Pro Series. First, you need to try to fire at them. When you know that you can't connect, that is when you start using those throwables. I know they learned the lesson the hard way, but I just hope they're prepared for what's going to come up next, because they might have lost 5 to 6 points, which might, you know, allow them to lose that 25-pointer when it comes to the bonus points.
Well, I mean, teams win, teams lose, but ladies and gentlemen, you guys can always win something for yourself with the new Royal Pass, ladies and gentlemen, which is going to be introduced inside in the game. In fact, it has already been introduced inside the game. Do go ahead and check it out. But before you do that, we're going to have a look at the promo. We love the new Royal Pass. We hope you guys too. But as I say that, let's have a look at the promo and enjoy it even once more. Now, try to understand why it's called the Freaky Fiesta. It's going to be freaky when you get this Royal Pass for yourselves. So make sure you go ahead and check it out inside of the game, ladies and gentlemen. And of course, there's a lot more exciting stuff available for you. But talk about exciting things, and we move back to the what happened on Sanhok. Arka, please break it down for us.
Gladiator Esports' biggest mistake was to concentrate too much on the side of Wingard and also trying to make it inside the circle. I do understand that they wanted to come from the western side. It's easier to take down a team which lies out in the open than concentrate on fight with the team on the right side, which was the team taking away the chicken dinner. But the whole point is this. First guns, then go inside the circle, and then use those artillery. But backfired very badly.
It's a team called Gladiator Esports that has won a lot of major tournaments in the country. I think it is fair. They can make these mistakes where they just overcommit a little too much and are like, oh, it didn't work out. Maybe the next time. But I have to say, mad props to WSB. WSB played this game extremely well. They were put under pressure by Gladiators from the mid-game itself. They were the first team to close towards the Paradise Resort compounds, but they held on the outer skirts. They held just outside towards the cliffs, and they just waited for the perfect opportunity to strike, which presented itself in the end of the game.
I would say the one other thing which they held back with is the greed of finishes.
Yes.
They could have also extended a little too much and stolen away the finishes of Wingard and also the finishes of Metal, but they were like, they knew that they have to allow the others to fight and concentrate more on the 5 points which they can get when they get that chicken dinner. But this is how the cookie crumble, ladies and gentlemen. TTE, you know, a valiant effort coming in from their side. UP50 as well. They were also trying to make it inside the circle. But one team which I was kind of impressed with how they played at the corners of the circle has to be the side of UP50. Until the final moment, Sarkar was pretty determined to get as many finishes as possible. The heal battle also came through a little bit.
Yeah, the heal battle was there, but not for as long as they wanted it to be. But talk about heal battles, and it was, I believe, Saikat who outlasted the players of Metal Esports before his teammates were taken out. And this is the final fight from the perspective of WSB this time around, ladies and gentlemen. And as soon as Justin went down, I think it was done and dusted for Gladiators, because the entire point or the entire perspective of Gladiators in that fight was, oh, we're going to go 2-1-1. We're going to play with that particular split, and we're going to make sure that it will be an interesting position, because you have two players on the high ground. Your one man, Destro, is holding the high ground. Justin is there, and then Delta and Shogun were supposed to be the frontliners from the flank. But if the flank falls, then the frontliners can't do anything.
One other thing about the frontliners are this. Shogun was behind a car and Delta was behind a stone. But both of them were trying to converge from the center, where they could have converged from two different angles and try to get that attack through. But that is where I feel that Gladiator Esports could have done a little more better in the final moments. But as I said, when the opponents have got throwables in a close range battle, you just can't do much. All you have to do is just blankly rush in and get those finishes, which is next to impossible, because your heart rate is going to be very, very high.
That is true, and I understand that it might sound we are being too critical about Gladiator Esports, but they had a pretty brilliant game this time. I mean, overall, if you look at how their matchup went and how they are doing on the overall rankings, they're off to a decent start. They can bring themselves back in week 2, but ladies and gentlemen, if you guys want to bring yourself something, bring this along with yourself inside of the game. The Fool's Blessing Scarlet, ladies and gentlemen. In fact, there are a lot of other skins available for you guys that you guys can check out in the reward sections of BGMI.
Oh, yes.
Yeah.
I mean, I want to be blessed as well. But one other team which actually needed the blessing in the previous game has to be the side of Medal.
Oh, yes.
Brilliant effort from their side as well. Continuous fights after fights. From the hard compounds, they had to clear off the side of TTE, which was not easy for them. Using Molotov, they had to clear them out. Then made it inside the circle.
Yeah.
And then that is where the problem actually arose for them. They shouldn't have extended their fight too much with TTE. They could have just rushed in, finished them off, and then gone inside because they had that man advantage.
Yeah, they had the numbers in their favor, so it would have been a comfortable position for them to make a move. But again, in the heat of the moment, especially when you're playing one of your last few games, you tend to make a few mistakes in decisions, and it's completely fine. Medal Esports, as we mentioned, journey filled with a lot of ups and downs, but still in a position from where at least they can hold on to the hopes and dreams of qualifying in the top 16.
Yes, and TTE as well. You know, they had done a great job. 51 points is what they had got in 2 games yesterday, and I was expecting them to put more on the table by
top
end
3
of
in this
today.
one. Top 3 finish.
I don't think so that's going to be enough. When you have a team like Hydra dominating with so many points, and then you have another team like Gladiators who have also got a decent amount of points who are right below them, and let's not forget that a Soul entity, they are also doing some decent job. You need to have at least some more finish points. If it's somewhere around 10 to 12, they have not done the job so far, but if it's crossing somewhere around 15 to 18, I think TT have done a decent job.
I think it is going to be somewhere around 10 to 12 points, Sarka, so you will be a little disappointed when you have a look at the rankings. But overall, I mean, Team Together Esports, I have to say, if you look at their journey as a whole over the last 3 days, they've been quite phenomenal. And then you compare it to how this team used to play and what their run was like during the BGIS, you get impressed even more, because the amount of improvement this team has showcased is just unheard of, especially from these undergod teams.
I mean, I would add another point as to why I feel TTE is not going to be there. It's just that I don't have any kind of hard feelings towards them, but it's just that the stat speaks for themselves. Blood Rose, they had 20 points by the beginning of the day. They did a 30-pointer in the previous one. They got 50-pointer. They're almost close to them. And the next game, in case they do well, in the top 4 is where they place themselves. And if they do well, just imagine how many points, how many positions TTE is going to lose for themselves. And that 20 to 25 points buffer, that is going to matter a lot in the overall standing.
So many numbers to crunch. And we still have 2 more matches left, by the way. So there's going to be a lot more calculations being done, ladies and gentlemen. But you also let us know, are you enjoying the action of the matches? Do make sure to follow Krafton India Esports on their social media handles. And, of course, drop a comment in the chat showing support for your favorite teams or impressive individuals. I mean, I guess one of the big finds in terms of individuals in the first week of this Group Blue playing in the Pro Series has to be Saikat. That man is just phenomenal. He's too good.
Yeah. 34 finish points is what the team had, and he had 16 out of them until yesterday, and that shows that he was doing the talking. There was another player from 7 Shores, and that has to be Goat. Yes, he's also been doing a phenomenal job. And the expected MVPs like Delta, let it be Gamla Boy, let it be Ninja Jord, they are just not able to find themselves the footing. That means week 2, we can expect them to be having a big roar, and they might walk away with what these people are doing right now.
I mean, a lot of their fans are going to be hopeful about that their favorite teams bring themselves back, especially a team like Gladiators.
Yeah.
It was quite, I won't say upsetting, but it was a little weird seeing the start that they had, especially on day 1. And then when Gladiators brought themselves back in, or in fact are bringing themselves back into the competition with this last game of theirs, everyone's going to be a little bit happier that, all right, the performance, the metal that this team has showcased in the past, it is still there. We just have to be hopeful about the second week of the Pro Series.
Yes. Speaking about hopeful, I really want to bring in another team which I feel very disappointed speaking about, and I had high hopes on them, has to be the side of Autobots.
Oh, yeah.
Because amongst the 20 points which they had in the first 3 to 4 games, they had only 6 finishes. I mean, they just they just added two of the strongest players out there into their lineup. That is Sirvi as well as Carry. And I don't see how come the synergy is not sitting. Autobots, they have played together before, but still they're not able to find themselves that synergy.
I mean, it's a different scenario. Finding that synergy, finding that sync between the players in other lobbies and doing it in the Pro Series is definitely going to be tough. But let's have a look at the players who make things look extremely easy. And we're going to start off with the MVP of the previous match, ladies and gentlemen, which will be on our screens right about now.
Oh, yes, it's going to be from the side of Team Megastars. And you know, the most important thing for us to see is how Thunder has been a little bit of a nuisance for all the other teams.
Yeah.
That is because Blacks is going to be in the front. He's going to be taking all the attention, and then suddenly you have this man out of nowhere picking up finishes. And yes, right behind him is going to be WSB Zap. And let's not forget that Guri from TMZ. This is also one of the unsung heroes of Week 1 who has been doing really well. Good to see the two of the assaulters, Justin and Destro. Destro is an IGL, obviously, but he's no less than an assaulter. We've got 6 finish points in total together for the side of Gladiators as well.
And it was an impressive run from Gladiators. It's nice to see two of the players make it to the top 5. But what about the points? And here we have the point rankings from the game, ladies and gentlemen. WSB finishing the game on the first position, all thanks to that chicken dinner of theirs. 22 points on the board. And then Gladiators are there on the second. Had they gotten the chicken, this would have been a big game of theirs.
Yes, 3 points is what they've lost over here. And those 3 points, have they fallen short to get that 25 points in total?
4 extra points for finishes. They had to wipe the last team.
I mean, I'm just giving them that element of doubt. What if the zone would have favored them or something like that, you know? Yeah, but still, even if you had 7 points, and just imagine you'll be losing the top spot in the overall standings because of that. But yeah, TTE, the intentions were very clear.
Yes.
We're going to play for possession points and no, you know, finish points for us. But again, the bottom of the table, UK7, Fly, BR, 4TR, all going down with 0 points. Not far away from them are going to be their friends DODTS, C7S, GWL, GR8. I mean, when I see 2, 4, 1, 1, 0, 0, 0, that shows the teams in the first half have already done the job when it comes to both position points and finish points.
For a second, I thought you were reciting someone's phone number. But no, I mean, yeah, the second page of the rankings of the leaderboard is today, or in fact today, it has been left far behind from the rest of the competition. It seems like the teams in the top 3, the top 5, in fact, to be a little bit more precise, have been doing too well for themselves every single game.
Yeah, as I said, you do the hard work in the initial days, you're going to reap benefits out of it later on. And all those teams out there who have done the hard work, they're just going to enjoy those additional bonus points. And that's the whole picture we are trying to put in front of you. Just imagine the first and the second position in the overall standings is going to make you lose 5 points. And that's no joke.
Yeah, it is no joke, in fact. I mean, losing 5 points could also result in you missing out on those bonus points that can change the way you qualify and make things look easier for you. But you know what looks amazing? It is the new X suit that's been introduced in the game. I mean, we always talk about it. We're going to have it on our screens in a few short moments as well. Have you tried to get this one?
Since it's going to be coming soon, I'm expecting to get it. And I'm pretty eager, as I said, the spear with the thunder. I really want it. And hopefully I'll be able to flex a little bit like the others.
It's called the Avalanche X suit. I mean, it's
the
so
name
cool.
itself
The
is so
mini
cool,
cool. Yeah. I mean, why would you not want it?
I mean, I just hope that the audience are able to connect. You guys are able to connect to what we are feeling right now. Because if you are, then it's just few days away.
I think here's a little bit of a backstory that you need to know about this. Why we get so excited and why our emotions are a little bit mixed. Because while our colleagues on the other side of the studio are extremely lucky in terms of getting these X suits and stuff, we have been quite unlucky. We don't get to roll the best things whenever we get to spin the wheel. No. We get all the things that you guys get, and we enjoy the game with those things. Because I mean, who likes to be default? I mean, all of these new stuff that gets added inside the game just makes it a little bit more exciting. But you know what's even more exciting? It's going to be the next match, ladies and gentlemen, because we will head into the map of Weekendy, and along with that, we're going to head into an interesting scenario as well, because Group 4, I believe. No, my apologies. Group 5 is going to be playing their last game, and that means this is going to be the last opportunity for God's Reign, Autobots, Blood Rose Esports, Reckoning, Redemption Crew, 7 Show, Gen X FM, and EC E, which is Executive Esports, to bring themselves back on the overall rankings and try and secure as many points as they can on the overall leaderboard. On the other hand, Group 4, second last game of the day, and I hope they're ready to play. But guess who's ready to play? It's Salty, ladies and gentlemen, joining me on the panel again. How are you doing, buddy?
I am doing absolutely fine, man. This has always been the case whenever I am back on the desk. I love to be back on the desk, so it's kind of like natural habitat for me. But coming back into the game, coming back into what's business, right? Group 4 and Group 5. Team Blind will be in our eyesight, to be honest, because Team Blind will be one of those teams who have the opportunity. I still remember at the start of the day, inside of the first page, on the 8th spot, they were there. And they had the opportunity. I still remember approximately 20 points separating them and Team TTE. Now, of course, cumulative standings, nobody knows how things have shaped up. But currently speaking, I think Blind still has the opportunity. If they can score 2 chicken dinners in 3 games, they might as well score 2 more from the 2 games that they have.
That is actually true. I mean, yesterday, Blind Esports, they started the day off 3 matches in a row. They won 2 of them. The game of Miramar was botched a little bit by their side, but still, I mean, you get 2 wins. Who is going to remember what you did in game number 2? Now, as you mentioned, last 2 games, not just of the day, but of this week for this Group Blue. What is going to happen? I think we are about to find that out. But as you said about Blind Esports, let's not forget God's Reign is also going to be playing this game. And they're not going to be alone. They're going to be joined by the likes of Reckoning Esports, who have done well for themselves in the last few days. We have Hindustan Gaming. Hindustan Gaming is another team that we were looking forward to seeing what they were up to. And the performance right now has been a little underwhelming.
You know, see, the only point which still remains is the fact that Group 4 gets to play 2 important games right now.
Yes.
The last 2 games of the day, Group 4 will be playing both of them. And Group 4 does have teams like Team Blind, does have teams like Enigma, Seal, and all others. Now, Enigma, as a matter of fact, also will have the opportunity to breathe life back into their tournament. Breathe life back into this particular map of Vikendi, which is going to be snow covered. It's going to be cold, but I'm pretty sure it's going to be hot in terms of action as well. The big bird once again flows back to the skies, and ladies and gentlemen, it's time to start our journey. We do start off from the lands of Shrevno towards the lands of Milnar itself. A flight path which is very much deviated on towards the right hand side, Johnny.
Yeah, towards the eastern part of the map. And we also know, I mean, yesterday we saw a very impressive fight happen towards the Goroka region. It was very, very intense, the map of Vikendi. But today, hoping for a reset. Let's see how things are going to go for all of these teams. It's going to be an intense matchup right off the bat. Early exits coming in from the side of Blood Rose. And as we were talking about, then last game of the day for Blood Rose. And from the side of Group B, Genex FM, they've been on fire today. I mean, we remember how they started the day off with the map of Erangel. Hopefully they can show us a similar run on this last map of theirs as well. Apart from that, one important thing on Vikendi. Where's the circle? It's a central circle.
Now, I'm not really sure if you remember, but this is one of my favorite circles.
Is it?
So why specifically, I'll tell you, because in my afterlife, I'm supposed to be meditating in Mount Kresnik. That is the conversation which me and Necro were having throughout our BGIs.
I remember you guys had plans.
Yeah, that is a plan which I have for myself.
Well, I was just going to say you could go on a vacation from Mount Kresnik, go to Villa.
Oh, yeah. No, Villa is actually occupied already. Villa is Necro's house.
Oh, yes.
Oh, yeah. He was aiming for Castle, but I felt like we would actually reserve Castle for our godfather, Johnny himself. So we would rather keep Villa for Necro and get myself Mount Kresnik. But let's just talk about other plans, all right? Speaking of plans, it seems like Autobots and ASG, they have plans of fighting each other. Now, what is your thoughts about it? Both teams kind of struggling on the overall standings. They are bloodthirsty right now.
Yeah, you know me, Salty. I'm a sadist at heart. So I want this fight to happen. I want these teams to go at it because I enjoy chaos, man. But Autobots, it feels like they have different thoughts running through their head because they are backing off from the situation, and especially considering both these teams are far away from the circle. Priority number 1 is going to be weapons. Priority number 2 is going to be throwables and that armor and helmet combo that you would want for the cells. And along with that, priority number 1.5, I'm going to keep this in the middle, is vehicles.
Absolutely. But speaking of vehicles, it seems like Hindustan Gaming are far from getting themselves a little bit still flying in the air. But LeBron just missed that timing on that trigger. He still had the opportunity to do some bird shooting, but man wasn't really in position. LeBron will have to kind of look out for other opportunities or possibly for other birds, but So far, one of the birds from Autobots, it seems like he, as well as the rest of his crew, have other plans. It seems like they're not walking away from the fight, Johnny. It seems like they have reinstated aggression back into the life of Vikendi.
My bad. I thought Autobots was going to back off, but no. They were looking for those utility that we talked about. They went for the armor and they've gotten it. But Ombi, what is that damage? Just barely managed to survive. But this nade from Rico might do the trick. Ombi trying to run away for his life. It's going to be dropped to the floor by Rico. And out of nowhere, Autobots, they're kicking things off in a very nice manner. They had another knock secured in the distance. They converted it into a finish. And Pegasus is going to be kicked out of the game.
Team ASG just not really, controlling the pace of the attack coming in from Autobots. This was a very well-planned execution. They tried to sort of disguise this movement. They tried to think that the opposition was just moving away from this particular fight. But when they came back, they hit them with numbers and they hit them with precision and speed. And this is one of the reasons why I think ASG could not kind of readjust themselves to that aggression. And a lot of mistakes happened. You saw how Ombi kind of molotoved himself, the nade dropping right next to him. These things just going... The entire team kind of went haywire in that situation.
The man should thank his stars. He even lived for an extra second over there. And he should have stayed behind that cover. That would have been safe. Oh, I take my words back, actually. Autobots had a lot of utility upon themselves, so they would have just needed him out of existence. But anyways, I think ASG, they need to reset. So they are moving forward. We have Pody and Hades looking to see if they can play for survival. And it is the map of Vikendi, so they can play the survival game. In this matchup, all they have to do is go around looking for the first stage. This is the map that defined the healing meta. This is the perfect opportunity to secure those placement points.
Having said that, Johnny, I think for sure this will be an opportunity for them to get placement points and maybe going in for the healing meta. But the Vikendi that we have seen, the trends of Vikendi that we've seen, especially in BMPS as well, I think you can also testify this fact because you saw last day's Vikendi as well. It was very chaotic and it was very abrupt. So fights do tend to happen in the middle of nowhere, just like this one. Team Seal, all of a sudden, they have been hit with a knockout blow. And this time, it's going to be Blood Rose Esports. And how beautifully they've done that. Clouds is knocked out already. And another player is barely surviving by a sliver of HP.
Again, something that you would never expect to happen on this map. Two early fights breaking out, but Blood Rose Esports, they need to be careful. Seal, they have an opportunity to go for a reset and bring their teammate back into this fight. Blood Rose, they're looking for the high ground, Salty.
They certainly are looking for a high ground, but this flank might actually be working in for them, trying to enter in from the right-hand side, slowly and steadily creeping up, but for the first time, Marian has been taken down.
And that is going to be the second knock secured by Blood Rose. Things are looking so good for them, but they need to be a little bit careful. Seal losing players one after the other. I believe they're down to their last man who has gone for a revive. And Blood Rose Viper, it seems like they know where they knocked these players out. They're looking for the finishes, but Clouds has been brought back into this match. Will Seal be able to escape? Or are these Sharks going to hunt them down?
This is pretty interesting, to be honest. Team Seal just not really coping up to the pressure that Blood Rose has to offer. And seems like Blood Rose, they're not really going hot on their tails. Oh no, in fact they are. Look at that chase. Oh my god, that vehicle.
It's a hunt. It's a hunt in the winters, and well, the prey right now are going to be the Seals themselves. Armor shot up. Clouds does not really have a lot that he can use to survive. 3 nades available. The Molotov has been lobbed, but it's not going to do anything in the flank, in the backlines. In fact, Wild You can be a pleasant surprise from the side of Seal, and he takes down one, but at point blank range, the players from the side of Blood Rose, they have arrived. Wild You, he has the DBS to work with, needs to be extremely careful while peeking the corners. And in and out he goes, sees the players, the knock is going to be secured. The second one in the backlines does not really go in his hands. And Blood Rose, they bring themselves back 4 points on the board.
Of course, right, they were always supposed to have the upper hand in this fight. They had the numbers advantage, they had the intuition as well. And they always had the intensity to attack in this fight. Of course, when you check all of those boxes, it's pretty difficult for the opposition to try and shut you down. Team Seal, valiant effort from those last 2 players, but
I've never seen a push like that. You see players get away. Normally, in the early stages of Weekend, you expect, all right, we're going to back off, we're going to try and reset. But Blood Rose was like, no. We are going after them. Get in that Lamborghini and the entire gang rolls out.
Exactly, right? And that was intent. That was a bloodthirst in their eyes. And it just goes to show that Blood Rose, they came here with a completely different plan altogether. Now, they certainly were struggling on the overall standings, but I think the plan in the boarding room was simple, just to try and back yourself, especially when it comes to taking fights. And that is exactly what they have done, and they have been reaping the rewards on the back of it. So, good stuff done. This is the Blood Rose that have been missing since early days of BGIS.
Yeah, that is very true. We missed them the entire time we were going through our journey as well.
Yeah.
But it seems like in the Pro Series is where they have returned. And talk about returning to their old form, FS is going to look to do the same. We talked about them, 3 new players, which is that IGL who has been retained. And FS, they were quite close to the center of the circle as well, so they need to be a little bit more careful with how they move forward in this matchup. But talk about being careful. Reckoning Esports. No one needs to be as careful as them. They had a lot to lose after day 1. They lost a little bit of it on the overall rankings in terms of taking that drop. But today, hopefully, they can bring themselves back, finish in the top 8, get a few extra bonus points, move forward to week 2.
Yeah, it's time for payback, honestly, for Reckoning, and they've done that. They've showed intensity in day 2. They've showed what they can possibly pull off, and it seems like this team already has that experience. It's about stitching together a partnership, getting that coordination back on track as well. Punk, of course, will be looking for the prowl for God's Written players. They can hear that engines rumble, and considering the fact that silence has been reinstated on the map of Vikendi. Of course, after this initial debacle that we got to see Autobots versus ASG and then Blood Rose versus Team C. Now, this was an entire extravaganza, to be honest. Wildu had the opportunity of finding a knock, but he was instantly shut down. But as soon as I talk about that team, Blood Rose Esports, what are they on right now?
I think they're just on a hunt of their own, not sparing or taking any prisoners. Hitman getting hit extremely hard. His entire team has been wrapped up behind him. He's the last man surviving, and he's trying to escape in that Zima. You know, the Zima's HP is the least in terms of vehicles present inside of the game. So even if the shots connect on that vehicle, it can blow up any seconds. But luckily for him, Blood Rose Esports, they let him have a fun time. They let him drive around the map for a bit. Although he has been spotted out by the players of Gen X FM now.
He definitely has been spotted out, but Gen X FM, even this team has sort of been on an upward curve for themselves. Today has proved to be one of the best days inside of week 1. So Gen X FM also will have to sort of start banking on and getting more numbers on board to try and solidify that spot, because the overall standings is king right now at the moment in this tournament, right? You always want to be at the very top if you want to assure yourself that top 16 spot, but this is exactly how Blood Rose went, right? Just slamming onto that fence. They did get damaged, but look at that confidence on Viper right across that fence itself. The jump shots always connecting, and having that belief that in spite of no matter how many numbers I'm up against, I'm always going to connect my shots.
But they're not done. Salty Gen X FM Moksh, from his perspective, he sees the players of Blood Rose, and he saw 3 players move towards the left-hand side of that rock, the massive boulder in front of his eyes. He doesn't know where the last player is. Gen X FM against Blood Rose. This is going to be an intense fight, and considering this is the last game for Blood Rose, they don't want to leave any regrets. They're playing a game that they want to play themselves, not necessarily being controlled by anyone else, and that is the reason I believe we are seeing all of this aggression from their side.
Aggression has always sort of been synonymous with Blood Rose Esports, to be honest. I'm not surprised they're playing this way. In fact, I was surprised when they kind of shifted strategy in the later stage of the BGIS.
It's been 10 minutes. They have 7 eliminations.
And without breaking a sweat, to be honest. Yes, players have been knocked out. Yes, they were struggling in terms of finishing the fights every single time. But if you think of it in totality, it seems like Blood Rose Esports has been very comfortable. But speaking of comfort, 7 Shore Esports are snatching comfort away from Team Execute Esports.
And they are being executed out into the open.
No.
He's going to try and run behind the rock. Barely manages to make it through, but it's not even going to matter. Executive Esports, they've lost one of their key players. Biku has been taken out. 2 players left, and Thunder's position is compromised. He can't go anywhere. His vehicle was taken away from him as well. Has lobbed a smoke to create a little bit of an extra moving space for him, but how far can he go? Look at that. The closest point of cover is going to be that rock in the distance. In a few short moments, we might just see the opposition spam their shots inside the smoke, or they're gonna see this vehicle move. Actually, that was a big mistake. Why would you do that?
That was survival instincts kicking in for Thunder. He just thought that, alright, fine, I'm going to utilize all my smokes in that region to try and use that to get my vehicle in its highest momentum possibly and try and just whiz past Seven Shore and their crosshairs, but that was not the case because just like you mentioned, the vehicle was at an extremely low HP, but it's not just Thunder himself. There's other players of Execute Esports as well who are under heavy fire. This time it was Unique OP. And it seems like this team, while we were always talking about how Blood Rose Esports had plans, it seems like Execute Esports throughout their journey in week 1 lacked that plan, lacked that game plan altogether.
And I believe with how they're moving around, I think they still do. Because it seems like they're scrambling for position right now. Thunder, who has just been revived by Unique OP, I don't think it's going to be a Unique fight that we're going to witness. Seven Shore, they're going for the push. Goat on the low ground is going to fall back. Cook a nade, reflex from the flank is going to secure the opening knock, and Wiley shot Unique down. Thunder, it felt like, was just absolutely lost with what he needed to do, protect himself. Reflex dropped in the middle of both of them.
Yeah. So he dropped in the middle of both of them. He finished off the first one, turns
around.
180 degrees, and then gets the next one. Usually in cases like these, you see players wrapping around from one side. Man jumped in the center.
Yeah.
I think he was not aware of both the players' positioning. But
that is how they win. That is how Seven Shore has been winning. Look at the pan that Draven has. It says, don't shoot. So people aren't shooting at them.
Exactly right. It does kind of put out a nice sign that, fine, always be careful.
No wonder Thunder also didn't take his shot.
Absolutely, right? Just a warning sign before you start executing opposition, just like you did against Execute Esports. But this time around, the circle, once again, a central shift. And
wait, what is Enigma doing?
After that initial run of combat that we got to see, it seems like the pace of the game will start to drop if you look at the space between the teams. But correctly mentioned, Team Enigma still in the backline, still inside the blue. I think they can still afford to take a little bit of a damage, but that is not how you would usually see Weekendy function, right? Teams prioritize the center more than anything else.
Exactly. I mean, this map was always about survival. It has been redefined in the last 2 days. In fact, I'll be honest about it. Because even yesterday, we saw a lot of fighting, a very aggressive Weekendy from every single team that played. Day number 1 was the same. Teams aren't looking to back up. They're looking for those finish points at the same time, it seems like. But in terms of how the other teams are, we are seeing the players of Enigma on our screens still stuck in the blue, playing for survival, taking things extremely slow. And it can kind of work out in their favor, Salty, because when we saw the map, remember, that northern edge, in fact, that entire northeastern edge of the circle is completely empty. There's no one there, so Enigma will have a free entry in the early stages.
Free entry for sure, but the only problem which comes to my mind is the fact that this circle is extremely out in the open, right?
Yes.
In between Villa and Mount Kresnik, there's a massive stretch of land without any sort of cover whatsoever. And I think the little cover that you are going to have, the rocks, the boulders, the little bit of a shacks here and there, I think those will be preoccupied by the teams who are already scrambling for it. So Enigma is already delayed on that particular race. Even if they make that particular entry, how will they survive the final circles? If they will get positioned inside the final circle, will be a big question mark right now. But question mark will always remain on this lineup. A lineup which is formed of prodigal youngsters led by a magician at the helm of it all. It's Team Blind Esports. The only team, in fact, at the start of the day to have 2 chicken dinners out of the 3 games that they've played.
They are looking for that third in this one. And if they actually succeed in getting that, that will already make Blind one of the best performing teams of Group Blue. Because 3 chicken dinners in the 5 games that they played. Imagine. Think about that.
That's consistency.
That is a 60% win rate, Salty.
Exactly. 60% win rate is crazy. But to be honest, looking at this lineup and the recent success that they have, I wouldn't be surprised, to be honest. But Weekendy will be the toughest map to pull that off, I think.
Yeah, that is also true. This is the toughest map to sort of get your streak going on. But I think if anyone can pull it off, it has to be Blind. I I mean, we've seen them in the past. That is a legendary lineup right there. But I think with the run that Blood Rose Esports are having in this game, I think we are going to see new legends in the making. Because, again, I mean, it all goes down to how quick they were in the first 2 fights that they've taken, not looking to back off at any time. No mistakes made in how they went for this push. Well, one mistake made with one of the players. I think Pasha OP just panicked when the shots came upon him, and he was just frantically running around trying to protect himself, but one was unable to do that. But immediately his teammates reacted. They were like, all right, we're going to cover up. We're going to try and push the man that took you down. And they were able to make sure that their team was still surviving in this matchup. But look at that. The shift of the zone takes us towards the side of Villa, where we have the players from the side of Titans holding on to their compound.
Not really inside of the main territory of Villa itself.
Outside.
A little bit on the outskirts. Now, I understand why they're doing so, because Villa in itself has so many entry points, right? It'll be very difficult for them to sort of hold down to that compound. And I'm 100% sure that there will be multiple buyers for this piece of real estate. But look at this.
Exactly. Oh my god, we were praising them so much, but Hindustan Gaming just showcasing what a good defense looks like. Blood Rose Esports, they had their share of wins
MJ
in the early stages. And, well, yeah, Avi, MJ, Harry, Nick.
No, so
The switch, I know what you're talking about. Salty, we discussed this. Big changes, big roster changes happen.
for sure, I mean,
Oh, wait.
that is
Was that
true.
a 1v4?
That exactly is my point, right?
My
MJ has
apologies,
4
yeah.
finishes. I'm not really sure how that went down the books, because we did not catch the entirety of the action. Hopefully the replays will make it clearer for us.
I mean, see, our production is very lovely. The people sitting in the back running the entire show are extremely amazing. So, yeah, we are going to see that replay soon, Salty.
This is one of the reasons why, again, Blood Rose Esports, I have been kind of been a little angry at this team, because they have this on and off switch.
Okay, my assumption of what happened is they tried to push the compound.
Yeah.
MJ took down 3 players because all 3 of them were lying in one corner and the last man was just left behind in the other. So I believe they tried to push all of them. MJ was just set up by his teammates for success, took down 3, and then the last man, they just let him have his ace.
Possibly. I think that will be the case, but it's very
Maybe.
surprising for a team like we are, Blood Rose Esports, to just give up all that lead that they have. Like, once again, just poor decision making. Now, I understand, right? I also see their perspective. I think they looked at Vikendi as that off map where they can do something different, where they can pull off a rabbit out of the hat, and it backfired. It misfired massively.
It did backfire indeed, but can't really do anything about it. They're going to have to stay satisfied with the amount of finishes that they have, which I believe were already close to like 8 or 9 eliminations on the board. So that is just going to be quite decent. They won't have any placement points from this game, by the way. But we are seeing the players blind. And all right, now we see a hard shift of the zone. It is just towards the east of Villa. Blind Esports holding that southeastern edge have spotted out the players from the side of Autobots. Few shots were fired, but none of them actually connected on the opposition.
Exactly. Now, no matter how differently the players tend to, or rather want Vikendi to function, it'll always be the same in terms of how the hard shift only comes in the 4th and the 5th circle, a massive hard shift. But this is the replay that we were talking about. Hindustan Gaming, MJ, I think he took down 3 players, or rather 2 players from the vehicle itself.
I think it was a 1v1 that happened first.
Okay.
2 players took down as MJ went from the flank, and while he was going from the flank, the players from Blood Rose were focused on Avi. So it was 1 taken down, then 2 with the DBS, and then the last man in the corner. He went on the outer sides from the right.
Yeah, absolutely insane, right? Hindustan Gaming will have the momentum from that particular performance. And this time it's Avi. Man, I loved how they captured that vision. I loved it, right?
Yeah.
Avi just jumps down, switches onto that perspective, and you see a man flying and shooting the DBS at your face. How beautiful it was.
That is a clip you can do anything with. There is so much content in that one clip from that particular POV. Because Hitman, he's sitting there in the shack just waiting for his demise, wondering how it's going to come his way. And then all of a sudden, it's a jump scare from up ahead.
Absolutely, right? Big ups to production for that, because this is not easy produced, right? Avi, look at that, right? Man knew exactly his position, and he was confident that he was going to be dead staring in the face as well, not even holding that corner.
One more thing I'll say, that is just an unnecessary flex. There was a much easier way to finish that man off, but we're going to talk about it some other time when we have a look at the endgame replay. But for now, Redemption Crew, it seems like Reckoning Esports has been spotted out by them, and Redemption Crew are not going to let them get away scot-free. Shots are being fired, but Reckoning Esports, they're biding their time, they're buying them time by just staying back behind that rock. Smokes have been lobbed to the either sides just for a little bit of extra movement speed, but God's Rain from the flank and from underneath the vehicles is where they connect the shots. One man knocked out. Blades is going to be traded in a matter of seconds, and God's Rain, they're going to be pushed in a corner, but is that enough to slow them down? The answer is no. Aquanox too close for comfort, and Reckoning Esports forced outside this game.
Yeah, of course, Reckoning Esports, they were never in a good position to fight, right? Especially when they had to kind of abandon that burnt vehicle itself, right? And of course, when you have multiple teams staring death at you, you're never gonna survive in that situation. But God's Rain, high expectations from this team, especially when they have found a little bit of a footing inside of this map of Vikendi. But once again, another hard shift coming towards the left-hand side. And now two teams who sort of have the advantage. Hindustan Gaming, a 2-2 split coming in from them, controlling majority of the real estate. But also towards on the close end of the circle, you've got Team Titans.
But my question, even during the late game stage, remains the same. What is Enigma doing? They've gone for a 2-1 split. They have left Addy in the backlines, who is now being charged upon by the last remaining players from the side of Execute Esports. And he's
23 first aids.
Yeah, but if he has an opposition next to him, those 23 first aids are worth basically nothing if he gets hit by a nade.
I'm not even sure why is Addy looking, staring? He has the perspective, he has a line of sight, but he's still not firing, right? Team Silly Esports as well. Ace Black, he definitely does have the line of sight of Team Blind Esports and is cooking the nade. He's preparing his team for a very big battle, Johnny.
Yeah, and this one is going to be an interesting one. The players from Blind pushing towards the players of Silly. Evil Surya in the corner. The nade was lobbed on the staircase, but it did not connect on anyone. And now the players of Silly, they're taking the drop. They're on the ground floor outside the compound, and it turns out it was a mistake. Blind Esports, they were prepared for this one. Ace Black dropped out of the picture. Evil Surya out as well. Last two players remaining from the side of Silly. Foul and Aim God, and they know exactly where the players of Blind Esports are clustered up. But look at the radar. These aren't the only two teams around, and the players of Enigma Gaming are going to show up for the third party, and God's Rain from up north as well have an opportunity to secure extra points for themselves.
Team Silly Esports, they made a very silly mistake in that situation, but for now, of course, Manya is still trying to confirm what his team has started. Knuckle from the backlines was so crucial, and he's still holding that position. Aimgod has been knocked out. I think courtesy to this positioning, the flank coming in from Knuckle has been devastating, and Team Silly Esports left with just one player. It's not just them, Team God's Rain as well, even they are left with one player, and now you have another team. It's Redemption Crew who is charging along, marching across the circle itself, and God's Rain. Aquanox is still holding on to his dear life. Blaze is still there, but how long will they be able to survive?
It is going to be an intense battle. The DBS in the hands of Blaze. All he needs to bring his team back, and he is being extremely careful. Aquanox with a heal is going to be ready for the fight, and that's going to be the last player from the side of Redemption Crew.
What?
And there's no redemption from this misplay. Blaze, what an amazing moment for this man, bringing his team back from the brink of death.
Man has been consistent throughout in every single tournament has played. He is the backbone of God's Rain, and he is performing once again. He's still showing what he's got, just letting his team survive through multiple miracles. And God's Rain, they still have the reigning supreme.
But Blind Esports. Salty, what happened to them? We thought they were going to dominate that fight, but no. Team Silly outlasts Blind Esports. Enigma Gaming was still there for a few extra seconds. I believe they're gone out of this game now. No, Addy's still there. He's still heel battling in the corner.
This is what happens in Vikendi, Johnny.
Yeah, anything.
It's so chaotic up until the very end, because we've talked about it, right? These slow early circles, but then it just only goes to show that there are so many teams in an open area. There are so many lines of sight. Team Titan, of course, I think still have the advantage in terms of controlling the circle. A little bit of a topography going in for them. And I think that is going to help them get the better out of Autobots as well. Autobots are in the middle of nowhere.
But they have the circle. That's the advantage that they have. Titans, even though they have the high ground advantage to work with, will have to struggle as they are the ones who are going to be forced to move and try and take the fight against Autobot. But Skrills needs to be careful. Nano Baby had an opportunity. Is he still wearing a level 1 armor?
Yeah.
Yes.
That has been damaged to. That has been damaged quite profusely, in fact.
Yeah.
But Team Titan, I think with 6 finishes, Team Autobots are looking pretty strong. And now you've got 3 players stuck behind a rock. This is the worst place where you can be. God was cooking a nade! Rico just finds the opening and knocks him down. Punishments being offered, and he has been executed.
And in fact, 7 Shaw, they are caught between a crossfire set by the players of Titan and Autobots at the same time. And there's one more team coming in from the flank in the form of Hindustan Gaming, by the way, who have done absolutely phenomenal for themselves in this match. But look at this, Autobots controlling the zone, and they want it all to themselves. They want an easy win. They're just gatekeeping everyone because they realize this is an open position and they have a brilliant ridge for cover that then make it work. They can make it work to their advantage, putting pressure on the players of Titans. As you mentioned, players are pinned out behind that rock, but Sense, what is he doing? Steps out into the open, sacrifices himself. His teammate Spark OP is going to be dropped as well. Rico with his teammates. These are easy pickings for them. And Titans, well, they're going to fall yet again.
Fall yet again, but Rico just runs out of bullets. He's out of ammo, but he still mentioned out of the 10 bullets he had, he confirmed another knock for himself. So he has been extremely efficient for his team, but now Autobots have to find a solution to this problem. CV is on a prowl right now. Autobots, we've never really seen them pick up so much momentum. Man just drives by 2 players, but the smoke, thankfully, is going to prevent him from getting sprayed down in a 1v2 up against these lads from Genix FM. 30% HP, and that's all she wrote for him. Genix FM, they're going to punish him for his outrageousness.
Yeah, quite unfortunate. Mr. Spray not able to connect the spray over there. And Genix FM, they do find, well, a little bit of safety to work with, but Sirvi has a lot of options. One of them was this nade. Wishu knocked out. Last player remaining from the side of the fearless Marathas, Insidious, hiding in a corner. He has been spotted out. Maybe the second nade is going to do the trick, and it does, in fact. Hindustan Gaming also eliminated, and it is the Autobots who roll out, and they roll out in style, ladies and gentlemen. An impressive win. And I believe it was their last game as well. Yes, it was their last game. 13 eliminations and the chicken dinner salty. 28 points in the last match this team had to play.
This team, I mean, they just did the unthinkable, to be honest, because in a map like Vikendi, it's extremely hard to rack up so many finishes, extremely hard to dominate the entirety of the final circle. Practically because it's so much out in the open, there are multiple teams, but how beautifully Autobots isolated every single one and executed every single one of them.
They are the ones who kicked this game off. I mean, they were the ones who took the first fight of the game, secured the first finish, and then also secured the last finish of this match. And talk about going all out, right? You have one game left. It is the one that decides what your future is going to look like. And this team just goes all out, commits everything that they have, and secures an impressive win. And they weren't the only ones, in fact. A lot of the teams were trying out different things, trying out different strategies, unorthodox plays to see what was best for them. And if you guys want to see what is going to be best for you, ladies and gentlemen, inside of the game, what looks best on you, don't be default. It's as simple as that. Let's have a look at the prom and see what all good things, great things are available for you inside BGMI. Let's have a look. Are you ready, Salty, to have a look?
I am practically ready, to be honest, because I myself, I'm not default. I think, Johnny, you're not default as well. And you, who's watching from the back line, you're not default either.
I guess as our days go forward in this Pro Series, Salty, we're in for more surprises, right?
We are in for more surprises. I mean, it's been like a bag of surprises. We started things off with a different format. We started things off with 96 teams. And I think right from the day this entire Pro Series was announced, the audience, they have been getting surprises after surprises. And now this one, it's just a cherry on top of the cake.
There's a reason we keep telling you. follow us on our social media handles. Make sure you subscribe to the Craft and India Esports YouTube channel as well, because every single time an official event rolls around, there's so much excitement, not just because of the competition, but because of the new things that get introduced inside of the game.
Absolutely. And a lot of new things have been introduced. You talk about the Fool's Blessing set, you talk about the Exode, which is coming in as well. Kind of breeds in a lot more excitement just about it. But of course, having said that, speaking of excitement, this game of Vikendi was not according to the norm. This game of Vikendi was never really according to the script as well. It was so different, just being so aggressive right from the start. Aggression means there are going to be a lot of clip-worthy moments. So what do you do with the clips? Just show them in front of the audience right from the start of it all. It was Autobots who picked things off.
Yeah, they kicked things off in style as well. That fight was completely one-sided, and from the start I think it was clearly visible the level of aggression that teams like Autobots, teams like Seven Show, Blood Rose were just willing to take, not necessarily worried about their own safety or how well they were going to do in terms of placements. They wanted points one way or the other. And look at this. This is that one thing that we missed out on. Apparently, where we saw that clip of Avi with that incredible jump shot on Hitman from the side of FS, that is the same shack where they were wiped out. Blind Esports, this is their exits at the hands of Enigma Gaming. And again, this was unexpected. This was completely unexpected. Blind was doing so well for themselves. There was no need to go for the push.
They certainly are, right? But it is one of the drawbacks. It is one of the trade-offs of being extremely aggressive, right? Blind Esports, they saw they had an opportunity. They saw they had an opening, especially when they found the first knock from that run over of the vehicle. But they weren't prepared for what Enigma had to offer. Similarly, even Team Titans weren't really prepared what the terrain had to offer. I mean, I did mention about the topography, but it kind of backfired because walking down a downhill curve, especially when you have no cover, it's kind of like walking into death's trap.
Yeah, it was a trap laid out from the start by the players of Autobots. I mean, they had a nice little ridge that was there to protect them from the players of Titans. The players towards the right-hand side were already distracted by a team pushing them from up top. I believe it was Seven Show that was pushing downhill from the right-hand side. From the left, it was Titan FTW. And Autobots, they prioritized their targets perfectly. They utilized their cover perfectly. And of course, the advantage that the zone brought in that last shift, when we talked about the fact that, Autobots is the only team on that edge, everyone else is out in the open and everyone else has to move. That means they also have to abandon their cover in order to make that rotation. And that is where the risk came. And Autobots was like, all right, this is the only opportunity we have. We're going to go for the punish.
Autobots was sort of my one of the teams I was looking forward to alongside. So there were some of these semi-tier 1 teams that we were talking about. Inside of the BGIs I'm talking about, Autobots obviously have transitioned into one of the big dogs. But in that time, I was always talking about Gen X FM. I was always talking about Blood Rose. I was always talking about Autobots. And Autobots has sort of also have had that switch up, right? One good game, absolutely well done for sure, but where they are on the position, on the overall standings, I'm not really sure if they are comfortable.
Well, they're going to have to feel the blessing. The Fool's Blessing, of course, ladies and gentlemen, which you guys can get for yourself inside of the game. Go in the reward section and do make sure you're checking out the new bundle that has been dropped. I know we keep talking about the Fool's Blessing Scarl and, of course, the DP skin that's been introduced. But there are a lot of other things that you guys can reward yourself, and all you have to do is just press that spin and win button.
It's not a spin and win button. It's just a spin button. If you are lucky, then you will be able to win. Because I'm speaking from personal perspective, personal experience. It's not that easy. But anyways, hoping and wishing you a lot of good luck. Wishing that you actually get good stuff out of the spin as well. But speaking about getting good stuff from the spin, Autobots changing strategy but getting a lot of points. This was one lucky match for them.
Exactly. They are the ones who get lucky quite often, unlike you apparently. But Autobots, I mean, they have been phenomenal. And as I keep saying the same thing. When you are playing your last game and you know like this game is going to decide where I move forward to, you will go all in. Make sure, do whatever it takes to get as many points. And Autobots, Blood Rose, Seven Show, all these teams just showed up with the same mindset in this match. Reckoning Esports, they tried to play for safety, did not really work out too well for them. Gen X FM as well, we saw them try to take that aggressive stance. They were also finished off. So it is a risk to reward comparison. You are taking that risk, but you're also taking into the last game of the week where you have nothing left for the future. You reset next week and come back, and you will have time to study and prepare. Had you done the same thing in the start, then it would have been a difficult position, because then you risk losing momentum for the entire day. You risk losing out on the ability. Your players' morales are going to drop. I mean, they're going to start doubting themselves. Like, all right, we have botched 2 games. Because you can only do this in 1 game. You can't do this 2 games back-to-back or 3 games back-to-back. You can not even do it in 2 games, separate games in the same day. You can only do this once. You know, on an off map.
You know what I'm gonna say? Unless and until your team mega stars, but
yes,
but coming back into that same conversation, yes, 100% going aggressive inside that last game of the week. It kind of is the best strategy to kind of work with as well. And if that is the case, then Blind Esports might also be preparing themselves for the last game of the week as well.
Oh yeah.
Now, this game was very important. Unlike all the other teams, unlike teams like Hydra, unlike teams like ORB, Blind Esports had that 20-point buffer. And they had the opportunity to close down the buffer in this one and then add on top of it in the next one as well, possibly making themselves in contention of getting those bonus points.
From the side of Blind, I'm not that worried, because Blind Esports, I know this is one of those teams where they look at the competition as a whole. Their objective, as much as it is to be in the top 8, or in fact, as much as it is to be on the first position at the end of today, they also want to be in the first position at the end of week 3. They don't want to settle for the top 16. They don't want to settle for just qualifying. They always want to be the best team playing in any lobby, in any leaderboard. They just want to be the best. And Blind Esports in this game, they have a good mix, I have to say. They have a good mix in terms of placement and finish points. But I definitely don't think it's going to be enough to bring them to the top 3, I think. They will have to go and have a big game. And I think the last game is all they have.
Having said that, Blind Esports, their success rate on maps other than Erangel hasn't really been that good. I mean, for sure, you might talk about the chicken dinner on the map of Sanhok, but then we have always talked about how that was like a solo brilliance. But I want to ask you, by the way, what is your prediction? Because we've been thinking it might be X-Pac, it might be Hydra, it might be Blind, but your opinion, I think, matters the most. So you've got the chat inside, you've got the live chat. Just make sure to type who do you think is at the number 1 spot.
Salty, I'm hearing the people's voices. They want to know your prediction as well.
I think it's going to be the Dragon. They know it. They know it. It's going to be the Dragon.
Alrighty. I mean, we know for a fact that any team that you root for, what happens to them?
Come on, Johnny. You're not going to bring back that stigma. I think Arca coming back into the desk has sort of broken that stigma. We're not that bad at predicting right now.
We have to thank Arca for it. He has brought in a lot of good luck along with him for us as well. And I mean, his predictions are on point. Since you guys are going to be doing the last game, I think the impact of that good luck is going to transfer to you as well.
It's not good luck. Legend says that we've had to search for a stat master to kind of fix the prediction circle which was going on in the English
anyways,
test.
This is a conversation for another time. Let's talk stats now. Let's have a look at the MVP of the match. And in fact, before that, we have this man to talk about, Rico from the side of Autobots. So here's the MVP of the game. In fact, 6 finishes on the board, 46.1% contribution. And it was an impressive run from the entire team, in fact. So if we have a look at the top 5 players, are we going to see the rest of the Autobots? What do you think?
I think so, because they had a lot of finishes to work with, but wait, there are a lot of players, especially from Hindustan Gaming, Blood Rose and Gen X FM Esports. All of them have had decent performances when it actually comes to aggression. So 4 finishes across the board. And then out of nowhere, you've got Nakul from Blind Esports, who was absolutely fabulous, by the way, in that fight against Seal. I think his flank was one of the best. But as we keep transitioning onto the point standings, I want to find how many points did they secure. 7 points. I'm talking about Team Blind. Autobots at the very top. 4 times 7, it's going to be 28.
Yeah, 28 points for Autobots, 21 for Gen X FM, who were also able to secure 9 eliminations. Hindustan Gaming with 7. The top 3 teams have 29 eliminations within them. Blood Rose Esports, that super early exit, still they make it into the top 8 of this particular matchup. 7 points on the board for Blood Rose Esports. Enigma Gaming had a pretty decent outing, but still not enough eliminations to make up for it. Just 5 points on the board for Enigma Gaming. But let's move on to the second page, because a lot of big names, Salty, are missing from the top 8. We see Reckoning Esports over here. We see God's Reign present. We see FS. There were so many expectations from these teams, but again and again and again, it's just been upsets.
Yeah, I mean, to be honest, it's been upsets, and I think it's because the gods are still in slumber right now. They haven't really woken up to the reality. They never really challenged for that number one spot, never really challenged for the first page, in fact, and performances and in fact the approach as well has sort of gone on to show that God's Reign, they have to sort of bring back their aggressive best. Blaze is trying his level best. Ninja Jord, man who's always been holding the mantle, has sort of underperformed in my opinion.
The save from Blaze in this map, you saw how he made it happen. Aquanox as well, a brilliant move by him.
Yep.
Just making sure that, even if I can go for a revive, I need to prioritize my own safety as well. Because there's a man outside who's fighting to make sure our team lives on in this matchup. And both of them came together, made sure God's Reign was there for a few extra seconds. And that is the reason we see them with 5 points and not just 1.
Yeah, but the point still remains the same, that 5 points is still not going to be enough, especially for a team like God's Reign, right? They will have to find a way to manage a comeback. I'm not really
next week, whatever they're going to do, they will have to do it in next week. Their matches for this week are done. This was the last game.
Exactly, right? And it will start from the drawing board as well, because they've had a massive change. Always changing an IGL means there will be a massive shift, be it in terms of play style. An IGL change also represents how strong or how good the fraggers are feeling as well. So there will be problems. It's always different to sort of mentor a team from the outside versus leading the team right from the front. And I think this is one of the reasons why there are changes happening. But speaking of changes, I wish to change my attire, Johnny. I was feeling good about my attire when I started the broadcast, but when I look at this Avalanche X suit, I feel it doesn't really.
It's going to be so nice to sit and cast an entire broadcast in this armor, right?
Why are you giving ideas, which is actually pretty good?
Yeah,
I hope production actually listens to this. Maybe we can do one of the days wearing an X suit.
You can integrate the mic and the earphones inside that helmet. We can wear the entire set.
Where do we keep the spare?
The spare what?
The spare which comes with the
Yeah. I don't know. I think we'll get Arka to hold it for us.
All right, fine. I think Arka wouldn't really mind, especially, and he would look pretty good. I mean, coming with his stats and his insights, he will be the one deserving.
Yeah, he's the bearer of all the information, the protector of scrolls. Of BGMI, the scrolls of strats of BGMI. Yeah.
Scrolls of strats of BGMI. But coming back in the day, we have been talking about Arca a lot. We've been talking about stats a lot, but we haven't really been talking about the teams who are going to be playing the next game. It's going to be Group 4 and Group 6 who are going to be duking it out. Very, very interesting to know that Blind still has that one game going in favor of them. So all the debacle that happened in the map of Vikendi, I think they'll have the opportunity of sort of making amends for it. But for Enigma, but for Team Titan, for Team Hindustan Gaming, not really a lot of hope will remain. On the other group, Group 6, Metal Esports is going to be one of the teams to watch out for, because they have been consistently showing signs of life. Couldn't necessarily convert that into a lot of points, but I love the fact that Metal Esports have been trying to be in the right side of things. UP50 as well has sort of been a team that kind of impressed me at the very start, Arca, but right now I feel that this team is geared up for the best. Only one game to go. Only one game, Arca, before we announce the cumulative standings for Group B at the end of the week itself. I want to know your thoughts, how you're feeling, and how excited are you?
A little disappointed actually to see.
Ooh,
because you have God's Reign, one of the champion teams, to be frank, because they were almost on the top of the table, fighting with international teams and showing that they can do absolutely well. And all of a sudden we see them suffer over here, not only from making it inside the circle and also not able to complete a frontal battle to their favor. So somewhere I'm feeling a little disappointed to see them. Big Brother Esports as well, I was expecting them also to come out and explode and show what they're actually capable of.
Yeah.
Putting all of those aside, I'm having a little bit of happiness at one corner of my heart because the new favorites are rising.
Yeah, 100%. I think new favorites in the form of Genix FM, new favorites in the form of Autobots as well. What a performance that was. But for Autobots, I think performances were not stitched up together. It has been one good performances followed by a couple of not so good performances. So I really want to see these teams getting that momentum, but it's not really about momentum. It's a final game of the day, ladies and gentlemen. And on the map of Erangel, we have 30 seconds before we actually jump straight into the battlegrounds. Your prediction for the final game for Group B in week 1?
I really don't want to predict this game, to be frank, because it could be anybody's game. Blind could be one of those teams who can put up as many finishes as possible. So the maximum finishes might go in their way. They can be into the top 3. HG is also one of those teams who performed really well. But yes, Autobots, HG and Blind is what I would love to see in the final in the final circle. Let's see if that's going to be the case.
Absolutely. Autobots, HG and Blind Esports. But ladies and gentlemen, we certainly don't know who's going to be winning this particular game, but we do know that the timing of it is absolutely right. The plane has taken off and we're flying. Our journey starts off from Miltapar towards Georgopol itself, a flight path which is so soothing in the eye, just dissects a map in 2 different halves, honestly. And to be honest, it will give opportunity for everyone to go to their desired drop locations. Unless and until you're trying to go somewhere like the military base, it might be a little far away, but all the teams are going to be happy, especially Blind, because school is right underneath their flight path.
I want to see the vintage Blind. I want to see them just go bombarding right, left and corner. Right, left and center as well. So let's see how it goes, whether Blind will be able to do the same as well. But you know what? I'm more concerned for other teams like Wingod. I'm more concerned for other teams who have been trying to, maintain that consistency when it comes to the day, but still failing really hard, especially the side of UK 07 and UP 50.
Yeah, I mean, UP50 has sort of shown us glimpses of brilliance, especially on first day. I still remember on that map of Miramar, they kind of rose up to the occasion. Their timing of attack is extremely brilliant, and they're very efficient in how they use their utility as well. And that sort of a performance did not really get replicated. But speaking of getting replicated, circles in BGMI, especially circles on Erangel Arca, has never really been replicated. This circle favors so much on towards the northern hemisphere. Now, this is going to dictate a lot on how the game is supposed to be played, right?
The lady clock right now kissing the foreheads of HG. 7 is where they're going to go, and they're going to have so much time for themselves. Medal as well as ASG on the other corner. As one person gets taken down, it's going to be Top Dog who's down on his knees. His teammate gives the right kind of backup, but are they prepared for another man rushing in?
I'm not really sure. Siam will find the first finish to his name. But Top Dog was knocked out right in the first contact itself. Team Metal Esports are finally going to find themselves the initial bit of loot, and now they're weaponed up. They are geared up to take this fight, but on the other side, Team ASG has always been on the receiving end of these early battles. A drop collision against Metal Esports in Novorupnio is not something which you want to take, because Metal Esports have been playing in this territory for quite a while right now. On the other side, Team Enigma are being fired from a distance. It's Team Seal Esports. Of course, Soumya and Lebron, they're just going to run away from this position. They are driving for their lives, Arca.
Group Blue, they just want to make a statement out there that the final game, we're just going to bring all the action out there, make sure our fans are at least having a smile on their face, even though their performance has not been that great. But let's see whether that's going to be the case, because Enigma tucking their tails and running away is something not I've witnessed so much in the game of BGMI.
Absolutely, but I think Team Enigma alongside God's Reign as well, both of these two teams, I'm expecting major comebacks inside of week 2 as well, because as the week kind of progresses and reaches its final game, God's Reign and Enigma never really looked comfortable. Never really looked comfortable on the map of Erangel, on the map of Miramar, and on Sanhok and Vikendi as well. So there is something majorly wrong which is happening, especially in the kind of form God's Reign were a couple of months earlier. For Enigma, the roster change and everything kind of makes sense. For God's Reign as well, the IGL change makes sense. But having said that, this is the pro season, right? And a team in red hot form would love to kind of be at its peak right now, not in its developing stages. So they have to do something in the 3 days break that they create when Group Red is actually playing.
Salty, since I have that list of teams on the right side of our screens,
Yeah.
if you look at this list, give me 2 names or 2 teams which is actually the strongest when it comes to their firepower.
I think one of them will have to be Blind.
Yes.
The other one is going to be a tricky affair. Possibly, I'm going to go with either Medley Esports or Hindustan Gaming. Now, I'll explain you why. Because Hindustan Gaming, especially with Avi and MJ, have been looking good in their attacking front of it, but they've not really been able to utilize it, especially with bad positioning. And Medley Esports have been on and off. They are one of the... they've sort of been very inconsistent with their firepower. So it's only Blind. It's an easy choice. But the second one, possibly even FS as well.
Yes, and this is what I was trying to tell from the beginning. When I try to predict things, I get into consideration to see which is the strongest of the assaulters out there, and then try to see whether they'll be able to perform with a lobby like this. Since they understand that they are the strongest when it comes to the lobby, they look forward for that domination. And look at what they're doing right now. They're starting off with the next best. FS right now is looking forward to get taken down by the hands of Blind, but it's a good thing that FS Esports right now is falling back and making sure they prioritize the circle. But this is how the cookie crumbled. It's going to be Ombi. He was so busy looking up front, he forgot that there's a person from upstairs running down with a pistol. But this is why C was trying to do his best. Soumya.
Did that connect?
Soumya. No, he did not connect. He didn't throw it though. He just tried to, knife him down. But ultimately, if he had actually thrown it, probably he would have had a better chance.
I would have loved to see that happen. I mean, this is Blade Runner stuff, honestly, happening in BGMI nowadays, ladies and gentlemen. Players just peeking out of their windows and trying to knife oppositions. Now, we've seen some crazy early game action, Arka, but not as crazy as this one. And also, we have to keep reminding you guys who are watching back at home, this is the last game for Group Blue in Week 1, which means at the end of this game, we're going to find out who gets how many bonus points. But speak about bonus points, it seems like GWL, they're here to get some finish points for themselves. UP50, it is their compound, and 2 players will not be enough to kind of hold this entire arsenal which is coming their way. It's going to be Atlas with the shotgun, not really connecting the first shots. It seems like, but from the backline, Sarkar is going to connect the shot on towards Nick. I'm not even sure how that angle was produced, but that was absolutely brilliant. S12K's on the prowl. Atlas still yet to give any sort of space, and what a timing on that.
Yes, it's the off angle being held by the opponents, which allowed them to actually get that knock as well. The damage was already done, and Atlas, he just was that bait person who was trying to grab all the attention. The final man standing, KSR, won't have any kind of an issue to put him down as well. JWL, they rushed into the jaws of death, got squashed and finished off. But UP50, the placement which they have right now is so amazing. It was Sarkar's off angle, which I was referring to from the other side of the shore. He just made sure that, he puts down at least 2 players, which became a great advantage. I know they've lost Adnan right now, but they've done the job when it comes to finishes.
Yeah.
They have the circle, play for placement points. In the final moments, try to get it as many finishes as possible.
Exactly. But, with the UP50, I think, especially in this one, I kind of felt they would have loved to keep it very clean for themselves, win the fight without any loss.
Yeah.
I also did not kind of notice what kind of a split team UP50 was going with, especially with Sarkar. And I believe somebody else from that team as well was joining Sarkar in that off angle as well. But we'll talk about that later on. But right now, Wingod Rex is the man on the prowl, spots down Exo and completely executes him. That was easy pickings for him.
Aim the tires first and then make sure you aim the person. Pretty basics, textbook basics, and they made sure that they put that vehicle down with no rear tire. All he had to do is hide behind it, and the pixels being found and then putting him down. I just love when everybody does that.
Yeah, and I think Wingod, especially for them, Rex has been one of those consistent players. And it's very surprising to note how this team is sort of formed, right? Avi and Rex, of course, were a part of the Newman lineup. And then Max joined in from OR Esports as well. So Max and his firepower was sort of an addition. And then you've got Simple, one of the best young players from BGIS. I would say one of the players who kind of shocked the entire community with his gameplay. He was playing for Brave Esports, now he's playing for WinGod. I want to see coming together, these four players, will they be able to kind of, stitch up that partnership going on between them? So far, it kind of looks nice, but will they be able to carry on that momentum?
Blind. There's a team coming towards this, scavengers to be specific right now. S-Power is leading the fight from the front. Later, Ronnie says, you know what, I've been shot at, guys, just come and cover me out, Ronnie. Oh my goodness, that is how you drive when your vehicle is, getting taken down. The rear wheel was taken down, and Ronnie was like, let's make use of this topography, and that's what it. I hope that Flex is ready for what's coming next, because it's Nakul and his teammates trying to do their best to put down Blind.
Absolutely. I mean, in that position, I think Ronnie couldn't have done anything. The rear tire blown off. Man tried to use his buggy in reverse gear, but it didn't really work out. But with him being taken down, I think this is a big hit for Blind, because Ronnie contributes to that firepower, which gets amplified by the presence of S-Power right now. So this is going to be major missings, but this team can still pull off magic even with 3 players. So the beacon of hope is still going to be there, but it seems like they're walking into a death trap right now. There's a team waiting right up front, and that's UK07. And as soon as shots were being fired, they immediately had to turn back, and I'm not sure how safe they are currently. But on the other side, it's Team FS on our screens. And from the radar, it seems like there is another team, namely Hindustan Gaming, in the backlines.
Hindustan Gaming, according to the map feed we have, I can just see 2 players up close.
Yeah.
And I wonder what happened to the other 2. I just hope that they are alive, because right now Blind have lost one of theirs. The strongest firepower teams are slowly losing players after players. So I just hope that, they're getting prepared for the better outcomes of the circle, which is kind of favoring them right now. But somewhere to the southern side of the map is where I would like to grab your attentions to. Before that, this was the moment where Atlas did wonderful. He knew that escape well. He had to connect those shots. And then when the time was right and the back was shown, that is when he strikes.
I think the presence of mind in that situation was also perfect, right? Especially using the TPP to kind of get information. And as soon as he observed that the player had sort of left him on his tails, that is when he knew he had to fight, he had to charge, and Atlas was perfect on that timing. But having said that, Team Blind, we talked about how they had to kind of switch up their rotation, and finally we just witnessed they are into the mainland as well. But let's just talk about the circle. This is a very default circle, but it does have a little bit of a stream going right in between a river. The Rozok River that we always talk about flows right in between this particular circle itself. How much of a trouble do you think teams, especially who are in the northern hemisphere right now, how much of a troubles will they be facing in order to rotate on towards the mainland?
Not much, if you ask me, because they can go towards that Yasnaya region and then try to make it across. If things go wrong through those Rozok only, they can still stay underwater in the vehicles until the crosshairs are moving away from them, and then they can make it across as well. So I don't think that, teams on the northern side are going to have much issues, but team on the southern side might have. Looking at the numbers out there, and they'll have to share a very small land for themselves with so many teams on the southern side. And guess what? Blind Manya will be the first person to say, you guys, let's take that high ground towards the side of Severny and make sure we start our assault.
Exactly. I mean, quick feet, quick tires, and quick buggy. Blind was the first one to actually make their maneuvers, and now they finally reached their northern hemisphere once again. But look at that, right? BR Titans, they've all sort of repositioned themselves and are starting to occupy so much real estate, which might actually choke Blind down into one single corner. Might be deadly. There's also a huge stack which we can see forming in between TMZ. You've got Silly Esports in the mix as well, and FS Esports. Which means, Arka, there's only one thing that's going to happen, and that is fight is inevitable. And this is exactly that I was talking about. Evil Surya gets spotted and gets knocked out. Team Silly Esports, they've been hit hard right now.
They can recover. It's the distance which they've got. So let's see what's he going to do. Ace Black is going to be quick with his vehicle. He's going to be using it to put down a player. But Aim God is going to immediately get traded off. And I don't think so Ace Black is going to be happy about it. He's like, I'm trying to finish things off. And why are you guys stepping forward to get finished off as well? This is not how you play the game of BGMI.
This is not how you play a game of BGMI. And even in the radar as well, it does not look like BGMI. It looks like an absolute rainbow, to be honest. Look at this, Team Silly Esports trying everything in their power to get back Evil Surya, carrying him on his shoulders, trying to smoke around the region as well and using the buggy to get away from it. But for Silly Esports, I think the problem is still imminent, that they have just too many teams right around them and not really a lot of space to keep them safe from all the gunshots that we can hear on our earpiece.
I really want to understand how the rest of the teams are going to rotate to the mainland. I do understand using that land region towards the side of Yasnaya will be one of the best ways. But the worst part is this, there are going to be several teams out there. And the next circle shift, just in case it goes towards the side of Blind, then problems are going to occur for all those teams. Blind, HG, they've found the perfect hard cover to the center of the circle.
For sure. But you know what, Arka? The perfect hard cover also does one thing, and that is attract attention. There will be multiple buyers for that piece of real estate, and I want to see how, or rather who challenges Blind Esports when they are in the defensive fortress.
I believe Blind and HG are rich enough to retain that for themselves with the firepower they carry. But Metal Esports, this is one of the rotations I love. If the circle forms in over here, the chicken is theirs.
Should be theirs, but the circle, it is the circle of betrayal, like you like to call it, Arka. And it seems like Metal Esports have been betrayed a little bit. Enigma Gaming, as usual, once again late on that rotation. Now, these are the movement, these are the mistakes which they keep on making, right? It seems like for Enigma Gaming, it's a pattern where they kind of give in to that blue zone damage in order to stay away from the firefights. But one thing is for certain, this team never really lacked that firefight in the first place, the firepower in the first place. I'm not really sure why they have been trying to avoid the other teams and the oppositions as well. But on the other side of things, it seems like Blind Esports have already found Silly Esports in their crosshairs as well. A lot of damage being dealt, and Evil Surya is finally going to go down.
It's Fly from the other angle who's causing them great problems, and Silly will have to now fall either for the side of Blind or for the side of Fly. But somewhere far away, FS Esports in deep troubles as Siam is going to be cooking that grenade. And if he connects, it's going to be Coffin who's going to become a coffin himself. And there it is. Perfect connection. And goodbye, FS.
Goodbye, FS. But for Metal Esports as well, they're doing a very good job. In spite of being in the middle of nowhere, I think, with 2 finish points and having all 4 players intact, I think this is one of the best things that they have done. They found a good spot inside of the circle itself. Paradox is still outside the circle, just trying to preserve the team and their lifeline inside this game, while the rest of the 3 players are in the midst of battle right now. The spotted team ASG shots were being fired, but none of it is going to connect. A lot of teams just trying their last-ditch attempt to find little pieces of hard cover. Even ASG is going to fall in that attempt as well. Pegasus could not really live for long as his vehicle was taken down. But look at this, Spotty, you've got the entirety of Wind God as well, and UP50. These trifecta, this is going to be the end game, possibly.
Next, the circle is going to predict us who's going to be the winner. It's not going to be easy for all these teams out there, but what a gameplay coming in from the side of Godmax. He understood it's going to be the vehicle which he'll have to destroy to get that finish. He's going to be rewarded for thinking that way. UK 07, deep troubles for them as well. All of these teams inside the circle. Now it's going to be hard as well. It's going to be Wingod versus Enigma as Soumya. It's going to be important for him to come in from the different angle and put them down. He goes inside, puts down Rex, but the retaliation is perfect as Avi, the last man standing. He'll have to wait out for 2 other players, but LeBron says otherwise with that shotgun, puts an end for them. And Enigma will be having all 3 men standing.
Absolutely, but for how long is going to be the question, because this shack, this compound is under heavy fire, especially from multiple teams who are still in that vicinity. But I'm not really understanding how Wingod were actually taken down. But hold on to a second. Team Titans have also entered the mix of things, and as soon as they ambush, Sparky OP gets taken down. It's a trade fire which happens as Infinity all suffer similar fate. It's a smoke cloud all across this compound, but they're still gonna invade. Punk does not fear anything. The FPP mode and the A game goes berserk, but it's not gonna help. LeBron is still standing tall, and this man is ruling the battlegrounds just like he did in the realms of NBA as well. And this time it seems like Team Titans, it was a massive mistake, and they are gonna pay the price. BR Titans from the backlines are gonna clean them up. But Enigma, this is the surprising fact, they still have 3 players left, Arka.
Enigma, they have to thank LeBron for thinking that way, because he immediately understood that he has to fall back to the other side of the wall and then try to take that fight. Because if he had stayed close by, probably he would have been the next person to get taken down, and the end of Enigma. Look at how the circle is right now favoring the side of Blind. Look at how Hedgie have also got a good footing inside the circle. But what's more important right now is to see how BR is going to break through Enigma, because they have 2 men standing, and that is all they have.
That is all that they have right now. But for BR Titans, I love this position that they're holding. Actually, they're still outside the circle, but it seems like it gives them so much of a vantage point. And look at this, like LeBron, he did try to use his buggy right up front, walks in inside the compound, has that S12K to work it. It's not even a DBS. The fire rate is not as massive, but he utilizes whatever he has. Again, it was not just the first fight. You've got Titans coming into the picture as well. And as soon as Sparky, the first player, comes in, it's LeBron once again. Or possibly it was Addy as well. You know, getting the first player in that ambush was the key. But hold on to that for a second. Seems like Blind Esports, they've spotted a couple of prey in the midst of the grasses right there. It's UK07, and they will be cleaned up and picked up by Blind Esports without any troubles whatsoever. They still have the 3 players, but 5 finishers on board already, Arka.
Towards the southern side of the map, the eastern southern side is where I would like to put my interest, because Silly is there, Fly is there, BR is there, all 3 of them way close to one another and expecting the circle to be forming in the same position. Whereas Blind is so busy clearing things off towards the side of Seal that Hedgie might also join them as well. So I was speaking about them. It seems like there's a fight which has already taken off. Fly is going to be damaging the side of BR.
They just might. And in fact, in this situation, everyone is damaging every single team out there. Fly Esports, just like you mentioned, just holding on to the shoreline, and they've spotted BR Titans as well. Just completely burning down Skeleton with that Molotov, and right now Godplays already knocked out. There's nothing that they can do to protect his positioning, but that is not what I'm actually worried about. For Fly Esports to kind of get against Silly Esports, and the topography that they have is going to be very, very difficult. Nades being cooked in as well. Exist does want to bring an opening for his team, but he was unsuccessful in that attempt.
I would like to bring in a possibility over here. BR Killer is placed inside that water in the minimap we can see on the northeastern side. In case the circle forms up near the waterways, I do believe that he can survive for a really long time. But again, it's the throwables which is going to be coming in. The carpet bombing has already been started by the side of UP50. If grenades are going to be lofted into the correct direction, Metal Esports won't be surviving. But guess what? It's going to be S-Power from the other side. It's going to be a blessing in disguise for the side of Metal.
Blessing in disguise, but for Metal Esports, do they really need those blessings is going to be the question. S-Power, of course, with that one spray itself, the prodigal son is going to eat up his oppositions alive. There is nothing that they can potentially do about it. Blind Esports just showing their firepower and flexing it on his opposition. But for now, I think their compound of control has sort of been given up. And Manya is already on the move. Like I said, always quick on the feet. Always quick on getting these quick maneuvers done. Again, finds a little piece of real estate, but I'm not really sure if this is going to be the best case scenario, because from 2 different angles they're open from Metal Esports and another team. It's going to be extremely tough. Encore on the other side is still trying to take down Enigma and will be successful, in fact.
Now this is where Hedgie are going to be in deep trouble, as Blind will have a divided attention between Metal as well as Hedgie, and I hope that Metal Esports doesn't take advantage of this, because ultimately I've understood one thing: Metal have always been the third-party ruiners and have got the maximum amount of finishes for themselves. Enigma walks away with 7 finishes, a decent run if you ask me.
Yeah.
Now Metal so close towards the side of Hedgie. Awi can pick up 1 or 2 finishes for himself as well.
Possibly, but he's the only one surviving for his team. And for Hindustan Gaming, I think their hopes are down and dusted because Knuckle from the backlines is going to spot him and take him down. Easy pickings for Team Blind, but are they going to follow suit on Manya? And his positioning is going to be the question. No, wait, S-Power has a different angle for himself. It's one man, every man for himself right now with their buggies as the piece of cover and the smokes which has been deployed. Metal Esports, of course, have so much space to actually form themselves, have their formation going straight and try and spray down. They have majority of the circle control. Meanwhile, on the other side, Fly Esports, all by themselves, out in the middle of nowhere, Arka.
Fly from one corner, Metal from the other. I don't think so Blind can survive this. They should have stayed to the corner of the circle, allowed these two to fight. But ultimately, Manya, we know that he always thinks out of the box. Probably he has something prepared for himself. He sees Rio running out in the open. I don't know when he's going to take those shots. He understands Vibro is also coming out in the open as well. A grenade is better than a gun. And I believe he's going to be cooking it either towards the side of Metal or towards the side of...
I think he understands that he's in a sandwich situation while the rest of the team isn't. And I think it's for him, it's extremely important to stay hidden for as long as possible. Top Dog, of course, does have that little bit of an elevation for himself, which gives him so much vantage point in this circle. But Manya, once again, spots down Asur, spots down Exist, but does not really do anything. Spray comes in from him, but yet to connect the knock, almost there. But Fly Esports, I think they are going to hit back right now. They are prepared for the worst.
Ooh.
Good Molotov, by the way, but nade from Exist is going to be even better because Mana is going to bite the dust, and that's it. That's all she wrote for him.
Now we have to see how S-Power and Knuckle will be able to hold themselves off from one corner. They've done the right job, if you ask me, because they're just going to wait for the side of Metal and Fly to now fight out with one another. And I hope that happens because Blind, all those hard work from Manya might go under the bus in case S-Power and his teammate are just going to come out in the open. The blue is coming in. They're going to be pushing it to make sure that Knuckle comes out in the open. The heal battle is already been started by the side of Knuckle, and S-Power will wait for the rest to take place.
Exactly, but not really a lot of first aid kits to support Knuckle on his healing adventures. S-Power will be eaten up as well. Top Dog, with the elevation that he has, possibly will be the game changer. Might even spot Knuckle extremely close by as well, and that's all. That's it. Blind will be eliminated with 10 finishes, and that means they could not get that much awaited third chicken dinner, but that's still fine because Med and Fly are still there. It's going to be a 4v4 affair, and Paradox is going to establish early contact, and Rio especially with that much HP. I'm not even sure if he's going to contribute much, but look at that. Top Dog, man is alive, man is an absolute monster, and Siam, of course, is going to follow up soon. It's only Vibro who is still alive, but now he's going to question reality. Why am I still alive, bro?
Winner, chicken dinner goes in the hands of Metal, who have dominated the final circle like it was nothing. And I just love the way they were able to execute first the side of Blind and then concentrate on Fly. But for me, the way Fly played this game was really shocking. I never expected them to hold the shorelines and be hidden from all the action out there. I know Silly had an idea that Fly was coming in closer, but the man disadvantage from the side of Silly had to be the biggest disadvantage they had.
You know, speaking of disadvantages, I think one of the biggest advantages for Medley Esports was the fact that Top Dog had that little bit of an elevation going for himself, right? That much information when you have about a final circle, it's a boon in disguise, right? And he made so good use of it. You saw how he beautifully used his bucket to knock down two players, right? That is confidence number one, but also utilizing information and utilizing the resources that you have. Medley Sports always control that final circle, but when it actually came to executing it, I think nobody could have done it better apart from Top Dog.
I would say it's the vehicles which they carried on for so long.
Exactly.
At one point of time, HG had an opportunity to actually strike. You saw Avi was so close, and that grenades were also to be tossed in. What he could have rather done is gone a little closer to that shack and then try to distract the side of Metal, and then blind strikes, and it becomes easier for him to pick those finishes. But all of this is easy to sit here and speculate. But let's look at the highlights to see how actually the action took place. It all started off with Metal first. They were the first point of contact for ASG, and they survived until the final moments from the southern side of the map to the northern one.
I mean, that was a major, major shift, to be honest. Did not expect the circle to end up in the northern hemisphere as well. But throughout the game, in fact, there were multiple upsets, right? One of whom, of course, will be the fact that Enigma, after this particular performance, could not really make it up inside the final stages because LeBron, how beautifully this man was just carrying so much responsibility on his shoulders. It was Addy in the next fight as well, just taking down Sparky, and then through the smoke as well, spamming that shotgun, having the awareness that one player might have gone down, but the others are going to follow suit, and the pre-fire is going to help you deal with it.
Now, the catalyst of all this equation has to be silly from the distance. They were trying to damage anybody who was coming near that building, and the players inside were actually picking up those finishes. But blind from this corner, the way they dominated, even the circle, they almost had around 7 to 8 finishes, and they almost ended up with 11 finishes, if I'm not wrong. But yes, if Manya had not got taken down, this tower would have been in the hands of blind.
You know, Manya, I think, it's going to be a little harsh if I go to say that Manya could not really find the best spot inside the final circle, because man was always doing things right. He was always having his basics right in moving the earliest. I still remember, you remember that circle that went in, that had the river flowing right across, and then the circle shift on towards the northern circle, right? That is when Manya started his journey. He was the first one to embark onto his vehicle. He was, alright, fine, I'll have to find the best spot. I'll have to go earliest. And he found the best spot. He found the best compound you were talking about. And they blind held onto that compound for a pretty long time. Inside the final circle, I feel like he was lacking awareness. He was lacking information.
I would say he went for that shack. And when suddenly he saw that Medley Sports, it was 4 people driving towards the shack, he understood it's better I come to the tower and try to hold it. In case he had both his teammates follow him, probably they would have fought for that shack, and in case they got that shack for themselves, the chicken dinner would have gone their way.
Could have gone their way. I mean, it's all about ifs and buts, but you've got to always give it to Blind Esports. I think this game was also pretty good. 3rd position and 10 finishes. Not too shabby, by the way. They might as well be on the number 1 spot. But speaking of number 1 spot, I think one cosmetic which is on my number 1 spot is always Fool's Blessing, because purple is my favorite color. I've always said it. I usually don't wear it on broadcast, but outside of broadcast, I'm always a purple man, and I think the fact that purple has been incorporated so beautifully, Arka, in this one, it's one of my favorites, and I think it can be one of your favorites as well. How do you get it? Check your reward section inside of the game, spin the wheel, you might be lucky enough to equip one of these.
It's easy, actually. As I said, 8 out of my 10 friends have got one for themselves.
It's not easy, Arka. Come on, at this point.
I mean, see, there are 20% of the people who are unlucky, and guess what? We are being unlucky so that the audience can be the lucky ones, and they can get one for themselves.
All right, I'm fine with me being unlucky as long as that results in you being the lucky ones. But speaking of being lucky ones as well, you've got to give it to Medal Esports, because you talked of how their rotation was perfect on that northern arc, and they held on to that position forever.
I mean, let me tell you from where did they start. Novo Repnoy is where they had that
Novo Repnoy is when they started.
And they end up to the northern side of the map getting the chicken. Shows that every single time they were moving in, they were calculating that the circle might fall here. And one more thing, they never was in the commotion in the center. They made sure that, you know, they are at the corners, they're watching, they have the high ground for themselves, because this Stolberg region always has a high ground advantage. And it was phenomenally used by the side of Medal.
I think just holding on to your position, and like you said, right, avoiding unnecessary fights in the mid stages, retaining the 4 players inside the final circle was also one of the key factors, because you saw how it was getting a little tricky, especially with a couple of players being knocked down here and there. Having 4 players meant they could take the risk, like drive their buggies inside the final circle. I don't think if Medal were in a 4v2 situation inside the final circle, they would have taken the risk of driving the buggies. But having said that, riding buggies inside the final circle is sort of starting to be a trend, you know, in the 4v4 fights.
And let me tell you who started the trend few months back. It was Blind themselves.
Okay.
They were the first team to always make sure. It was Ronnie, it was Manya, it was Joker, especially their other player who's not right now playing, but still, these were the players who were wanting to finish things off. The knock used to come from the gun, but the finishes used to be coming from the vehicles. And, they used to retain the resources like that and then look forward. After the addition of S-Power, it's more about the throw builds which is doing the talk, and that is also working out for them in a certain way.
Speaking of S-Power, I think his influence has been massive in terms of you see how precise his sprays are.
Yeah.
Man is pure quality when it actually comes to BGMI, because he has redefined aggressive gameplay in ways which we cannot imagine. And right now, Blind is sort of reaping the benefits. Having said that, 10 finishes to end the day, end Group Blue. It's going to be interesting to find out where things stand right now. We might be able to say that Blind Esports are on the top, but there are going to be a lot of other competitors. But I want to know from you, which team do you think might be at the very top?
Yeah, from the time you've spoken the word blue, the X suit is coming in my head. I don't know why. Oh yes, there it is. So the spear.
We did not notice. That was
the
completely.
spear and the blue thunder. You guys were speaking, right? You would have handed over the spears to me.
Yeah.
Trust me, I would have made a throne for myself sitting over here on both the sides.
It would actually suit you, especially with your long hair, your
I've been
luscious
trying to
locks of
maintain my
awesomeness. But it's also about kind of backing it up with good gameplay as well, and I think that is where you kind of lack a little bit. So sorry to say that you have a lot of good strategies, but Arca, when it actually comes to the game, the pros are better at it, man. It's okay to admit that.
Yeah, it's okay to admit it, because ultimately the pros come to me for suggestions. So rather be a kingmaker than a king himself. So let's see how things goes. But yes, it was a great game, a great ending for this group as well. But I would love to see who was the MVP. There were several people doing the talking with the gun, and it's going to be Manya from the side of Blind. Yes. He's got 4 finishes. I know S-Power from the other side was also picking up finishes.
Yeah.
I saw a total of 10 to 11 finishes coming in their side, so I'm pretty not shocked.
I'm not shocked either. I think Manya, in spite of being the Agile as well, has always been very active, not just on his scouting missions, but also on his assaulting responsibilities as well. And of course, we do have the top 5 players, which are majorly Blind and Team Enigma players. You've got 3 players from Blind. You've got Manya, you've got S-Power, and you've got Nakul. Manya with 4, S-Power and Nakul with 3 finishes respectively. But look at this. LeBron from Enigma and Sarkar from UP50 have also got 4 finishes respectively. I think, in my personal opinion, Sarkar is one of the most technical players in the community, who is really underrated, and man has performed time and time again in official events.
Yeah, we'll be talking about that further, but now the point standings looks like this. Metal Esports getting 22 for themselves, but Blind is going to be snatching away the limelight. Just 2 points away, will be getting 20 points for themselves. Fly from far, even though they were in the top 2, it's just that they fell short with 19 points because of that lack of finishes. 7 finishes is what they carry.
Exactly. I mean, they are going to be shy of that number 1 spot just because of 3 and 4 points, but then there's that massive drop, right? You've got Enigma on 13. Good 7 finishes for them, but Enigma have always struggled with position points, haven't they?
Yeah, very much. Again, page 2, a lot of disappointments. To be frank, I'm not shocked to see UK07, GWL, FS and ASG, because their rotations were that bad. FS especially, when they were the team which was closest to the northern island, they could have stuck on to their position, then decided to take the nearest hardest cover, but they were rotating so much that they attracted a lot of fights, and eventually they got finished off as well. Titan on the other side, I don't know when they vanished, but yes, they vanished way too early. TMZ as well, just 2 points. And yes, you were speaking about UP50 and the importance of Sarkar in their team. Let me tell you this, UP50 is one of the most underrated teams, and I won't be shocked if they have a podium finish in the Pro Series. You spoke about Sarkar, and let me remind you another bell which rings in my head. KSR. The way he's been supporting his team in this game as well. When you have 2 people who performs for you in individual games separately, that shows that UP50 will be there somewhere in the top 8 when it comes to the overall standing, and that decent amount of bonus points which they're going to get is going to boost their confidence.
Of course, I mean, when you have the conversation of UP50, you see that majority of the official tournaments that we've had, I think UP50 were in the knocking doors of reaching the semi-finals every single time as well.
Yeah.
I remember when we were casting BMOC as well back in the days, UP50 was still there. They were still performing just before we transitioned into BMPS Season 1. But UP50 has sort of carried on that run of form ever since. BGIS as well, they performed, and now here in BMPS, I think they're here to make a mark. They're taking steps in the right direction from that game in Miramar to the last map in Erangel. I think they've had good performances, Arka, but it's time to sum up the entire week for Group Blue. And of course, we've got to talk about who are going to be the teams who get that or get those bonus points.
I mean, UP50, since you're speaking about them, they are also one of those teams who have not changed their roster that much. So that gives them that opportunity to have a better synergy.
Yeah.
You see the teams out there. Blind
100%.
not changing. Soul not changing. You have the side of UP50 not changing. HG not changing. And you can see in the overall standings, these are the teams standing on top.
Yeah.
So I somewhere feel that if you stick and work hard over yourself and not be disappointed that, we are not having the title for ourselves for a brief period of time, later the hard work is going to pay off, and you're going to be having few of the greatest titles for yourself.
Absolutely. But on the contrary as well, I think the opposite is also true. Team X-Park, as a matter of fact, right, you've got Spray, got a new addition. Man single-handedly carried his team to a chicken dinner. I think he kind of showed the value he was brought in. But speaking of one of those moments, I think that was one of the best moments I've seen in this week for Group Blue so far. Team X-Park getting 2 back-to-back chicken dinners on the map of Erangel, if I'm not mistaken. But also another moment which in my favorite was going to be Manya's nade. But I want to ask you, which are your favorite moments so far for Group Blue?
How about we watch it first and then I reveal it to you? Because it becomes much more easier for me. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, the 3 days of Group Blue playing it out over here, we saw how things started off. Entity from day one was the team to make a lot of noise. It was them getting average amount of points every single time. Soul, they started things off as defending champions on a great note to get that chicken. Akshat and Goblin, both of them with the DBS doing wonders in game number 1. But game number 2 was having 7 show written all over them. It was GOAT performance which stood out for me.
Exactly. I mean, 8 finishes in that day. GOAT was phenomenal, in fact, especially from a little bit of a younger lineup, a little bit of lineup who lacks experience in that regard. I think GOAT has performed phenomenally well. Even this moment, right, it was Mohit from Team OGs. I remember it was a 1v3 against God's Reign, but could not really convert that in the end because Ninja Jod was still present. Team Together Esports, of course, they have been absolutely fantastic. I'm not really sure where they are currently on the overall standings, but I hope they are in the top 5 because they are deserving. 63 points from the first 2 days that they've played. It's not too shabby, Arka.
Yes, it is not. But yes, I can predict the top 3 for you once we are done with this best moments, because this is also one of my best. When God Avi just got off the vehicle, changed the gun as well, and for pump action, he put down 2 players. And this was one of the best rotations I've seen from X-Park, which rewarded them with that chicken dinner. And Hydra, as they were walking out in the open, it became much more easier for them. UP50, again a name which was there into the top 3.
UP50 has sort of been consistent underneath the limelights. They haven't really attracted too much attention towards them, but constantly gotten themselves points to keep them afloat on that overall standings. But you talk about Metal Wings, they have shown signs of life, but not really too much. Even Wingod, as a matter of fact, shown signs of brilliance, but can't really convert that into performances. Great Esports have been struggling versus every single team. And then this was this moment, right? The map of Miramar, which sort of was one of my favorite final circles. You've got 3 teams. You've got FS, you've got Silly Esports, and then you've got Team Together Esports as well. And how it plays out is that one-man Saikat just does so much heavy lifting for his team. It's absolutely insane.
Yes, and he struck at the right time. And then comes the map of Miramar. Sandhawk, I'm sorry. This is also one of those games which I loved because of that final man sleeping out there with those grenades, which we're going to witness. But yes, before that, Team Xbox tried to do their best to eliminate as many finishes as possible before they made it inside the circle. Let's not forget that silly every single time the team was there in the final circles. It's just that they were having so much distance with one another, they couldn't pull off some good wonders. But Punk, the way he punked out Team Xbox over here was also phenomenal.
The way he punked out Team Xbox, that was good play by words, Arka. But look at this as well. This was one of my favorite moments that I was talking about, right? Manya from the backlines. Now, why is this so surprising is because Blind Esports had lost 3 players very early on in the game, and Manya was heel battling inside of, I think, the 5th or the 6th circle. 7 or 8 teams were still alive, and from that point on, getting a chicken dinner is so commendable, to be honest. But look at this, right? Big Brothers, they've also had their fair share of success. Good, yes, aggressive gameplay. Beat Seh, beat Uzumaki. You've been talking about it. Yeah. I think this is one of the teams who is built for greatness, Arka.
Yes, Gladiator Esports.
Oh, yes.
Ending the day on a very good note. And they also, this was the confidence boost they were needing. But it all started off today like this, where we saw several throwables which came into action as well. There were some jump shots which was restricted and also connecting as well. It was Viper. That was phenomenal.
That certainly was phenomenal. But, I kind of felt like Vision will be able to pull it off, especially because he's done a lot of these clutch. He has handled the clutch departments for his team for quite a while, right? And then this was this moment, right? Spray God. Now, this is from the region on. I think it's going to be entirely Spray God and his brilliance. Genix FM did not get beaten by Team Xbox. They got beaten down by Spray God himself. It was him and him only. Through the smoke, through the windows, no obstruction actually works against this man.
Yeah, and then comes this game where I really wanted to see the side of Big Brothers Blind in the final moments, but it was Hydra who just took all the limelight out there, and I'm 100% sure the overall standings, they'll be rewarded with a maximum bonus points of 25, because it's not easy for you to get 30 pointer 2 times and not be on the top.
Exactly, right? But having said that, I think Team Enigma is going to be one of the teams I wish would have also gotten a 30-pointer as well, because this is a new look lineup, and LeBron has been performing brilliantly, Addy has been performing brilliantly. I would say inconsistencies are still there, and for Team Enigma, I'm pretty sure, they know, as a matter of fact, that their first week is done and dusted, but how can they, turn things around in week 2 is something which I will still find out. And of course, we also have to keep in mind that the groups are going to be reshuffled as well, Arka. So that means that Enigma might be in Group Red in the next one.
Might be.
Yeah.
It again depends on the performance of Group Red, how they're going to perform in the next 3 days. We have big names coming in as well. I don't want to break the ice right now. But again, the top 3 teams of the overall standings, your predictions?
Top 3 teams of the overall standings. Now, usually I'm the one who is actually asking questions on the show, but
because
Mr. Arka
I really want to bring in as quickly as possible.
Put up a Uno reverse card against me, but I'm going to answer your question. I think it's going to be Team Xbox, Team Together Esports, and then Blind.
I'll give you Hydra on top, Blind right behind them, or it can either be these two. Xbox, then we're going to have probably Gladiators coming in behind them. Then we have Team TTE. I think this is how the table is going to look, because yes, big names came in, and yes, the production behind are having a big laugh as we speak out this, because probably we might be completely down south, and there it is. Starting from the top, it's going to be Hydra. Then we have TTE. Oh my god, you were right when it comes to that. TTE will be coming in the second spot. Then we have Blind and Team Xbox. Yes, the flow comes in where I come in. Gladiators as well come in right behind them. But Team Soul, Gen X and Entity, not shocked to see them. Perfect execution by the side of Hydra, and this also includes that bonus point out there. Look at how the bonus points are played. 25 points, pushing them over 100 points. Hydra are going to be hailing on top with 108 points.
Absolutely. The only team that has crossed 3 digits. And I'm not really sure, Arka, how you just absolutely flexed your knowledge on me, but you were actually right. Team Together Esports, of course, one of my predictions is still there on that second spot, 96 points overall. So with those 20 bonus points, I think that has sort of helped them quite a bit. But as we go downward, look at this, the points and the gaps is quite less. You've got 79 on Team Xbox, 79 on Gladiators, Team Soul on 78, and 2 teams on 75. And then we transition onto the second page, where you've got UP50. UP50 has been consistent enough, but not enough to push them into the first page.
Yeah, 66 points, almost half of the team on the top. And also Big Brother Esports have also done a decent job so far. Thanks to those finish points, their assaulters doing the job. They'll be maintaining the 10th position. We'll be getting that 8 valuable points when it comes to the bonus. 7 sure as well. I was expecting them to be a little higher, but as I can see, it's the position points which has betrayed them. HG tried hard but couldn't gain much.
Absolutely, but as we transition on towards the next page, once again, you've got Reckoning, you've got Enigma, you've got Team Megastars, you've also got WSB and Claw, some big names you don't really want to see in this position, honestly. Still inside the top 25, outside the danger zone, I must say, but I think we do expect a little bit better, especially when it comes to Reckoning and Enigma. Look at that, right? WSB and Reckoning, they have that one chicken dinner going in for them, but it's just that one chicken dinner, after which they could not really carry forward that consistency.
These are the teams who need to wake up, at least in week 2. Look at that, 0 bonus points, and they're going to be disappointed. The one disappointment for me has to be God's Reign. 8 position points alone. That's the least so far I've seen in the Pro Series of 2022 and 2023 as well, at least until this phase of the tournament. But yes, then we have the side of FFE, where I thought that they could bring in a little bit of a brilliance when it comes to the circles, but ultimately they have also failed very bad.
You know, one thing I noticed in the last page was that Wingod also has suffered a similar fate as God's Reign as well, right? 23 finish points, but only single-digit position points to actually work with. Now, these are the stats that you sort of have to go back into the boarding room and flip, because you know, as a matter of fact, your gun game is going right. You just need those position points and figure out your rotation path. Even Redemption Crew, as a matter of fact, look at that, 14 finish points, but only 4 position points from the 5 matches that they've played. Now, this just does not add up, right? This team, they must have been doing something wrong.
Speaking about wrong, all these teams in the bottom right now are, you know, having a little bit of an issue when it comes to their synergy. No finish points whatsoever for UK07. They were just that, you know, goats out there being slaughtered every single time. Just 3 position points shows that the circle was also not coming in their favor. TS7, somehow they try to get those finishes but still failed real hard. I don't want to speak much about the latter stages of this group, but yes, Lucknow Giants are going to be the shockers when it comes to this list. 8 and 4, total of 12 points alone is what they have gained. But again, I'm not a person who likes to be shrewd on desk, but yes, this is the reality check which God's Reign need to take from here. They bought in OS, and after OS came into the squad, they were always amazing when it comes to cracking code inside the circle. They're failing in that category right now. The possession points itself shows that they're not able to make it inside the circle.
True.
They need to either stick to their old strategy of first prioritizing the circle, or they need to stop experimenting with things.
I think the change in leadership has kind of affected God's Reign, but having said that, I think God's Reign will be able to figure them. I know these players personally. I know these players are great friends and they're great athletes to be, in fact. And they would not shy away from the fact that they haven't really performed to the best of their capabilities in week 1. But with acceptance only comes improvement. And I feel the fact that they will accept that this has not gone according to plans, they will come back with a stronger plan next week, of course.
Because they are the most gifted amongst them all.
Absolutely.
They name each and every player, and you can, you know, speak about their achievements previously, and you'll be like, wait, are you serious that this is the squad who have just got 8 position points?
Yeah.
So, you know, that is why the disappointment speaks for itself. But as I said, you know, since their gunpowder is still working and that is how they've survived, we'll be expecting them to do much, much better. But ladies and gentlemen, tomorrow is going to be a new dawn. It's going to be a new group coming in, and let's see what's going to happen.
I mean, I think with new groups, there are going to be new teams, of course, and I expect them to sort of learn something from Group Blue. Now, they've had the advantage of watching in from the back lines. They've had the advantage of watching all of these matches and understanding how BMPS or how Pro Series 2023 has paced up, right? And you can feel a lot more. It's similar to somewhat like, you don't really want to go first in oral examination. You always want to go last because you would see all the questions and you would also get to know all the questions later on from your friends. It's kind of similar. They will have research on these teams. They will have data on these teams. I only wonder if they will kind of take back that aggression a little bit, or is there going to be more aggression?
I mean, speaking of aggression, we have to speak about the previous MVPs as well in the 2022, and all of them are there. But yes, there was a news which broke out recently. I mean, a few hours back, and it was not much of a shocker, but it's just going to build the suspense. Officially, Aditya has joined Godlike, and it's not going to be a joke because he was one of the strongest contenders when it comes to the MVP of 22. So 23 is going to be going back to the same IGL, which gave him that space and that limelight to go show off his talent. So let us see whether Jelly will be providing him the same thing. The biggest roster shuffle and the most shocking ones came in from this, and they're going to be coming into play as well. So I'm just waiting. I'm excited and I'm waiting.
And I'm pretty sure it's not just you as well. I am waiting, and I'm pretty sure you're waiting back at home as well to watch all of these big names who we have missed in Group Blue come in action. Of course, these are the best teams of the country, the best 96. But right now, we've got to talk about who are the best 5 players inside of Group Blue right now. Top 5 players coming onto a screen right now. But of course, I think we do know some names. Might be Saikat, might be a couple of other players. Yes, it is going to be Saikat right at the very top. 18 finishes from Team Together Esports. And then you've got Insidious from Genix FM with 16.
These two men, I mean, they literally did the heavy lifting and they were rewarded. Not only they were rewarded, it's also the teams which were rewarded with them. Entity, Gamla Boys over here, I'm not shocked by it. Blacks over here, that also is not a shocker. Goblin, not far away from, again retaining the top spot. So let's see who else from the group Red is going to be added to this list as well, because I understand all of these players have already done their job. It's about the next few assaulters who will be stepping up.
Next few salters who have to sort of step up as well. You've got to give it to, I think, Gamla Boy specifically out of the top 5 players, because he sort of reinstated a little bit of faith back in Entity, Entity as well. Entity, in my opinion, were struggling before this event was supposed to happen. They did get a little bit of a success in some other third-party tournaments, but in official tournaments, specifically speaking, Entity was struggling. But now, with Gamla Boy back in the lineup and Gamla Boy just firing on all cylinders, I think this team definitely has a big future. Not just Entity, I think even Team Soul sort of performed really well, but I think the fans are going to be a little disappointed they're not on that number 1 spot. Do you think so, Bud?
No, I don't think so. Okay. Because if you see the recent past performance, it's not been that great.
Yeah.
At least they're able to see their teams attaining 1 or 2 chicken dinners. That itself is going to be keeping their hopes high, because the further stages they can start to dominate. With getting that much amount of points in the first week, the second week and the third week, it's just going to boost themselves, to perform better. But yes, if there is one team which will be carrying a little bit of a disappointment, according to me, that has to be Gladiator. I know they're there in the top 5. I know they've done a decent job. But when you have assaulters like Delta, when you have an assaulter like Shogun, and you have the capability of taking those frontal battles, why are you shying away from fights? I do understand Circle is your priority, but going back to your drawing boards and seeing how well you performed in the previous one, I believe week 2 will be theirs.
Week 2 can be theirs, but speaking about week 2, Arca, a lot of things are going to shift, because how the format works again is something which I would like to reinstate with you guys once again, because have a look at this, right? You've got 2 groups right here. You've got Group Blue and Group Red. Group Blue, their games are done and dusted. Bonus points have been rewarded as well. Now, this becomes the overall standings for the 96 teams, right? But there's going to be reshuffles happening. Team Enigma will not know if they are going to be playing with the same set of teams right now. They will be reshuffling with Group Red as well. And of course, Group Red, based on their performance, they'll also find out who they are going to be, playing against as well. So a lot of things, a lot of changes are going to happen over the weekend, and I'm so excited, Arka. I hope you are excited as well.
Yeah, I am excited, but with this, officially, we conclude that Group Blue have played all their matches. We have shown the points to you guys, and all of those fans out there, start your calculators and check how Group Red is going to be catching up with them. Because ultimately, when you see the overall standing, as we said, now the C overall standing, the cumulative, we'll keep it as C overall standing to make
C
things
overall standings, perfect.
Yeah, so the C overall standings right now, the C overall standings of Group Red is going to be added together, and then there's going to be a new set of positions.
Yeah.
And that is going to determine who is going to be in Group Blue and Group Red.
Having said that, who all are going to be the teams you're watching out in Group Red? You've already said about Godlike, I'm pretty sure about it, but I want to know a couple of few names, because I think Godlike will be their favorite pick as well. But there are so many teams we're still missing. In fact, I'll wait for your thought. I'll actually show all the teams in front of the screen first. I think that kind of makes more sense, where you watch all the teams who are yet to participate, who are yet to compete and grace this competition, Pro Series 2023. Ladies and gentlemen, this is going to be Group Red, and all the participating teams. You've got a Revenant, you've got Insane, you've got Hyderabad Hydras, and so many other teams. Arka, what are your thoughts?
Marcus Gaming, MG, then we have Error Esports. Error, I still remember you spoke about them previously, that they were also one of the strongest teams. Back then, they were the undergods, but now they are the pros themselves.
Let me also tell you, in Marcus Gaming Zero, Scout is going to be registered as a 5th player and a mentor for Marcus Gaming Zero. So I am very excited to find out how this team transitions. But you've got 4 horsemen. We've seen them play before. Team, the World of Battle, they've sort of also transitioned into a great team. They have a great coach up front. And if you look at Group 8, you've got TWM, one of the best performers, one of my favorite teams from the BGIS season.
I mean, there's one big name out there. I really don't want to read it out right now. I'm going to keep it to the last. But yes, Global Esports is also one of those teams I would like to watch out for. As you said, TWM will be snatching the limelight away from the others. But Newman, even they have had some roster shuffles and they'll be looking great. Hub is also over here, but Godlike is the team to watch out for in this group.
Absolutely. Godlike in Group 8 alongside Global Esports. It's going to be fun. But on Group number 9, you've got OR Esports. You've got 8-Bit CS. Now, of course, CS and 8-Bit used to be different entities, but now they've joined hands. They've become one team. You've got Nade Esports as well. You've got Forest Apes. It's going to be interesting to find out how this team plays. They've got 3 players from X Orangutan. Then you've got Team 10. You've got EXC. So many great names, of course. In fact, in group number 10, you've got Midwave Esports. This is going to be one team I'm going to be so excited about.
Even me. Mark my words on this. The rotations from Midwave is going to be so phenomenal that we'll be wondering as to how they made it inside the circle. We have Rippers coming in over here. A2K was also a decent team out there. And then we have LC Craft or L Craft, which was also playing well. But again, there is one name which I have to bring out over here from GlitchX Reborn. He was the rising star of BGIS. It's going to be Duke from GlitchX Reborn. And let's see how he's going to be contributing over here. A lot of expectations on his shoulder. 4 AM I've also got several good players. And this is also one of those groups which cannot be underestimated. Genesis, Hyper, Non, IM and GH.
Exactly. I mean, a lot of dark horses in Group Red, especially in Group 11 and 12. This is the last group, by the way. And you've got some extremely good names. You've got Team GS growing strong. You've got Team Psych. Both of these two teams had a phenomenal run inside of BGIS. You've got Burnings Official, whom we remember from last season. You've got Team Mayhem. That is interesting. You've got Team Invincibles. And, of course, right at the very start, you've got Team Mayur Gaming. So, and Stellar Titans as well. Stellar Titans also kind of proved their mettle inside of BGIS. I think a lot of these teams will be sort of seasoned. They are trained already. They have had official experience. They have played in a high stake situation. But the only difference is going to be the format, Arka, because we've already discussed this. The format is absolutely merciless. It is ruthless as well. Only 5 games is what you get in a week, and you've got to make sure you get the most out of it.
I think it's more than enough. If you see how Group Blue has gone through, when several teams have done great in the first few games, then it's going to be a cakewalk for them.
Yeah.
If you're not ready to take it seriously, I think then that is when you're going to have some issues.
Absolutely. But speaking of issues, I think the fans are not going to be having any sort of issues, especially in terms of watching all of these teams play, because there are some big names, man. We talked about it. There are some big names and there are some amazing young superstars. You just mentioned one of them, Duke, especially, who was the rising star, right? But also one of my favorite players from Glitchix Reborn is going to be Roman OG. Now, Roman, I have seen him. Man is an absolute beast. Man knows how to convert fights, and as an IGL and as an assaulter, he has proved his mettle. So Glitchix Reborn might be one of the dark horses. But, you know, speaking of dark horses, enough of predictions, right? Group Red will be playing from tomorrow, 3 days from now on. And of course, in terms of the format, in terms of what exactly do they need, they still need those bonus points at the end of the week itself. Everyone is eyeing for the most coveted 25 points. But before we actually end the show, Arka, I want to know from you any last words and any thoughts from Group Blue.
Group Blue, an amazing job so far, but Group Red, all the best, and we're waiting to cast all your games.
Absolutely. But ladies and gentlemen, it was lovely. It was a fantastic day, to be honest. Group Blue had such a blast. But I want to know from you guys, are you guys excited for what is about to come, especially with so many big teams from Group Red coming to play tomorrow onwards? It's going to be fun. See you tomorrow, same place, same time. For now, goodbye.
चलना चाहिए क्योंकि चैट सेक्शन वो तो खैर ड्रैगन से भरा पड़ा हुआ है। ऋषभ का स्वागत करते हैं। ऋषभ, स्वागत है आपका, कैसे हैं आप?
बहुत बहुत थैंक यू। मेजी एना स्पीरो तो नहीं दिख रहे पर वो चैट पे बहुत ज्यादा स्पैम कर रहे थे तब से। एंड थैंक यू मेजी भाई। एंड
अभी आपको हाइड्रा का ये जो परफॉर्मेंस है वो देखकर तो आप बहुत ज्यादा खुश ऑब्वियसली हो भी रहे होंगे। मैं चैट सेक्शन के बारे में जानना चाहता हूँ, उससे आप कितना ज्यादा खुश हैं? क्योंकि ड्रैगन्स के अलावा तो कुछ और नहीं दिखता
यार। कुछ अनबिलीवेबल ही सपोर्ट है हाइड्रा के ऑडियंस का। जब वो चैट पे स्पैम करते तो कुछ और दिखता ही नहीं है। लोग कभी कभी पेड स्पैमर भी बोलने लगते हैं। ऐसे हालात हो चुके हैं।
चलिए ऋषभ, बट मैं आपसे जानना चाहूंगा,
मैं एक चीज बताना चाहता था। हमारे जो 4 लॉन्डे जो खेल रहे थे, मैं FF2, तो वो आ नहीं रहे क्योंकि उनको शर्म आ रही थी आप लोगों से बात करने में। अभी धीरे धीरे उनको थोड़ा सा एडजस्ट हो जाएगा, तो बहुत शर्मा रहे थे तो मैं उनकी जगह पे आया। वो बोल
चलिए आपसे वो जुड़ चुके हैं तो एक्सपोजर तो मिल जाएगा, उसकी कोई टेंशन है नहीं, खासकर जिस प्रकार का उनका गेम प्ले है। बट मैं ये जरूर आपसे जानना चाहूंगा कि बहुत सारी टीम्स थी जो हमने BGS के अंदर देखने को मिली, जिन्होंने काफी बेहतर प्रदर्शन वो करके दिखाया। बट इस टीम में आपको ऐसा क्या दिखा जो आपको लगा कि हाँ ये हाइड्रा के साथ आएंगे और साथ में बहुत बेहतर प्रदर्शन आएगा?
एक्चुअली इनका प्रेजेंस ऑफ माइंड गेम के वक्त बहुत ही ज्यादा अच्छा रहता है। ये गन फाइट पे अपने डिपेंड करते हैं और ये गेम सेंस थोड़ा ज्यादा अच्छे तरीके से यूटिलाइज करते हैं और यूटिलिटीज का बहुत अच्छा इस्तेमाल करते हैं। यही सब कुछ रीजन थे जिनकी वजह से हमें लगा कि ये आगे जाके बहुत अच्छा करने वाले हैं।
जी
डेफिनेटली वो तो देखने को मिला ही उस पहले मुकाबले में। आई थिंक जब पहले मैच की बात करी रहे तो जब 29 पॉइंट निकाला गया था तो आपका क्या रिएक्शन था? लाइक कि स्टार्ट जिस तरीके से मिला टीम हाइड्रा को, ये इमेजिन था या वो सरप्राइज था?
इमेजिन था। जो हार्डवर्क वो पुट इन कर रहे इतने टाइम से, जितने डेडिकेशन के साथ दिन दिन भर वो खेलते हैं, तो दिखता है कि हाँ जरूर कुछ अच्छा करेंगे। एंड फाइनली एक स्टेज मिला जहाँ पे वो और अच्छा करके दिखाएंगे।
चलिए बिल्कुल, और मुझे लगता है कि इसी तरीके से वो आगे बढ़ते रहेंगे। बट मैं ऑल द बेस्ट बोलना बिल्कुल भी आपको चाहूंगा नहीं, क्योंकि मुझे लगता है कि चीजें खराब होने के चांसेस काफी ज्यादा है। बट थैंक यू सो मच ऋषभ हमारे साथ जुड़ने के लिए। ऐसे ही अपनी टीम के साथ और भी ज्यादा आगे बढ़ते रहिए। चलिए इसी के साथ एक और खिलाड़ी जिनका नाम है गोट, और उसी तरीके से उन्होंने आज के दिन पे खेला भी है। 7 श्योर गोट का स्वागत करेंगे। कैसे हैं आप?
जी बढ़िया हूँ मैं।
गोट, मैं आपसे जानना चाहूंगा कि 7 श्योर इस वक्त जिस तरीके से खेली है, जो डोमिनेशन दिखाया है उन्होंने, सबसे ज्यादा फिनिशेस हैं 2 मुकाबलों में, 17 फिनिशेस के साथ आपका एडिशन हुआ है, कैसे इस वक्त टीम की सिनर्जी है, कैसे वो जो बैलेंस है वो आप देख रहे हो?
बस हमारी टीम को भी ज़्यादा टाइम नहीं हुआ, बस 1 महीना ही हुआ है। 1 महीने में हमने काफ़ी मतलब डेली खेलते रहे हैं, तो सिनर्जी बैठ गई अच्छे से।
जी बिल्कुल,
काफ़ी मेहनत करी है हमने 1 महीने में।
जी मैं आपसे जानना चाहूंगा कि अभी जो आपको यहाँ पे ये फॉर्मेट देखने को मिल रहा है और ये जो बोनस पॉइंट्स का हमने एक सिस्टम देखने को मिल रहा है, जहाँ पहले पायदान पे अगर आप फिनिश करते हैं तो 25 अंक मिलेंगे, तो जो आईज है वो अभी बोनस पॉइंट्स की तरफ कितनी ज्यादा है, और टेबल टॉप करने की कोशिश है या फिर आपकी मेन कोशिश ये है कि हाँ टॉप 8 टॉप 6 में बने रहना है?
कोशिश तो पूरी यही है कि मतलब हमें फर्स्ट वीक में तो फर्स्ट पे ही रहना है, कि ताकि बोनस पॉइंट का फायदा उठा सके।
जी बिल्कुल, बोनस की तरफ आप बढ़ भी रहे हो, बट एट द सेम टाइम एक क्वेश्चन मैं भी पूछना चाहूंगा कि चिकन डिनर कहाँ पे मिस हुआ है? क्योंकि इतने अच्छे शुरुआत के बाद, इतने अच्छे मिड के बाद जब फिनिशिंग की बारी आई तो कहीं ना कहीं आप चूकते हुए देखने को मिले।
हाँ वही, वो कल था जब मेरा मार में सिमेंट्री पे BR पे हमने रस किया था, तो उसकी वजह से हमारा स्टार्टिंग में एक मैन लॉस हो गया था, और एक मैन हमने पीछे ही उठा दिया था डस्टिन वो ड्रेवन करके हील बैटल के लिए, तो उसकी वजह से अगर वो भी आता तो उसकी वजह से हम निकाल सकते थे। और मेरे पे AR थी, सामने वाले पे DVS थी, इसलिए सामने वाले को बेनिफिट मिल गया DVS का।
चलिए बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया गोट हमारे साथ जुड़ने के लिए, और उम्मीद करते हैं ऐसे ही 7 श्योर की जो स्क्वाड है वो आगे बढ़ते रहेगी। बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया हमारे साथ जुड़ने के लिए।
जी थैंक यू।
से और उनसे भी जानेंगे किस प्रकार का उनका मुकाबला गया। टीम टुगेदर ई स्पोर्ट्स के कृणाल, स्वागत है आपका, कैसे हैं आप?
बहुत बढ़िया।
देखिए, आपकी टीम ने फिलहाल 4 चांद लगा दिए और पहला पायदान आपकी टीम के पास मौजूद है। तो पहले तो आप बताइए कि जब शुरुआत की थी एक्सपेक्टेशंस क्या थी और डे 2 के बाद अभी आप अपनी टीम को कहां देख रहे हैं?
पहले दिन से ही वो अपना डिसाइड था कि किल्स के लिए जाना है, लेकिन पहले दिन वो कुछ हो नहीं पाया, पर वही अभी दूसरे दिन में ट्राई कर रहे हैं कि जितना बेस्ट हो सके हमारा बेस्ट दे।
और कुछ इस तरीके से बेस्ट दिया है कि अब आप लोग टॉप पर जा चुके हैं। पर मैं अभी भी आपसे जानना चाहूंगा कि आपने जब टीम में बदलाव करे हैं तो आप जैसे हम सेवी प्लेस की बात करते हैं, उसके बाद हमारे पास पैरा बीटी से आते हैं, किसी दूसरी टीम में थे, यहाँ पर आए, वो इंडिविजुअल गेम प्ले उनका कैसा है?
सो बेसिकली हम लोग बहुत पहले से खेल रहे हैं साथ में। बस एक नया बंदा हमारा जो है साइकट, वो भी अभी जस्ट नया नया ज्वाइन किया है, तो परफॉर्मेंस तो उसका बहुत अच्छा है। वो फ्री मैन खेलता है हमारी टीम में, और सेवी और पैरा उनके साथ तो पहले से भी मैं खेल चुका हूँ, तो नो डाउट वो बहुत बढ़िया प्लेयर है।
बिल्कुल बढ़िया प्लेयर है और वो नतीजा भी देखने को मिल रहा है। मैं मैच के अंदर की तरफ थोड़ा आपको लेके जाना चाहूंगा। दूसरा मुकाबला मिरामार, जहाँ पे क्या कॉल आउट्स थे, क्योंकि आपके सामने 2 टीमें फाइट कर रहे थे, आपने रुकने का डिसीजन लिया, तो वो क्या कॉल आउट्स चल रहे थे मैच के दौरान?
हमारे पास एक ही था रीज मुंह पे, बस वहीं पे हमने डिसाइड किया कि वहीं पे रुकते, फिर उसके बाद जो वेयर हाउस पे जोन गया, फिर उसके बाद कुछ नहीं, बस सीधा कॉल आउट दिया कि वेयर हाउस पुश करना है, जो होगा देखा जाएगा, फिर उसके बाद वही अंदर पुश करते गए जोन में।
जी कृणाल, बट मैं जर्नी के बारे में आपकी जानना चाहता हूं। आपने पहले ऑलरेडी BGIS खेला हुआ है और अभी आपकी टीम यहाँ पर खेलते हुए नजर आ रही है। क्या लर्निंग्स थी और आपको क्या लग रहा है कि तब में और इस टूर्नामेंट में कितना थोड़ा कम प्रेशर आपके ऊपर आया और कॉन्फिडेंस कितना बेहतर हो पाया?
पहले से BGIS खेल के रखा था, तो वही थोड़ा सा एक्सपीरियंस आ जाता तो डर कम लगता है। वैसे ही पहले मैच में थोड़ा सा था नर्वस, लेकिन अब जैसे फ्लो लग गया, अब खेल रहे अच्छा।
चलिए, कम से कम फ्लो में आप आ चुके हैं, तो फिर अभी तक के लिए जैसे अब कल का आपका एकमात्र मुकाबला बचा हुआ है, तो उसके लिए कुछ प्लानिंग है या फिर जैसे अभी सर्वाइवल के लिए खेल रहे हैं, बाद में फिनिशेस वैसे ही जाने वाले हैं?
ये वीक #1 पे एंड करना है, बस यही प्लान है।
या बिल्कुल 25 अंक आपको बोनस के चाहिए। चलिए, ऑल द वेरी बेस्ट कृणाल हमारे साथ जुड़ने के लिए, एंड वी रियली होप कि जो आप सोच करके आए वैसी आपकी टीम परफॉर्म करके जाए वीक 1 पे।
थैंक यू।
का यहाँ पे पूरा सिनेरियो था। बहुत बहुत स्वागत है ऋषभ, कैसे हो आप?
थैंक यू सो मच, थैंक यू सो मच, बहुत बढ़िया हूँ। आप लोग बताओ कैसे हो?
हम भी बहुत अच्छे हैं। वेल, फिलहाल इकलौती टीम है जो कि वो 100 का आंकड़ा क्रॉस करने में कामयाब हुए। बहुत ज्यादा खुश होंगे, मैं जानना चाहूंगा कैसा लग रहा है वो देख के?
एक्चुअली बहुत ही ज़्यादा टफ बन गया था जब एक मैच हमारा चूक हो गया रैंगल। मतलब हमें था कि अच्छे से निकल जाएगा आज का दिन। कल भी हमारा थोड़ी सी एक सिंपल सी मिस्टेक की वजह से हमारा चिकन थ्रो हो गया था सैनॉक में। उसके बाद मेजी भाई ने थोड़ा प्रेडिक्शन डाल दी थी आज, तो हमें और डर लग गया था कि कहीं सब थ्रो ना हो जाए। और पहले गेम के बाद थोड़ा और डर बन गया था कि यार 0 पॉइंट्स आ गई रैंगल में। हमें लगा यार अभी तो हमें 13 अंक का ऑलरेडी वो जो फासला है उसको कवर करना था। बट लास्ट गेम हम सब प्रिपेयर्ड थे, सारे बॉयज़ की निकाल लेंगे। लास्ट गेम कुछ अनबिलीवेबल ही खेल लिया लॉन्डो ने।
ना काफी ज्यादा बढ़िया मुकाबला रहा, जहां अभी तक के मैक्सिमम 33 पॉइंट्स आए हैं। पर मैं जानना चाहूंगा कि आप भी कभी खेलते हुए दिखाई देंगे जब आपको पता है कि आपकी टीम बहुत अच्छा कर रही है।
बिल्कुल बिल्कुल। एक्चुअली जो 4 प्लेयर्स हैं वो 3 साल से ऑलमोस्ट साथ खेल रहे हैं, तो उनकी सिनर्जी कुछ ज़्यादा ही अच्छी है। तो मैं या कोई भी नहीं चाहेगा कि उनके बीच में घुस के अपना सो उनका साथ होना ही उनकी सबसे बड़ी स्ट्रेंथ है। उसी में वो बहुत अच्छा कर पा रहे हैं। एंड हाइड्रा के लिए जो सबसे अच्छा है वही।
बिल्कुल। बट ऋषभ, मैं साथ में आपसे ये भी जानना चाहूंगा कि अभी वीक 1 तो बहुत ही ज्यादा बढ़िया गया है, आप टॉप ऑफ द टेबल हैं। वो एक कट ऑफ पॉइंट जो हम मान के चल रहे हैं कि हाँ 3 हफ्ते के बाद होगा टॉप 16 में, लगभग आपकी टीम शायद वहां तक पहुंचते हुए नजर आ रही है। तो मूविंग अहेड अगले 2 हफ्तों में क्या माइंडसेट होगा और क्या वो जो गेम स्टाइल है उसको आप प्रेफर करेंगे?
जो अभी खेल रहे सेम वही हम कोशिश करेंगे टॉप ऑफ द टेबल ही रहने का एंड और भी पॉइंट्स ऐड ऑन करने का एंड जितना ज़्यादा एक्सप्लोर कर पाए और भी चीज़ें, बस ऐसा ही रहेगा हमारा।
जी बिल्कुल, वो चीज़ें हम यहाँ पे साफ साफ देख भी रहे हैं। बट अगेन वीक 1 काफ़ी अच्छा रहा है, बट वीक 2 के लिए भी ज़रूर से पंप अप आप लोग ऑब्वियसली होने वाले। तो वीक 2 के लिए फिलहाल यहाँ पे क्या प्लान्स रहने वाले, कुछ अगर हिंट दे के जाए कि यही स्ट्रैटेजी रखेंगे या फिर कुछ बदलाव किया जाएगा?
वो डिपेंड करेगा कि ग्रुप्स अभी रिशफल होने वाले हैं, राइट? तो उसके बाद कौन सी टीम्स हमारे ग्रुप में, किस ग्रुप्स के साथ हमारा मतलब कौन सी टीम्स के साथ मैचअप होने वाला है, क्या रहेगा, उस पर डिपेंड करेगा स्ट्रैटेजीज। हमारे ड्रॉप के अकॉर्डिंग एंड रोटेशन के अकॉर्डिंग सब कुछ डिपेंड करता है।
अब मैं ज़रूर जानना चाहूँगा कि जब भी टीम ऐसे बहुत ज़्यादा अच्छा खेलती है और वैसे भी चैट सेक्शन में आप ड्रैगन्स के अलावा कुछ और देख नहीं सकते, तो यहाँ पे बात आती है कि कैसे आप कंसिस्टेंसी मेंटेन कर सकते हैं। तो उसके लिए आपको एक मेंटर चाहिए होता है जो समझाता है कि नहीं, यहाँ से उड़ने की ज़रूरत नहीं है, अभी भी आप बेस पे बने रहें। वो काम आपकी टीम में कौन कर रहा?
डायनमो और मैं ही अभी फिलहाल कर रहे हैं एंड वो भी मोटिवेट करते रहते हैं उनको टाइम टू टाइम कि हाँ तुम्हें और अच्छा करना है, तुम बहुत अच्छा कर रहे हो। और मैं उनके साथ ऑल द टाइम रहता हूँ, हर मैचेस हर गेम के बाद कि क्या चल रहा है। एंड टाइम टू टाइम डायनमो भी आते रहते हैं उनसे बात करने की, कैसा चल रहा है, चिल करो, कोई नहीं, अच्छा जाएगा, नेक्स्ट गेम भी निकाल देंगे। ऐसा चिल रहता है पूरा सीन।
जी बिल्कुल। और ऋषभ, काफी वक्त के बाद हाइड्रा की लाइनअप हमें देखने को मिल रही है, बहुत बढ़िया परफॉर्मेंस आ रहे हैं, जो फैंस है उनका सपोर्ट बहुत ज्यादा बढ़िया। तो आप कुछ कहना चाहें अगर अपने फैंस को और हाइड्रा के फैंस को तो जरूर बताएं।
एक्चुअली अनबिलीवेबल सपोर्ट है हाइड्रा के फैंस का। मतलब इतने टाइम बाद वापस ऑफिशियल में इतना अच्छा कर रही है हाइड्रा, स्टिल इतने ज़्यादा फैंस हैं। मतलब चैट पे तो अनबिलीवेबल सपोर्ट रहता है। तो थैंक यू सो मच टू ऑल द हाइड्रा फैंस। आपकी वजह से ही एक बहुत बड़ा बूस्ट मिलता है एनर्जी में प्लेयर्स को भी, क्योंकि उन्होंने वो अंडरडॉग्स है, उन्होंने इतना कुछ देखा नहीं है, बट उनको इतना ज़्यादा प्यार मिल रहा है अभी, वो उसमें पूरा ओवरवेलम होकर अपना और 100% देने को उनको मन करता है। तो थैंक यू सो मच टू द हाइड्रा फैंस।
बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया ऋषभ हमारे साथ जुड़ने के लिए। आई होप ऐसा ही आपके मैचेस अच्छे जाते रहें।
बिल्कुल बिल्कुल।